Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1626 Questioning. Fu Zan and Yi Kong were trapped in this super powerful Buddhist handprint, and looked up at the palm of the handprint. It was clearly a Buddhist handprint, but it dropped rules of different attributes. A series of terrifying swords of lights laid down, and a space storm struck like lightning. This handprint was like a killing formation, not a single attack. Both of them were extraordinary immortal emperors, the top figures in this realm, but they still felt desperate at this moment. The onlookers were also deeply shocked. Qin Wentian, the commander of Lihoro City, actually fused thousands of Buddhist arms together to form a terrifying Buddhist handprint, covering the sky and the sun, dropping all kinds of spells, and also blocking the starlight of Fu Zan and Yi Kong, so that they could not fight with the endless star rules. Boom boom. Fu Zan clenched his fists, and his body became bigger and bigger, and he was about to turn into an ancient war god. In his fists, there was a terrible destructive force flowing, rolling and roaring, and the sound of sonic boom was heard. Fu Zan stepped on the sky with his feet, shouted angrily, and punched out fiercely, hitting the palm print that closed the void. The two destructive ancient killing fists shook the world, and the space inside was trembling. However, the sound of Sanskrit sounded, and the terrible Buddhist handprint kept interweaving and changing, and it seemed that a terrible space door appeared, which was extremely deep. When the extremely amazing ancient killing fist came, the space door opened, and the terrible attack directly penetrated through, and went through the big handprint along the space door and went towards the void. Surprisingly, it was exiled outside and did not really touch the big handprint at all. This scene made Fu Zan despair. Qin Wentian had too many means. He was simply a perfect individual, proficient in all kinds of spells, and could do whatever he wanted. Yi Kong's figure directly crossed the void, his sword descended under the big handprint, phantoms appeared, the sword kept slashing out, cutting the big handprint, trying to split it directly, and kept getting stuck in it, and sooner or later he would be defeated by the opponent. On the big handprint, endless sword light suddenly fell, like a 10,000 sword formation, with Yi Kong as the center, killing him. Yi Kong's attack could not be sustained at all, and he kept swinging his sword to resist. In an instant, a sword storm was created around him, which was extremely dazzling, but the space he was in seemed to have become a sword tomb, where thousands of swords returned to kill him. Yi Kong swung his sword, cut open the void, and directly crossed out, leaving the battlefield, and came to Fu Zan again. The two of them turned their backs to each other, and there was a trace of helplessness on their faces. They were trapped in it and could not break it. Give up. Qin Wentian's voice came, and then countless arms appeared on the big handprint, bombarding them. All kinds of attacks were endless and killing. They kept resisting and destroying it, but they heard a terrible rumbling sound. The terrible big handprint seemed to be slapping down, crushing the two with endless attacks. Looking at the big handprint that was like a god or demon, Fu Zan and Yi Kong closed their eyes. Fu Zan sighed and said, "I lost. You won." Yi Kong also spoke, and suddenly, the big handprint stayed in the void, and then the light of rules dissipated. The big handprint turned into countless arms and returned to Qin Wentian's body. When the star-soul Dharma disappeared, there was no longer the terrible scene on the battlefield. There was only a figure of a commander in white standing there, unparalleled. He fought against the commanders of the 8 realm palaces with his own strength. In the last battle, he fought against Fu Zan and Yi Kong at the same time, and finally forced the two to give up. Such a brilliant battle record is indeed the grand finale, unprecedented. Now, the other 8 world palaces leaders and emperors have not had a confrontation, as if all the glory is only on him. This person is the leader of Lihoro Palace, Qin Wentian. Today, at the Feast of the Immortal World, there must be 2 people who will be famous in the immortal world. One of them is Jiutian, who won the first place in the martial arts battle with the realm of the intermediate immortal emperor, the master of refining and the genius fighting immortal emperor. The other person is the leader of Lihoro City. He also swept the extraordinary immortal emperors of the other 8 world palaces with the realm of the intermediate immortal emperor, and challenged 8 people in the final battle of the 9 realm palace and won. Yi Kong is gorgeous and unparalleled, with beautiful eyes that are extremely brilliant and crystal clear, staring at the figure standing on the high platform. Lihoro Palace Master looked at Qin Wentian, and his heart was actually stirred. This Qin Wentian was too outstanding. When he used Qin Wentian, although he knew that he was quite powerful, he did not expect that he was so talented. If he had known this, he might have treated Qin Wentian with more gentle means and cultivated him into his confidant. Now, Qin Wentian won the first place in this battle, which made Li Hero Palace less embarrassed, but he didn't care so much. What he thought in his mind was how to treat Qin Wentian in the future. Of course, the premise is whether the World Master will ask him for people. Palace Master, Qin Wentian will probably be jealous of what happened back then. He only heard Wu Xiandi's voice transmission to Li Hero Palace Master. Li Hero Palace Master frowned slightly and glanced at Wu Xiandi. He naturally understood what Wu Xiandi was thinking. Back then, the person he sent to Helen Emperor's city was Wu Xiandi, and he assisted in capturing Yuqian. If Qin Wentian gains power, the first thing he will have to deal with is Wu Xiandi and Helen Emperor. When Helen Emperor saw the look in Li Hero Palace Master's eyes, he knew what Wu Bijian had said, but he did not interrupt. Li Hero Palace Master had hurt him badly in the past. Although he worked under Li Hero Palace Master, everyone knew what kind of relationship they had, so it was not his turn to speak. This Commander Qin is not simple, Palace Master. If you can win his heart, he will definitely be a fierce general. If you need him in the future, he will definitely be able to follow you to conquer. Xiao Miran smiled charmingly and said inadvertently. She looked at Qin Wentian with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Now, the Palace Master's heart was in turmoil. Many powerful people on the Li Hero Palace side had flickering eyes. This Commander Qin, who was sent to the Northern Territory by the Palace Master, was not favored by anyone at the time. They thought that he would be manipulated by the Helen family like the previous commanders. However, Qin Wentian showed his style in the battle at Gu Auction House. Now in Changsheng City, his edge is even stronger. If he hadn't had an ignominious history as a bandit, it would have been even more perfect. His background as a bandit would eventually affect his future, and the Lord of Li Hero Palace would have to think twice before using him. I wonder what the Lord of Changsheng Realm would do after he knew about that. Helen Yunchen and Helen Qiuyu of the Helen clan all had complicated expressions. They didn't expect that Helen Qiuyu's words would hit the nail on the head. The person who didn't come had come, and was more dazzling than expected. Before this, many people thought that Jiutian was difficult to surpass after seeing his outstanding performance. No matter how outstanding Qin Wentian, the leader of the Northern Territory, was, he would still not be as good as Master Jiutian. But now, Qin Wentian has defeated the 8 major realm palaces by himself. How can we tell who is better between him and Jiutian, the master of weapon refining and martial arts? Master Jiutian, what do you think of Commander Qin? Helen Yunchen asked Jiutian softly. Commander Qin has an unparalleled demeanor. Jiutian said with a smile. Of course, he couldn't say that they were the same person. If Helen Yunchen knew, I wonder what his expression would be. It seems that I was wrong at the beginning. I hope Master Jiutian will not mind. Helen Yunchen said again, and he was actually apologizing. Jiutian was stunned and instantly understood what Helen Yunchen was referring to. At the beginning, the Helen family forced him to join their camp and invited him to a banquet. At the same time, they also invited Qin Wentian to split Jiutian and Qin Wentian, so that Jiutian could completely stand in their Helen family's camp. Now, Helen Yunchen obviously did not dare to have the idea of controlling Jiutian. I am not very clear about what the head of the Helen family said. Jiutian shrugged and smiled. Helen Yunchen's eyes flashed, and then he smiled and nodded, but he was wondering in his heart whether Jiutian minded what happened at the beginning. Countless people talked about it, and their eyes all fell on Qin Wentian, and everyone was paying attention. What will be the fate of this leader from Li Hero City? The Lord of the Longevity Realm smiled and said, Do you 8 still want to fight to determine the specific ranking? He was naturally referring to the emperors who commanded the other 8 realm palaces besides Qin Wentian. The previous battle had completely become Qin Wentian's stage, and the 8 extraordinary immortal emperors had all become supporting roles. Before the battle began, many people believed that the commander of the Li Hero Palace was just there to make up the numbers, but now, it was completely the opposite. No need. Fu Zan said. Since the Realm Lord asked this, it was natural that they would be spared the next battle. Otherwise, it would be enough to just say that a battle would continue. The rest of the people also understood the meaning of the Realm Lord's question and shook their heads. There was no point in fighting any further. The finale, Qin Wentian stole the limelight from everyone, even the limelight from the first person in the previous 13 rounds of battle. Well, everyone go back to your respective realm palace seats. The Qiansheng realm lord waved and smiled. Everyone flashed and returned to their seats. Qin Wentian came to the Lihao palace lord and bowed to him, saying, "Palace lord, I will live up to your trust. Commander Qin, you have worked hard. Sit down." The Lihao palace lord said with a smile. At this time, he naturally would not blame Qin Wentian anymore. Yes, palace lord. Qin Wentian no longer had the arrogant attitude on the battle stage before, and became particularly humble. He knew that the Lihao palace lord would not let him see the other party's attitude easily, but he knew that he should be low-key and humble enough at this time. Lady Xiao flirted with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian walked to sit beside him. Lady Xiao looked at him with a smile and said in a voice transmission, "For your Qian, when can you do this for me?" Qin Wentian rolled his eyes at her. Lady Xiao showed a resentful expression and said in a voice transmission, "You have no conscience." Qin Wentian looked in the direction of the Lord of the Longevity Realm. The Lord of the Longevity Realm smiled and said, "The battle between the Nine Realms Palace and the Emperor is more exciting than the last one. Are you satisfied with this battle? There are so many talented people in the Longevity Realm, all of whom are honored by the Lord of the Realm." The Lord of the Xianxing Palace said respectfully. He was the disciple of the Lord of the Realm, but he still called him a disciple at this time. "They were not selected by me. They were all your abilities. Those who performed outstandingly before, you must reward them generously." The Lord of the Longevity Realm smiled. "Of course. The subordinates will reward them generously." The Lords of the Nine Realms Palace all expressed their opinions. The Lord of the Longevity Realm smiled and nodded. He looked in the direction of the Lihao Palace and said, "Such a person appeared in the Lihao Palace, but you didn't let him come before. What's going on? Are you afraid that I will snatch your person away?" P.S. The fourth update is here, and there will be more later. Chapter 1627 Attitude Change. The eyes of the palace master of Lihao Palace froze, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Qin Wentian's situation was indeed a bit complicated, but it was impossible to say it in public on such an occasion, so he could only say, "I dare not, but Lihao City needs someone to guard it. I ordered Commander Qin to guard it there before, so as not to cause trouble." "Really?" The Lord of the Longevity Realm asked lightly, and dared to say such an excuse in front of him. The palace master of Lihao Palace looked embarrassed, but saw Qin Wentian stood up at this time, bowed to the Lord of the Longevity Realm and said, "This matter has nothing to do with the palace master, but because of my sensitive identity, the palace master is worried about trouble. Please forgive me." Qin Wentian's words made the pupils of the palace master of Lihao Palace shrink, and his eyes swept over him. The Lord of the Longevity Realm became more curious. Although he was the Lord of the Longevity Realm, there were people to handle the following matters. There was no need to report the general affairs of the Nine Realms Palace to him. A mere bandit would not be heard by him, so he didn't know about your Qian and Qin Wentian's affairs. "Oh? Your identity is sensitive? Tell me about it." The Lord of the Longevity Realm asked. "I am a criminal, a bandit. I was a bandit in the area where Helen Emperor was in the Lihao Palace. I was captured from behind. The palace master ignored my identity as a criminal and reused me as a leader. I am grateful." Qin Wentian's tone was very polite. He did not offend the Lord of the Lihao Palace at all, and even praised him implicitly. Although he was powerful on the battlefield today, the Lord of the Lihao Palace was one of the 9 palace masters of the Longevity Realm, after all. His background was not something he could match in one battle. Now that he wanted to save Qian, he certainly could not offend the Lord of the Lihao Palace. "Bandit." The Lord of the Longevity Realm looked at the Lord of the Lihao Palace with a strange look. "Yes, Realm Master, and, in those days, I followed Qian as a bandit. Now, Qian appeared at this banquet. The palace master was worried that I would be impulsive if I met her, so he let me stay in Lihao City. He had good intentions." Qin Wentian continued. "Qian. The Qiansheng Realm Master thought of the beautiful woman in the Red Dust Palace who danced so beautifully before. Her name was Qian. She was the daughter of Emperor Yi and came to ask for forgiveness." He looked towards the crowd in the Red Dust Palace, his eyes fell on Qian, and he understood something instantly. The crowd present all showed a strange color. They understood why Qin Wentian appeared and why he was so strong. It turned out that he fought for his beloved. He wanted to show his talent as much as possible, So that he could let the Changsheng Realm Master release him? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. So, you came for her? The Changsheng Realm Master asked directly. Master, please forgive me. Qin Wentian bowed. The master of the Changsheng Realm kept looking at him. Not only the master, but also the master of Lihao Palace, the people of the Helen family, and many powerful people all looked at Qin Wentian. He was born a bandit, but he was gifted. He participated in the feast of the Changsheng Realm and fought hard, all for a woman. However, this woman was indeed a peerless beauty. That dance made many powerful people quite moved and wanted to take her for themselves. Now, it depends on how the master of the realm decides, whether he will pardon Yukianayu because of Qin Wentian's talent. Did you capture Yukianayu before? The master of the Changsheng Realm suddenly looked at the master of Lihao Palace and said. To answer the master, Yukianayu is the leader of the bandits and caused chaos. I ordered people to capture her and put her in prison. Qin Wentian was just an accomplice. He had no choice but to join the bandits. He was indeed gifted, so I did not imprison him, but let him redeem himself. The Lord of Lihao Palace said. No matter how much the master valued Qin Wentian's talent, these principled issues still had to be made clear. So, you didn't do anything wrong. The Lord of Changsheng nodded gently. Did Qin Wentian make any merits? He served as the commander of the northern region of Lihao City for decades and made great contributions to the rectification of the northern region. The Lord of Lihao Palace said. In that case, Qin Wentian, you don't have to worry about your identity as a bandit. Continue to serve as the commander of Lihao City. The Lord of Changsheng said. This sentence undoubtedly paved the way for Qin Wentian's future, and would not care about his identity as a bandit. As for Yukianayu, she is the leader of the bandits, and it is impossible to let her go. Let her be a maid in the Changsheng Palace first. If you make great contributions in the future, Qin Wentian, you can come to me for her. The Lord of Changsheng Realm decided Yukianayu's fate with one word. Qin Wentian felt a little disappointed. When he saw Yukianayu appear here, he decided to take the risk and fight. The strong battle shocked the scene. In his heart, he hoped that the Lord of Changsheng Realm could pardon Yukianayu. However, the words of the Lord of Changsheng Realm were impeccable. As the leader of the bandits, he could not let her go. Letting him make great contributions and then come to redeem her was already a favor. What else could he say? Thank you for your kindness, Lord of Changsheng. Qin Wentian bowed and said, he could only thank him. Give him more opportunities to make merit in the future. The Lord of Changsheng Realm gave another order to the Lord of Lihao Palace. Yes, Realm Lord. The Lord of Lihao Palace nodded. It seemed that the Realm Lord really valued Qin Wentian. Although he did not ask him for people, he wanted to borrow his hand to let Qin Wentian make merit first. In this way, when he wanted to use Qin Wentian in the future, it would be much more convenient, and he could directly transfer him to the Palace of Eternal Life. Okay, everyone, don't be restrained, let's share this banquet. Next, if there is anything that needs to be reported to the Nine Realms Palace, you can come to me directly. The Lord of Eternal Life smiled casually, and everyone smiled and raised their glasses to the Lord of Eternal Life. Then, the atmosphere became lively. The fairies of the Red Dust Palace once again landed on the central high platform to dance, and there were also beauties playing elegant music. But this time Yukianayu did not go up and remained where he was. Qin Wentian looked in the direction of Yukianayu, and saw that Yukianayu was looking at him at this time, smiling brightly, revealing a bit of seductiveness, and also threw a seductive eye at him. Qin Wentian laughed when he saw this scene. Although she was a maid in the Changsheng Palace and still could not be considered a free person, it was at least much better than staying in the Lihao prison. Commander Qin, congratulations. Xiao Miran seemed to see Qin Wentian and Yukianayu flirting with each other, and couldn't help but giggle. She raised her glass and came to Qin Wentian's side. Her soft body seemed to be sticking to Qin Wentian. Looking at the smirk at the corner of her mouth, Qin Wentian knew that this woman was doing it on purpose. Qin Wentian saw that Yukianayu in the distance saw this scene and raised a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth, which seemed to reveal a resentful look. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head, and clinked glasses with Xiao Miran. Miss Xiao, you don't have to get so close, do you? Yin Chu's voice was neither positive nor negative. Miss Xiao glanced at him and pressed herself even tighter against Qin Wentian, almost knocking him down. The Lord of Lihao Palace was not surprised. Miss Xiao had always been like this, so he didn't think much about it. It seems that you made the right bet. With the words of the Realm Lord, the Palace Lord won't dare to attack you easily in the future. I'm afraid he will use a gentle strategy to win you over. Miss Zio said softly, I gave you the news this time. How do you plan to thank me? When transmitting the message, Miss Zio's red lips were tempting, and she showed an extremely ambiguous gesture to Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian secretly curse her as a goblin. Commander Qin, I'll toast you a glass too. There were some unpleasant things before, and I hope Commander Qin won't take it to heart. Xiao Hao raised his glass to Qin Wentian and spoke, as if he wanted to make peace with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at Xiao Hao calmly, with a playful smile on his face. Xiao Hao had always mocked him before, but now, he actually gave in? You're too polite, Commander Xiao Hao. Qin Wentian raised his glass and smiled, but he didn't embarrass Xiao Hao. He knew that Xiao Hao's words didn't mean that he really had no grudges against him and wanted to make friends with him. His raising of the glass in response didn't mean that he had forgotten the past. He was just playing along. Qin Wentian, today, you have won face from my Lihoro Palace. The Commander-in-Chief's huge shrung took the initiative to toast Qin Wentian. The World Master had spoken personally, and they all knew that the Palace Master would try his best to win over Qin Wentian, so they had no scruples. Please, Commander-in-Chief. Qin Wentian responded, and then Lin Ba also came to toast, and his attitude towards Qin Wentian was very polite. Not only that, the major forces in Lihoro City who came with the Palace Master also came to toast Qin Wentian, exchanged a few polite words, and behaved very friendly. After today's battle, Qin Wentian and Jiutian will both become hot figures in Lihoro City. Only Helen Emperor has always sat there with a gloomy face, drinking alone. His face is a little pale, very ugly. Anyone can reconcile with Qin Wentian, but he can't. The Lihoro Palace Master has been trying to win over Qin Wentian from the beginning. Although he is using him, his method is also very gentle, and he doesn't have any big hatred with Qin Wentian. Even the Helen clan could not be considered as having a grudge against Qin Wentian. The only person who truly hated Qin Wentian deeply was the Emperor. Because of the grudges caused by his daughter Helen Mingao, Qin Wentian was deeply offended. Of course, Qin Wentian and Yi Qianai also made him extremely miserable. This hatred could not be resolved, but now that Qin Wentian had shown such talent, and the Helen clan had held a banquet to reconcile with Qin Wentian, the more the Helen Emperor thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. Looking at this situation, the Helen clan might show goodwill to Qin Wentian in the future and would not offend this extraordinary immortal emperor who was noticed by the Realm Master. Thinking of this, the Helen Emperor drank alone, one glass after another. On the Helen family's side, Helen Jiangshan, the soul of the Helen family, has already learned the whole story of the feud between the Helen family and Qin Wentian. He said to Helen Yunshan, do your best to repair the relationship with Qin Wentian. P.S. Today is the 5th update. Some friends in the comment area today reported that they couldn't follow the official account. It turned out that someone really did it and made it the same as me. Don't make a mistake. After clicking on the search bar on Widget, Moments, Articles, and Official Accounts will appear below. Click on the official account, and then enter, then only mine will appear. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1628 Gemini Palace Master. After the feast, the music eventually ended and everyone had to go their separate ways. The Palace Master of the Nine Realms Palace still had things to deal with, so naturally he had to stay in the Changsheng Palace. They also had to turn in all the tributes for the past 100 years. Changsheng City arranged residences for the Palace Master of the Nine Realms Palace and their subordinates. Their special residences were arranged in the same place every 100 years. Of course, the various commanders and emperors also moved in with their palace masters. As for the rest of the people from all walks of life, they could only go to Changsheng City to find inns and hotels to stay. Jiutian was originally a casual cultivator, but because he had been appointed by the Realm Master as the supervisory commander of the Lihoro Palace, he was also an official member of the Changsheng realm. The Lihoro Palace Master personally invited him to go with him, and Jiutian naturally would not refuse. The people of the Helen family looked at Jiutian with some concern, worried that the friendship they had finally established with Jiutian would be broken up by the Lihoro Palace Master. Before leaving, Helen Qiuai looked at Jiutian with a bit of resentment in her beautiful eyes. Qin Wentian wanted to find Yi Qianai, but Yi Qianai left with the people of Hongqian Palace. They had to wait for the Realm Master to deal with them. Although the Realm Master pardoned Yi Qianai's prison, he made her a maid in Changsheng Palace. As for the robbers in Hongqian Palace, it was obvious that he had to give an explanation to the Realm Master, and naturally he had to ask for forgiveness. Changsheng Palace was very large, and the 9 realms palaces each had their own palaces in Changsheng Palace. That night, the Lihoro Palace Master ordered the commanders and emperors of Lihoro City to tell the story, and also invited Jiutian. In the hall, the Lihoro Palace Master sat high in the main seat, his eyes swept over everyone, and then smiled at Jiutian and Qin Wentian. In today's battle, Commander Jiutian and Qin Wentian, you two showed your style and brought glory to my Lihoro City. I, as the Palace Master, also feel proud. This is what a subordinate should do. Qin Wentian was still humble. The Palace Master is serious. Jiutian responded calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. The world of immortality is vast, with many powerful people. The 9 realms palace is independent. You all came out of my Lihoro City. No matter where you go in the future, my Lihoro Palace will be your backing. The Lihoro Palace Master added, the same goes for the rest of you. You all have the mark of Lihoro City on you. Yes, Palace Master. Everyone nodded. The Lihoro Palace Master was trying to win people's hearts, but what he said was true. There must be a lot of connections between the various factions. Even if they work in the Hall of Immortality in the future, they will still have the mark of Lihoro Palace on them. Unless one day they become the confidants of the Realm Master, they can completely abandon the previous mark. Jiutian, I have also heard about what happened back then. Xia Hao acted on his own and made things difficult for your D Pavilion. Later, I sent Ziyu to the central area to let Xia Hao settle the matter. Ziyu should have been to D Pavilion, right? Lihoro Palace Master asked Jiutian. Jiutian looked at Fairy Ziyu beside Lihoro Palace Master and nodded with a smile. Well, thank you for intervening in this matter, Palace Master. This is what I should do, Xia Hao. You and Jiutian are colleagues in the future. Apologize for what happened back then. Lihoro Palace Master gave the order, and Xia Hao's face froze. He had already given in to Qin Wentian before, and now, he was ordered to apologize to Jiutian again. This was a complete loss of face. Xia Hao was very proud, which could be seen from his strong attitude towards Jiutian at the beginning. Now, he couldn't afford to offend any of the 2 people he offended at the beginning, and he had to apologize to them. You can imagine how uncomfortable he felt. But he had no choice. The Palace Master had given the order personally. He could only say to Jiutian, Master Jiutian, Xia Hao was guilty of the incident back then, and Xia Hao will personally host a banquet to apologize if there is a chance. I hope Master Jiutian will not bear with me. Since the Palace Master has spoken, I naturally won't bear with you. As for hosting a banquet, forget it. Jiutian said lightly, but did not give Xia Hao any face. Now he did not need to give Xia Hao any face. The Lord of the Longevity Realm personally appointed him as the supervisory commander, with the power of supervision. Only the Commander Emperor could ask him for permission. He did not need to depend on any Commander Emperor, not even the Lord of Lihoro Palace could control him. Xia Hao looked a little stiff, but the Lord of Lihoro Palace seemed not to understand what Jiutian said, and nodded lightly, saying, Jiutian, if your D Pavilion needs anything in Lihoro City in the future, just come to Lihoro Palace to find me, and I will escort you. Thank you, Lord. Jiutian bowed to the Lord of Lihoro Palace and smiled secretly in his heart. The Lord of Lihoro Palace and the original Qin Wentian had some grudges because of Yukai and Ayu's relationship. He would be on guard against Qin Wentian, but he would try to win him over and pull him back from the Helen family. Some things can be stopped at the right time, and the Lord of Lihoro Palace naturally would not lower himself too much. He exchanged a few more words with Jiutian and Qin Wentian, and then let everyone leave. When leaving, Qin Wentian deliberately walked with Helen Emperor and whispered, Helen Emperor, be careful next time. As he said that, he quickened his pace and left. Helen Emperor's face froze, and he looked at Qin Wentian's back with an extremely ugly expression. This was a blatant threat to him. After Qin Wentian returned to the master's place, someone else came to see him. It was a fairy emperor-level woman with outstanding temperament. Commander Qin. The woman smiled and called to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian asked in confusion, who is the fairy? I am from the Gemini Palace, and I am the maid of the Palace Master. My Palace Master invites you. The maid smiled and said, which made Qin Wentian even more confused. He looked at the other party and said, what does the Gemini Palace Master invite me to do? Maybe the Palace Master sees that Commander Qin is talented and appreciates Commander Qin. In short, My palace master will naturally not harm Commander Qin. The fairy emperor maid said with a smile, and Qin Wentian nodded. This is in the Changsheng Palace. In any case, it doesn't matter if he goes there. Okay, fairy, led the way. Qin Wentian nodded. Commander Qin, please. The fairy emperor maid smiled and gestured, and then the two walked forward together and came to the palace of the Gemini Palace in the Changsheng Palace. In a courtyard, in a pavilion under the moon, two figures were playing chess there. In addition to them, there was also a fairy emperor-level beautiful maid. Seeing Qin Wentian coming, the maid smiled and said, Palace Master, Commander Qin is here, we will withdraw first. Yes. The two palace masters nodded slightly, and the two maids withdrew immediately. One of the palace masters waved his hand, and suddenly an invisible force enveloped the courtyard, isolating the fairy thoughts from investigating. Sit down. The two palace masters of the Gemini Palace were still playing chess, but they spoke to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian walked up to the chessboard and took a look at the chess game. It was evenly matched. Then he sat next to it and watched quietly without interrupting. The two palace masters continued to make moves. After a while, one of them asked, Qin Wentian, where are you from? Qin Wentian was stunned, looked at the other person, and said, I am from Lihuo City. I am asking about your roots. The palace master continued. A strange light flashed in Qin Wentian's deep eyes, but he quickly covered it up and said, I don't understand what the palace master means by this. Have you heard of Emperor Yi? The two palace masters of Gemini Palace put down the chess pieces in their hands and looked at Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt a huge pressure on his body. At the same time, his heart trembled violently. He looked at the two palace masters of Gemini Palace in shock. Emperor Yi, they actually asked him if he had heard of Emperor Yi. King Xu in Immortal Realm, the ancient emperor Yi? The ancient emperor Yi. Qin Wentian asked with a flash of his eyes. Ancient emperor. The two palace masters were stunned, looked at each other, and then laughed. Maybe it's the time difference. Now, do you call him ancient emperor Yi? Qin Wentian was also stunned. Yes, of course they call him ancient emperor Yi in this era, but what if these two palace masters are from the same era as ancient emperor Yi? Then they can't call him ancient emperor, but emperor Yi in their reality. How did you figure it out? Qin Wentian asked. The last Buddhist handprint was derived from the hand of God, right? A palace master asked. Qin Wentian no longer had any doubts at this moment. It seemed that the two palace masters had already figured it out. Two palace masters, who are you to Emperor Yi? Qin Wentian asked. He stared at the two people in front of him. Could it be that one of them was Emperor Yi? Our surname is Qi. The two spoke at the same time. Qin Wentian stood up suddenly, with a flash of lightning in his face. Their surname was Qi, which was not strange, but if Emperor Yi, the hand of God and his surname were linked together, it would be meaningful. I went to a place where there were 3 bronze doors, and I went in. Qin Wentian still did not dare to reveal it easily, and still had a trace of vigilance, but this sentence had already hinted clearly. So, do you two want to get up and see the Holy Lord? The two smiled at each other and looked at Qin Wentian at the same time, which caused Qin Wentian's heart to be shocked. The surname was Qi, the hand of God, and Emperor Yi. All of this points to one place, the Fighting Saint clan. You two seniors are serious. Qin Wentian showed a sincere smile. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Fighting Saint clan here. So, you are indeed the descendant of Emperor Yi? The two palace masters asked. Well, I, by chance, cultivated the god's hand and entered the Fighting Saint clan. I am the Saint Master of this generation of the Fighting Saint clan. Qin Wentian said, we're a senior Emperor Yi. Have you heard of the two of us? The Gemini Palace Master said. Well, I heard that you two seniors are the people of a senior in the realm of the Lord. It is rumored that he is a friend of the Lord of the Changsheng realm. So, Senior Emperor Yi is that Lord? Qin Wentian said. The Lord of Gemini Palace smiled and nodded, but the rumors outside are true and false. Emperor Yi is not necessarily a good friend of the Lord of the Longevity realm. By the way, I saw that the palm print used by Emperor Yuan also had a trace of the artistic conception of the hand of God, but I am not sure whether it is an evolution of the hand of God. What about you? P.S. There is another leader, who takes Su. This name. There are 40 leaders in Shuchen and Jiutian. Thank you all. Chapter 1629 Conflict. Qin Wentian was stunned. The palm print that Jiutian used at the end was indeed a power derived from the hand of God, but in fact it was more like a sealing palm. If someone who is not familiar with the hand of God could not see it, it was not so strange that the Gemini Palace Master could see it, since he was a member of the Fighting Saint clan. The hand of God was originally derived from the Fighting Saint law. Perhaps the Fighting Saint law contained many forms of the hand of God, so they saw it most thoroughly. Senior has a sharp eye. Jiutian and I are twins. I have practiced the hand of God, so I don't need to hide it from him. We are both the Saint Masters of this generation of the Fighting Saint clan, just like the two seniors. Because the ancient immortal realm may encounter unknown dangers, we too hide our identities and act separately. Even if one of us gets into trouble, there are still people who can take revenge. I hope the two seniors will keep it secret for me. Qin Wentian said. He did not mention the matter of the incarnation. This secret still needs to be kept. If he was not a member of the Fighting Saint clan, he would not even admit that he had a relationship with Jiutian. No wonder. The Gemini Palace Master nodded, without any doubt. Qin Wentian and Jiutian had completely different attributes and powers. No one would doubt that they were the same person. Therefore, they believed Qin Wentian's words even more. Don't worry, we will not tell anyone about this matter. Is the Fighting Saint clan okay now? Did anyone follow you to the ancient immortal realm? The Fighting Saint clan is fine. As for my coming to the ancient immortal realm, it was also a coincidence. No one from the Fighting Saint clan followed me. They all stayed in Qin. Qin Wentian said slowly, by the way, two seniors, if I want to go back to Qin, what should I do? It's probably difficult for you to cross the immortal realm directly with your current realm. Moreover, Qin immortal realm is banned. Therefore, there are not many transcendent forces with open teleportation formations like other immortal realms. Now you want to go back to Qin, it's very troublesome. A palace master said. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, a little disappointed, wanting to go back to Qin. It was not easy. There is one more thing I want to tell you. The Lord of the Longevity Realm should have seen the God's hand you used. Jiutian may not be able to see it, but my last move is already a very obvious derivative of the God's hand. The Holy Lord has used similar derivatives before, and it is difficult to hide from the eyes of the Lord of the Longevity Realm. Therefore, you must be mentally prepared. The Lord of the Longevity Realm may not reuse you. On the contrary, your twin brother Jiutian is more likely to be reused. Qin Wentian's expression was condensed. It seems that the relationship between the Lord of the Longevity Realm and Emperor Yi is very subtle, and they are not good friends as rumored by the outside world. So, Yi Qianayu. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. It is very likely that he deliberately stayed in the Longevity Hall, but you don't have to worry too much. At least Yi Qianayu is not in danger. The Lord of the Longevity Realm saw that you used the God's hand, and he must think that you are the successor cultivated by the Holy Lord, allowing you to rise in his Longevity Realm. Although he will not reuse you, he will not suppress you. Unless you grow up, he may suppress you. The Lord of the Gemini Palace smiled. Qin Wentian nodded. Yes, one of the 9 realms palaces already has Yeti's people. He did not hide the God's hand when he used it. The immortal realm would definitely think that he was Yeti's descendant. It was impossible for him to be in a high position in the immortal realm. Otherwise, is this the immortal realm of his immortal realm master or Yeti's immortal realm? But since he did not hide the God's hand, the immortal realm would definitely think that he was someone arranged by Yeti openly, and naturally they would not do anything to him. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian showed a strange look. He did not expect that using the God's hand would actually lead to such a complicated cause and effect. Haha, are you very depressed? The Gemini Palace Master said with a smile. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just didn't expect it. A Palace Master reached out and patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said, we will inform the Holy Lord about your matter, but we don't know where the Holy Lord is now. Let's exchange the communication immortal thoughts first. If you encounter trouble in the future, you can ask me. As he said, he took out the communication crystal, and Qin Wentian also took it out. The 3 of them exchanged immortal thoughts, so that they could directly use the communication crystal to find each other in the future. The 3 of them chatted for a while, and then Qin Wentian said goodbye and left, returning to his own palace to rest. There was no incident that night. The next day, the palace masters of the 9 realms palace each took their maids and left to report to the realm master. Qin Wentian and the others still stayed in the Xixing palace. Qin Wentian, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly heard some noisy sounds. His immortal thoughts spread out, and then he stood up. His figure flashed, and a moment later, he appeared outside the palace where concubine Xiao was. He saw many people breaking in, and the one who brought them in was Xiao Yu, the leader of the northern region of Changsheng City, who Qin Wentian had challenged and defeated. In addition to them, many leaders of the Lihuro Palace also came here. Looking at the situation here, concubine Xiao's face was no longer charming. Instead, she stared at the group of people who appeared with a bit of stubborn indifference. I am the leader of the Lihuro Palace. Is it against the rules for you to break in like this? Concubine Xiao said coldly. We are here to see the younger generation of the clan. Does the palace master of the Lihuro Palace have any objections? An elder walked out from behind Xiao Yu and stared at concubine Xiao coldly. Who is your younger generation? Concubine Xiao said coldly. You don't recognize your ancestors. The elder's eyes shot out cold light, and he said, I heard that you have been acting in Lihuro City these years, but you are not decent at all. You don't feel ashamed, but I, the Xiao family of the Sword Soul sect, can't afford to lose this man. Although the Sword Soul sect is a sect power, it is also considered a family. Now the Sword Soul sect is controlled by two major clans, one of which is the Xiao family, but the Sword Soul sect does not refuse people from other surnames to join. The leader of Lihuro City, Lady Xiao, is also a member of the Xiao family of the Sword Soul sect. Qin Wentian showed a look of surprise, while the other emperors and leaders of Lihuro City looked normal, obviously knowing it. I have no relationship with you for a long time. You don't need to control my behavior. Lady Xiao said coldly. Bitch. Xiao Yu said coldly, with a sharp tone, when the family arranged a marriage for you, you refused and chose to be with a loser. The family killed him for you because it was for your consideration. I didn't expect that you would become so mean now, bringing shame to my Xiao family, and you still refuse to admit your guilt. Lady Xiao's face turned ashen in an instant, staring at Xiao Yu and said, in terms of seniority, I am also your elder, how can you talk to me like this? Such a lowly person is worthy of being my elder. Xiao Yu released the coldness on his body, he took a step forward, and was about to attack Lady Xiao. This is the Changsheng Palace, how dare you? Lady Xiao's face changed slightly. Since you want to leave my Xiao family, you were also expelled at that time. My Xiao family teaches unfilial people a lesson, and the master of the realm will not say much? Xiao Yu spoke coldly, his palm stretched out to the front, and turned into a sharp big palm print, and threw it towards Lady Xiao. Lady Xiao's expression changed slightly, and her fingers struck out, and they actually fought directly here. As commanders, Lady Xiao was the commander of Lihuro City, while Xiao Yu was the genius commander of Changsheng City. Their strengths were not at the same level. One after another terrible attacks collided, accompanied by a crisp sound. Lady Xiao was slapped in the face and fell directly to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. My Xiao family should have abolished you, but since you are working in Lihuro Palace, as long as you kneel down and receive 3 slaps, you will be expelled from the Xiao family. From now on, you will be a slut and have nothing to do with my Xiao family. Xiao Yu said coldly, stepping forward step by step. How insolent. A cold voice came out, because Lady Xiao was a disciple of the Xiao family. Qin Wentian didn't want to intervene before, after all, it was the other party's family affairs, but now, the Xiao family was clearly here to humiliate Lady Xiao, and he couldn't stand it anymore. When Xiao Yu saw Qin Wentian, his face instantly turned ugly, and he said coldly, this is my Xiao family's family affairs, no one should meddle in it. As Qin Wentian opened and closed his eyes, a terrifying sword intent penetrated directly and rushed into Xiao Yu's eyes. He stepped forward and slapped his palm directly. Xiao Yu's momentum instantly burst out, and the sword intent surged, colliding with Qin Wentian's power. With a loud bang, his body was knocked back and flew out, and his feet retreated. What are you doing? The people of the Sword Soul sect released cold breath at Qin Wentian one by one. You came to my Lihuro Palace to insult my Lihuro Palace commander, and you are in the Changsheng realm. Do you take the realm master and my palace master seriously? Qin Wentian walked up to Xiao Miran and spoke coldly. This is a family matter. An old man spoke coldly. She has already said that she has nothing to do with the Xiao family, and you just said that you want to expel her. In this case, you came here to humiliate my Lihuro Palace commander. Qin Wentian spoke coldly. I saw that bitch hooking up with him yesterday. Did she have something with you? That's why she's so protective of him. Someone behind him said coldly. The Sword Soul sect didn't have any good feelings towards Qin Wentian. He defeated Xiao Yu and embarrassed him. How could the Sword Soul sect be polite to him? So what? Qin Wentian sneered. He walked in front of Xiao Miran and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, causing her body to tremble slightly. She looked up at the handsome face. You are so interested in my private affairs. Qin Wentian threatened. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If anyone dares to humiliate her again, don't blame me for being rude. Why are you rude? Xiao Yu stepped forward, murderous. Whatever you do to her, I will pay you back double. Qin Wentian also released coldness. You appeared on the battle stage for your Qian. I thought you had deep feelings for your Qian. I didn't expect you to want such a bitch. Xiao Yu said with a big laugh. Lady Xiao had been verbally humiliated and her face turned pale. She looked at Qin Wentian, but saw that Qin Wentian's expression did not change at all. She uttered one word, get out. Xiao Yu and others looked embarrassed, then looked at Qin Wentian coldly and said, I hope Commander Qin will take care of himself. After that, all the people from the Xiao family turned away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1630 Summons. After the Sword Soul sect's people left, the leaders of the Lihuro Palace looked at Qin Wentian and Lady Xiao. When did these two get together? It seems that Commander Qin not only gained fame and fortune on this trip, but also got a beauty. Yin Chu said in a gloomy tone. Seeing Lady Xiao's seductive body pressed against Qin Wentian's, he felt uncomfortable. The enchantress he had coveted for many years was won by Qin Wentian. You stood by and watched your colleagues being humiliated. No wonder Commander Xiao looked down on you. Qin Wentian said coldly. Lady Xiao left Qin Wentian and bowed to him, saying, Thank you, Commander Qin, for helping me out. It's what I should do. Qin Wentian said calmly. The Lihuro Palace's emperors and leaders looked dazed. Could it be that they had no relationship, and Qin Wentian just stood up for justice? Commander Qin, please come into the courtyard for a chat. Lady Xiao smiled softly, and then glanced at the others with a cold gaze. Immediately, the others showed trembling smiles, and left in embarrassment. Even Yin Chu left unhappily. Qin Wentian followed Lady Xiao to the courtyard. Lady Xiao directly took out a magic weapon and sealed the courtyard. She hooked her hands around Qin Wentian's neck, and her extremely seductive eyes were extremely attractive. Thank you. Lady Xiao said softly. It should be. Qin Wentian looked away and said. You want me? Lady Xiao jumped on Qin Wentian. You're crazy. Qin Wentian breathed quickly and looked up at Lady Xiao. I know you have someone in your heart. I won't ask you for anything, but don't reject me. Lady Xiao lowered her head, her eyes full of charm. Qin Wentian was speechless, and then hugged her into the room, and there was a battle. After several battles, Qin Wentian sat in the courtyard in deep thought, secretly sighing in his heart. After all, they had had a relationship once, and it was impossible to really treat each other as strangers. Lady Xiao sat down beside Qin Wentian with her sexy body leaning on his shoulder, and whispered, Do you think I am cheap as the people of Xiao said? Without waiting for Qin Wentian to answer, Lady Xiao continued, Once, I was also the daughter of Xiao's family, dignified and virtuous, with strict family education, until Xiao wanted to marry me to an enemy I hated very much to achieve their goals. It's really ironic, but it's also a common method in this big power, but they don't think they are dirty. I ran away from home in a rage and met a man who liked my beauty and spoke sweet words, but was actually cowardly and incompetent. He even knelt down and begged for mercy from Xiao. The people of Xiao killed him, and I was not sad at all. He got me but lost his life. It's really ironic. The Xiao family captured me and everyone in the family was extremely sarcastic. Even the enemies who were promised to me insulted me and refused this marriage. I seemed to become a slut overnight. Later, I left the Xiao family and my temperament changed. I became what I am now. They said I was cheap, so I did it for them to see. There are many people who want my body, such as Yin Chu, but that's all. They just want to conquer a sexy beauty. I have seduced many people. From all of them, I see that they all desire my body. This is human, so they didn't get me until you appeared. Maybe you don't believe it. In fact, besides that dead ghost, you are my second man. Lady Xiao chuckled. From your tone, you actually hate men in your heart. Qin Wentian looked at Lady Xiao and said, yes, in this world of martial arts, men have more advantages than women in practice. In the secular world, men can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. They covet beauty. As long as a powerful person has many beauties around him, they will regard this as a seasoning for practice. But when a woman does this, she will be labeled as lowly. Do you think that men are not hateful? Qin Wentian was speechless. This was indeed the case. Xiao Yu was just a leader, but he was surrounded by beautiful women, and they were all beautiful daughters of aristocratic families. Whether it was the Lord of Lihuo Palace or the Lord of Changsheng Realm, they were not short of women around them, and they were definitely women with both talent and beauty. Is it fair? Is it unfair? This is the secular world. You are different from them. No one I have seduced before could resist my temptation. You are different from them. Lady Xiao said with a smile. Are you mocking me? Qin Wentian felt a little guilty. What was different about him? You know I'm not. I'm still very confident in my beauty and charm. Even those who don't like beauty don't mind something happening when I actively seduce them. After all men have needs, but you were indifferent to my repeated explicit requests. Lady Xiao smiled lightly. Although you were finally taken down by me, maybe this is the nature of you men. Strong will still can't control desires. In addition to you, there is another person who is different. Who? Qin Wentian asked. The person who became famous in this banquet like you, Jiutian. Lady Xiao looked at Qin Wentian's handsome face and smiled. You have a lot of similarities. For example? Qin Wentian asked lightly. I can't explain it clearly. I always feel that there is some relationship between you. I feel that you are so similar, as if you are the same person, but you are so different. Lady Xiao smiled, but Qin Wentian's heart trembled. Lady Xiao had close contact with him and Jiutian, and she actually felt a clue. Women's intuition is really terrible. Well, it's been so long, you should leave, otherwise, others will think what we are doing in there. Xiao Miran looked at Qin Wentian with her seductive eyes, stood up with her sexy body, straightened Qin Wentian's clothes, and then put on her previous clothes and said, I'll take you out. Qin Wentian stood up speechlessly and left. Before leaving, Xiao Miran sent him a message that she would only seduce him in the future. The masters of the 9 realms palace all came back from the realm master, and then led their respective people back to their respective realm palaces through the teleportation formation. The Lord of Lihuo Palace, Qin Wentian and others all returned to Lihuo City. Before leaving, Qin Wentian still had no chance to see Yiqian, and Yiqian's communication crystal seemed to have been taken away before being imprisoned in Lihuo prison. Qin Wentian could only send her a one-way message, telling her to wait for him. He needed time. After the people from the 9 realms palace left, the Changsheng Palace, a wide platform, the Changsheng realm master sat there tasting wine, with a beautiful maid serving him. In front, a group of beautiful fairies came over and bowed, saying, People from the Hongqian Fairy Palace, please join the Realm Master. Yes. The Changsheng Realm Master nodded slightly, looked up at Yiqian, and said, You will stay in the Changsheng Palace as a maid in the future. Yes, Realm Master. Yiqian bowed. You danced at a banquet before, dance alone for me to see. The Changsheng Realm Master said lightly. Yiqian's expression froze, his face was slightly pale, and he whispered, Realm Master. The Changsheng Realm Master raised his eyebrows, and in an instant, an invisible pressure seemed to spread out. He looked at Yiqian. His expression was as calm as ever, and his eyes were not disturbed. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The Changsheng Realm Master said lightly. Yiqian. The women from the Hongqian Fairy Palace all looked at Yiqian. Yiqian saw everyone's gazes and sighed secretly in his heart. He then took a deep look at the indifferent and otherworldly temperament of the Lord of the Longevity Realm. After all, she is a big shot. Even with Qin Wentian's dazzling performance, can't she get a little respect? Thinking of Qin Wentian's transmission of his immortal thoughts through his communication crystal, Yiqian's expression gradually changed. Suddenly, Yiqian's eyes bloomed with a brilliant smile. At this moment, she had infinite charm. Yes, Lord. Yiqian smiled sweetly, making the Lord of the Changsheng Realm's eyes flash. Then, he saw that sexy body twisting, and the alluring dance reappeared. Every movement was full of infinite charm. Yiqian's beautiful eyes were always smiling, adding to the sense of tenderness. However, at this moment, her heart was as still as water, and it was cold. Whether it was the lord of the Changsheng realm or the lord of the Lihao palace, they would eventually pay the price for seeing Qin Wentian clearly. It has only been a few decades, and the lord of the Lihao palace has already felt threatened. In the future, the lord of the Changsheng realm will do the same. Another person came and walked in front of the lord of the longevity realm, bowed and said, "These are all the files sorted out by the Lihao palace." Yes. The lord of the longevity realm nodded gently, moved his eyes away from Yiqianayu, and looked down at those files. Not long after, a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. Bei Mingyu Wang, Qin Wentian, senior sister and brother? If so, what is the relationship between Bei Mingyu Wang and Yi? Could it be that he is also the descendant of Yi? If he is really the descendant of Yi, why was he forced into such a situation by Emperor Helen? Could it be that Yi let them go on their own? As he flipped through the files, the lord of the longevity realm became more confused. After reading them, Yiqianayu's dance also stopped. He said to the person next to him, "Send a message to the lord of the Lihao palace, and ask him to summon Bei Mingyu Wang to the Changsheng palace." Yes. The man nodded and bowed and left. The lord of the immortal realm looked up at Yiqianayu and the people of the Red Dust Palace, and said, "You will all stay in the Palace of Immortality to atone for your sins as a maid, and wait for summons." Yes. Everyone did not dare to object, and bowed in response. Yiqianayu still stood there, watching the lord of the immortal realm get up and leave. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked into the distance, her eyes still smiling, asking her who she was waiting for. When will she be able to truly hold up this sky? P.S. 3 more chapters are coming. Chapter 1631, The Final Settlement. After Qin Wentian and others returned from Lihao City, news about what happened in the Changsheng realm was also reported. Master Dian, the weapon refiner, was extremely talented. He won the first place in the martial arts battle with the intermediate level of the Immortal Emperor. The lord of the Changsheng realm personally commended him and exempted the Emperor Pavilion from all tributes. No one was allowed to affect the development of the Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, Master Dian was appointed as the supervisor. Once this news came out, Lihao City was shaken. Everyone knew that the rise of the Emperor Pavilion was unstoppable and there was no resistance. Those who once questioned Dian's strength only felt ashamed, and those who supported Dian showed off their wisdom everywhere. Some people also brought up the challenge of Liu Fibei of the Liu family to Dian, satirizing Liu Fibei for not knowing himself. The ant character actually tried to challenge Master Dian. He was not even worthy of carrying Master Dian's shoes. All kinds of unpleasant voices made Liu Fibei, a proud figure, humiliated everywhere and became a villain. At the same time, many major forces went to visit the Emperor Pavilion, preparing to establish good relations with Master Dian. However, news came from the Emperor Pavilion that Master Dian held a banquet, summoned people from all parties, and held a grand banquet, inviting many forces. In addition, another shocking news was naturally the Northern Territory Commander Qin Wentian, the peerless white-clothed commander, the extraordinary commander who killed more than 10 immortal emperors in one battle. He turned the tide in the Changsheng realm and saved Lihao City from humiliation. He challenged the 8 commanders of the 9 realms palace with his own strength. In the last battle, he fought 1 against 2, with peerless elegance and fame. However, the white-clothed commander Qin Wentian, who returned to Lihao City, was as low-key as ever. He lived in the commander's mansion and did not see guests. Dian and Qin Wentian became 2 legendary figures in Lihao City. On this day, in the central city, the Emperor Pavilion held a banquet to entertain the forces that came to visit from all sides. Even many commanders' mansions were invited, such as Linba, the commander of the East City, Zhao Miran, the commander of the South City, Yin Chu, the commander of the West City, and even Zhu Shuang, the commander of the Great Commander. He did not invite only 2 commanders, Qin Wentian, the commander of the North Territory. They were both outstanding people. Many people speculated that perhaps Qin Wentian did not need to give face to Emperor Yan, because he was no worse than Emperor Yan, so Emperor Yan did not invite them. Some people also said that the 2 of them had a subtle intention to compete with each other, and wanted to compete with each other. They were both peerless geniuses and did not want to accept each other. Of course, no one could confirm these speculations, but another thing was very interesting. The commander of the Central Commander's Mansion, Zai Hao, who governed the Emperor Pavilion, was not invited. Thinking of some things in the past, everyone felt that it was intriguing. At that time, the scandal of the commander's mansion was a hot topic. Everyone knew that Commander Xiao Hao wanted to deal with the Emperor Pavilion. Now, Master Di Tian was slapping Commander Xiao Hao in the face. The banquet at the Emperor Pavilion was ready, and the guests were all present. Not only did the people from the central city come, but many powerful forces from all over the Lihoro city came to the banquet. After all, the future achievements of the Emperor Pavilion were foreseeable. The Realm Master had spoken personally, and coupled with Emperor Tian's martial arts and weapon refining strength, it would be unjust if the Emperor Pavilion did not develop. Today, the people of the Mo family were very excited. The head of the Mo family, Mo Ting, personally led the Mo family to the banquet. Mo Ting, his daughter Mo Junai, and the elder of the Mo family, Mo Fei, sat in the first seats. Everyone knew that Mo Fei and Mo Junai had always been the right-hand men of Master Di Tian, and the Mo family had always supported Master Di Tian from behind. Now, Master Di Tian had finally achieved glory, and the Mo family would also benefit from it. Seeing that many powerful forces were sitting below, Mo Ting was very happy, and he secretly sighed in his heart how wise his decision was back then. As the saying goes, helping someone in need is the most precious thing, and now there are many people who are adding icing on the cake. Di Tian sat at the top. After the banquet was ready, he raised his glass to everyone and said, "I thank you all for coming. I also thank General Jiutian and several other generals for coming to support us. Master Di Tian, you are too polite. General Di, we are colleagues, why should we be polite?" Lin Ba said with a smile. As for concubine Xiao, she was honest today. She just sat there with a smile and did not flirt with Di Tian. It seemed that she was just like what she promised Qin Wentian. In the future, she would only flirt with Qin Wentian. Although I am favored by the Lord of the Realm and serve as the Supervisory General, it is actually just a sinecure. My interest is still in the Di Pavilion. I hope you can help me more in the future. Di Tian, wearing a mask, still exuded a bit of mystery. He was wearing a black robe, and his whole body exuded a sharp meaning. Of course, Master Di Tian's Di Pavilion is an extraordinary force. We still have to rely on the Di Pavilion. Someone laughed and said, "That's right. The magic weapons refined by Master Di Tian are all top-notch. Master Di Tian must not stop in the future. We all want to auction one of Master Di Tian's magic weapons." Everyone spoke up, and their tone was very polite. Of course, I will still insist on refining weapons, but the frequency may not be as high as before. After all, if your strength does not improve, you will eventually encounter shackles in refining weapons. Di Tian said with a smile, and everyone nodded. Are you still weak in strength? Mo Junai next to him rolled his eyes at Di Tian. Di Tian looked at her eyes and smiled. Haha, Master Di Tian is too modest. Many people looked at Mo Junai, and some people showed a little light in their eyes, and then smiled and said, Master Di Tian and the Mo family princess are really a perfect match, made in heaven. I see that the Mo family princess looked at the master with affection. This seems to be a joke, but it has a deep meaning. Sure enough, after hearing this, Mo Ting, the head of the Mo family, looked sharp and smiled at the person who spoke. Mo Junai blushed and said, Don't make fun of me. Haha, I do think so. The man was still half joking. How could Di Tian not understand these people's thoughts? If he and Mo Junai really had something, the other party's words would undoubtedly arouse the favor of himself and the Mo family, thus bringing them closer. However, some people were unhappy, and that was the people of the Helen family. The Helen family also came to the banquet today, and Helen Qiuai was also there. Yes, they are a perfect match. A gentle voice came out, and everyone turned their eyes and saw Helen Qiuai's stunningly beautiful face. They saw Helen Qiuai looking at Di Tian with a smile, and there was a bit of coquettishness in her beautiful eyes. This scene made everyone stunned. The person who spoke just now smiled tremblingly and said, I'm too talkative. It's just a joke. I hope you don't mind it. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Mo family looked at him coldly again. Suddenly, the man broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to die. This flattery was in the wrong place. This dog-blooded plot. Who would have thought that the daughter of the Helen family was also secretly in love with Master Di Tian? If he had known earlier, he would not have dared to fart there even if he had a few more courage. Helen family is not something he can afford to offend. Many people trembled in their hearts. Master Di Tian is now a hot commodity. Top beauties favor him, and they are all daughters of rich families. Don't you see, at this moment, the eldest daughter of the Helen family, the top beauty of Lihoro City, Helen Qiyu, is looking into the eyes of the beautiful daughter of the Mo family, Mo Junai, colliding with brilliant sparks. What a blessing, wow. Jiutian was embarrassed. He coughed and said, the D Pavilion is still in the development stage. I have not considered the love affair for the time being. As soon as he finished speaking, two resentful eyes looked at him at the same time. Jiutian felt a headache and thought to himself, are all the beauties now so unrestrained? In fact, it can't be blamed on Helen Qiyu and Mo Junai for not being reserved. They wanted to be reserved, but they met their opponents. When women are together, they are very jealous. They can't show weakness, so they forget to be reserved for the time being. It seems that Master Jiutian is going to have the blessing of having two lovers. Many people looked at Jiutian with a meaningful look. Excellent people, beautiful women will take the initiative, and there is indeed a big gap between people. Jiutian pretended not to notice the two beauties' gazes, and continued, I'm sure you all know something about the history of D Pavilion. Back then, D Pavilion almost encountered a catastrophe and ceased to exist. I still feel scared about that crisis. When they heard Jiutian's words, their eyes flashed, and they all stopped joking and became serious. What did Master Jiutian mean by bringing up this matter at this time? Back then, it was in this place that my D Pavilion was entering a period of growth and exploring step by step. However, suddenly we encountered a provocation from a mysterious force. The strong man who auctioned treasures from my D Pavilion was robbed, and those who traded with my D Pavilion also encountered various troubles. At that time, everyone who came to my D Pavilion to trade was panicked, causing the popularity of D Pavilion to plummet, and it was almost impossible to maintain. At that time, my D Pavilion paid tribute to the first-class forces, and the commander's office could not find out anything. Jiutian's tone became a little serious, and several commanders showed sharp eyes. What did Jiutian want to do by talking about the old things? Later, although the matter was resolved, it was still very strange. Who were the forces that secretly attacked my D Pavilion? Jiutian's tone gradually became sharp, and there was a flash of edge in his expression. Those forces used such conspiracy to deal with my D Pavilion, and naturally they would deal with others. This is not conducive to the development of various forces in my Lihoro city. Now, I am valued by the Lord of the Realm and given the position of supervisory commander. I am going to re-examine this matter. What do you think? Everyone's heart trembled. Jiutian mentioned twice that he was valued by the Lord of the Realm and appointed as the supervisory commander. It was obvious that he was taking advantage of the situation and telling everyone that he was the Lord of the Realm. Now, Master Jiutian, who has the confidence, is finally going to settle the accounts. As soon as he came back, he was ready to settle the accounts. Revenge is really not overnight. Jiutian and other commanders had flashing eyes. They all knew that this matter also involved Commander Xia Hao. What Qin Wentian meant was that this account was going to be settled together. The palace master had hoped that they could let go of the previous grudges, but Jiutian seemed to want to challenge the authority. Chapter 1632 Tyrannical Emperor Tian. Jiutian and his men knew that Xia Hao was the man behind the scenes, and the rest of the people knew it, too. In addition to Commander Xia Hao, this matter might involve several other major forces, and they might even be in the crowd. As a result, many people narrowed their eyes slightly, and for a moment, the lively banquet suddenly became quiet. It would be easy to offend people if they spoke at this time. Although they didn't know who they would offend, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Seeing this scene, Jiutian played with a wine glass in his hand and smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't express your opinions. The old accounts of the past cannot be left unclear. The D Pavilion must thoroughly investigate this matter. However, our D Pavilion is still in the development stage, and its own strength may be a little weak, so we may need to borrow some power. Is there anyone willing to support our D Pavilion's action this time? This is to form an alliance. Many people sighed in their hearts. This is an opportunity for many people. As long as they nod, although they may offend people, they will gain the friendship of the D Pavilion. Now, it depends on how to choose. Of course, our Mo clan fully supports D Pavilion. We were also involved in the incident back then and are very angry. Now that Master Jiutian wants to conduct a thorough investigation, I, Mo Ting, will assist him. Mo Ting, the head of the Mo clan, directly stated his position in public. If Master Jiutian needs it, Our Helen clan is also willing to provide some help. Helen Qiu's father, Helen Chang, said that their Helen clan must maintain a good friendship with Jiutian. Jiutian may be the key figure for their Helen clan to deal with the Lord of Lihoro Palace. I am also willing to provide full help. Another person spoke up. It was a big force. Then, people continued to express their opinions. Even some people who were watching could not help but speak up when they saw many big forces express their opinions. Almost half of the people directly expressed their willingness to support Jiutian. Looking at the crowd, Jiutian smiled, then looked at Jiutian and several other commanders, and said, "General Jiutian, I believe you also know that this matter involves our commander's mansion, so you may need your help. What do you think?" Jiutian looked at Jiutian's dark eyes, and his heart trembled. To be honest, although he was the commander-in-chief, if it came to status, Jiutian didn't need to care about him at all. Jiutian had already made a strong statement that he must investigate this matter. At this moment, asking for their opinions was asking them to choose a camp, to stand on his side or on Xiaohao's side. If it was just Jiutian and Xiaohao, it would be easy to make a choice, but the key was that there was also the Lord of Lihoro Palace. Although the Lord of Lihoro Palace didn't say it explicitly, he asked Xiaohao to apologize in the Changsheng Palace, obviously hoping that the matter would be exposed. Now Jiutian seemed unwilling to give up and insisted on investigating the matter, which was troublesome. "Commander Jiutian, I agree with this matter, but Xiaohao is the commander of Lihoro City after all. I don't know what the attitude of the palace master will be. If you don't target Xiaohao, I can talk to you directly." Jiutian sent a voice message to Jiutian, which made Jiutian's eyes flash with a sharpness. This is an old fox. Jiutian ignored the other party's voice transmission, but directly said, "Grand Commander, I am ordered by the Lord of the Changsheng realm to serve as the supervisory commander. I must perform my duties. Even if this incident did not happen to my D pavilion, I must find out clearly. There cannot be such a termite in my Lihoro city. Now that I know about this matter, if I don't investigate it, how can I live up to the kindness of the Lord of the realm?" Jiutian cursed in his heart. This bastard bypassed the palace master directly, and talked about the Lord of the realm all the time. He really knows how to bully others. Moreover, it can be said that Jiutian is really not afraid of the Lord of Lihoro Palace. Before he went to the Changsheng realm, he had a very close relationship with the Helen family. It was obvious that he was won over by the Helen family. Now, let's talk about this banquet, and the people of the Helen family were also there. How could Jiutian care about the opinion of the Lord of Lihoro Palace? The Lord of the Realm personally said that as long as Jiutian did not do anything treasonous, he could walk sideways in this Lihoro city, and no one would touch him, not even the Lord of Lihoro Palace. Now, he said that he wanted to investigate Xiaohao, and brought up the Lord of Changsheng Realm, and he was righteous and awe-inspiring. The Lord of Lihoro Palace couldn't say anything. Could it be that he really offended Jiutian to death and then drove him to the Helen family completely? Jiutian guessed that the Lord of Lihoro Palace would most likely let Jiutian and Xiaohao fight and would not intervene. What do you think? Jiutian looked at Linba, Xiao Miran and Yin Chu, which made Linba and Yin Chu curse in their hearts, saying that this ball was kicked really well. I think we should support Master Jiutian. Since Master Jiutian is the supervisory commander, he has the right to investigate this matter. And there is nothing shameful in the commander's mansion of Lihoro City. Linba said righteously, which surprised Jiutian. Linba actually supported Jiutian so directly. But he thought about it and didn't understand. Among the 5 commanders of Lihoro City, Qin Wentian was a special existence. He was very unhappy with Xiaohao. Apart from Qin Wentian, Xiaohao was the strongest, and Linba was the second. If Xiaohao fell, Linba's status would be higher. Moreover, why not get the friendship of Jiutian? As for Xiaohao, Jiutian and Qin Wentian wanted to deal with him at the same time. He couldn't jump around for long, so he offended him. I also support Master Jiutian. Xiao Miran giggled and expressed her position without hesitation, looking at Jiutian with seductive eyes. Jiutian thought she wanted to seduce Jiutian, and didn't find it strange. The results of what happened back then have been found out, Commander Jiutian. There is no need to investigate further. Yin Chu said calmly, his voice was quite friendly. Jiutian's eyes fell on Yin Chu and he said, "Since Commander Yin thinks so, please do as you please. People with different ideologies cannot work together." Yin Chu's face froze instantly. He didn't expect Jiutian to be so strong. His tone was already very peaceful. He just drove him away because he disagreed with Jiutian's opinion? Jiutian and everyone present were shocked. What a strong master Jiutian. Lin Ba and Xiao Miran smiled at Yin Chu with some sympathy. This guy seemed to be unable to see the situation clearly. Commander Jiutian, Yin Chu felt a little regretful. Commander Yin, please. Jiutian waved his hand and said mercilessly. Yin Chu's mouth twitched, and then he stood up and left with a gloomy face. Being driven away like this, you can imagine how bad his mood was at the moment. Although Commander Qin didn't come, I believe he will definitely agree with my opinion. Jiutian said slowly. Jiutian's eyes flashed. Jiutian wanted to deal with Xiao Hao. Qin Wentian would certainly agree. In this case, if Commander Jiutian needs anything, I will do my best to cooperate. Jiutian said slowly. In that case, thank you very much, Commander Jiutian. Jiutian smiled and nodded, then raised his glass and said to everyone, you are willing to help, I toast you a glass. The eyes of the strong men flashed, each with their own thoughts. Next, there may be a storm in the central city of Lihoro City. What happened at the Deep Pavilion banquet? The news spread to the central commander's mansion shortly after the banquet ended. There was a loud noise in the hall, and the table next to Xiao Hao was directly shattered. The veins on his face were exposed, and murderous intent was everywhere. What a great Emperor Yan, Jiutian, Lin Ba, and Lady Xiao. Xiao Hao's body was trembling slightly. It was conceivable that he was angry at the moment. In addition to anger, there was also a trace of fear. Emperor Yan held a banquet in public to talk about this matter and asked the commanders to express their opinions. This was determined to move him. With Emperor Yan's current power, Xiao Hao might really fall into Emperor Yan's hands. Commander, what should we do? A deputy commander asked. At the beginning, this deputy commander had gone to the Emperor Pavilion several times. At that time, he thought that Emperor Yan did not give face to Commander Xiao Hao and was looking for death, but now, they began to fear Emperor Yan, which seemed ironic. We didn't do anything. What if Jiutian investigates? What should we do? Xiao Hao glanced at him coldly. There was a hint of threat in his cold eyes. Obviously, he was asking him to be careful with his words in the future and not to leak the news. I know my mistake. The deputy commander bowed. Go down and warn the people below not to talk nonsense. I will also report to the palace master. This Jiutian is really lawless. Xiao Hao spoke lightly, and the deputy commander immediately said goodbye and left, preparing to issue a gag order to those who knew the inside story at the time. Not only the Xiao Hao commander's mansion, but also the three major family forces of Yan, Han, and Wei, held an emergency meeting at this moment. The current Jiutian is not the master of the Deep Pavilion back then. Now he is very powerful and has the energy to destroy them. If he is really determined to investigate and finds them, no one knows what will happen. A few days later, many people came to the commander's mansion in the central city. They were Jiutian and the people of the Deep Pavilion. In addition to them, there were also Jiutian's people. What does Commander Jiutian mean by this? As soon as Jiutian arrived, Xiao Hao personally came out and stopped Jiutian outside, his face gloomy. He went to Lihoro Palace to find the palace master, but was turned away. Fairy Ziyu sent a message, telling him that he was responsible for handling what he had done, which meant that the palace master of Lihoro Palace was not going to intervene and could only rely on himself to deal with Jiutian. Commander Xiao Hao, I still have some doubts about what happened in my Deep Pavilion that year. I need to find someone from the commander's mansion to understand some of the circumstances. Jiutian said. Okay, I can call them here. If Commander Jiutian wants to understand the circumstances, I will ask them to cooperate. Xiao Hao stared at Jiutian. I will take them to the pavilion. I have already informed the palace master that my supervisory commander's mansion does not need to be set up separately, and it will be set up in the pavilion. Jiutian said. That won't work. They all have important matters to do and don't have that much time. Xiao Hao refused. This is the supervisory commander's token. Jiutian took out a token with large golden characters engraved on it, which was somewhat similar to the commander's token, but the characters engraved were the word supervision. If anyone dares to stop me from exercising my supervisory duties, it will be disrespectful to the Changsheng Palace. I will execute him first and report to you later if he defies the Changsheng Palace, Jiutian said calmly. For a moment, a terrible pressure descended. Immortal thoughts enveloped the commander's mansion and he said, Jiutian, the supervisory commander, summon the deputy commanders of the North City District and all the deacons. Anyone who hears me must come here immediately. Otherwise, it will be regarded as disrespect, and I will kill him without mercy." The voice echoed over the commander's mansion like thunder, and countless people trembled. Chapter 1633, Conclusive Evidence. Xia Hao's face was gloomy, and the pressure was terrible. The Central Command Office was extremely oppressive. Many deputy commanders and deacons also understood that Jiutian was using the power of the Realm Lord. Disobedience? Kill without mercy? Who gave him such great power? He was relying on the fact that the Realm Lord personally appointed him as the supervisory commander to avenge his personal grudges. However, he had a legitimate reason. If someone disobeyed, what if Jiutian really killed him? With Jiutian's terrifying combat power, who is the #1 in martial arts, I'm afraid Commander Xia Hao couldn't stop him. "Commander Jiutian, what do you think my command office is?" Xia Hao said with a sullen face. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat Jiutian, he would probably turn against him and start a war on the spot, feeling uncomfortable. "It's my duty. If this matter is investigated, I will let them come back and won't make it difficult," Jiutian said. Xia Hao's face was gloomy. If people were taken to the Emperor's pavilion, something would definitely happen. Once they were in Jiutian's territory, he still had the final say. "Who knows what means you will use?" Xia Hao said coldly. "This time, I ask the guards of the Commander-in-Chief to testify, as well as people from the Commander-in-Chief's mansions. They will be there to witness the whole process." "Guard Yun, tell Commander Xia Hao," Jiutian said. A fairy emperor figure walked out from the side. Xia Hao looked at him with an unhappy expression. Of course, he knew the chief guard of Commanders Jiutian. "Commander Xia Hao, the Commander-in-Chief believes that Commander Jiutian will investigate this matter impartially. I hope Commander Xia Hao will cooperate." Guard Yun spoke. Xia Hao's hands trembled slightly. He was extremely angry. Now, has Commander Jiutian openly stood on the side of Jiutian? "Commander Xia Hao, I have given you a lot of face. If you continue to prevent me from doing my job, don't blame me for being rude." Jiutian threatened directly and said coldly again, "I will only give the deputy commanders and all the stewards of the commander's mansion 1 stick of incense time. If you don't come, I will go in." The central commander's mansion was completely shocked. Jiutian was aggressive, the Lord of Lihao Palace ignored him, and the Commander-in-Chief's huge strong stood on Jiutian's side. It is said that except for Yin Chu, who was expelled by Jiutian in public for speaking for Commander Xia Hao, the other commanders of the other commanders' mansions all supported Jiutian and sent people to support him. The situation was one-sided. People came here one after another. They were deputy commanders and stewards of the commander's mansion. Jiutian was too powerful. They dared not come. Otherwise, their commander, Xia Hao, might not be able to protect them. Seeing the people appear, Xia Hao clenched his fists and felt extremely aggrieved. Not long after, almost everyone who was supposed to come came out. Jiutian glanced at them and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. You are the deputy commanders and deacons. I will naturally treat you politely. Come with me to the Emperor's pavilion." Qin Wentian said and turned around. As expected, he was very polite. Everyone looked at Xia Hao. Xia Hao glanced at a few of them, with a warning in his eyes. "Commander Xia Hao, when you went to my Emperor's pavilion, were you like me today?" A voice came into Xia Hao's ears. It was Jiutian's voice transmission. A click sound was heard, and Xia Hao clenched his fists tighter. It was obvious that Jiutian came for revenge. Jiutian took the person away, and the news spread at a crazy speed. The central city district was buzzing. This Master Jiutian was indeed domineering and powerful. He went directly to the central commander's mansion to take the person. The deputy commanders and stewards of the D Pavilion and the central command office were all brought here. There were so many powerful people around them that they were under great pressure. Jiutian glanced at everyone and said, "I'm sure you all have heard about what happened in the D Pavilion in the past. Let me ask you, who knows who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Everyone looked at Jiutian. This guy was really not reserved at all. He asked directly without beating around the bush. Of course, no one answered. How could he say that? It doesn't matter if you don't say anything, but if I ask you about it later, and someone knows about it but doesn't report it. Jiutian smiled at everyone and said, "Abolish this cultivation." Many people trembled in their hearts, but on the surface they remained calm. They didn't say anything because they didn't believe that Jiutian would know. I'll only give you one stick of incense to think about it. Those who know the situation can just take a step forward. Jiutian smiled, then he stood up from his seat and walked around as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Mo Junai next to him and asked, "Hasn't anyone been invited from the North City Commander's mansion yet?" "Commander Qin agreed and has arrived," Mo Junai said. "Well, please come in," Jiutian said, and Mo Junai walked out. After a moment, she returned, and beside her, there followed a terrifying and majestic male lion. The lion's eyes glowed with emerald light. His emerald eyes glanced at everyone, making people feel trembling in their hearts and their souls trembling, as if they were out of their control. "Thank you for your hard work, Senior Evil Emperor," Jiutian said politely. This lion was the evil emperor. He nodded casually as a response, and his emerald eyes were still staring at everyone, making them feel hairy all over. This bastard. Someone was already cursing Jiutian in his heart. Evil Emperor, Qin Wentian really wants to deal with Commander Zia Hao, and let the evil emperor come to help. If we don't speak up, does Jiutian really dare to use the evil emperor to control us and force us to speak up? Some people struggled internally, and their faces were not so calm. With the strength shown by Jiutian, this is really possible. Guard Yun, you are the commander's man, be my witness. I promise not to ask too much about their private affairs, and only limit myself to investigating this matter. Jiutian said to Guard Yun, and Guard Yun secretly cursed Jiutian for being shameless in his heart. He was going to scare Zia Hao's people to death. Sure enough, several people's steps were already shaking unsteadily. If Jiutian really used the evil emperor to ask, Jiutian really abolished them, and everything would be over. Emperor Yuan did not seem to be in a hurry. After walking a few steps, he looked up at everyone and said with a smile, "There is still half an incense stick left. As long as you take the initiative to explain, I promise to forgive the past. Otherwise, it will be as I said before. Please think it over carefully." As he said that, he continued to be silent and wandered in front of everyone. His footsteps were crisp and the space was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The evil emperor's green eyes became more and more weird and terrifying. Finally, a deacon took a step forward. One incense stick was almost up, and he did not dare to take the risk. Someone took the lead, and another person walked out in an instant. Soon, 3 people walked out in succession. Emperor Yuan sneered at this scene. How unscrupulous was Zia Hao in the past. He did not hide anything. He could let more than 3 people know the inside story. It can be imagined how presumptuous Zia Hao is, and he didn't care at all. Finally, 2 deputy commanders and 4 deacons came out. Seeing this scene, Jiutian smiled and asked them, "Tell the truth in front of Guard Yun. Who is the mastermind behind the trouble and destruction in my deep pavilion? You, send a message to Guard Yun and me separately and don't say anything. If what you say is inconsistent, we will have to investigate it thoroughly." What a sinister guy. Everyone looked at Jiutian. The people around him didn't expect that Master Jiutian would be so resourceful. Sure enough, once people were brought to the deep pavilion, Zia Hao was afraid that he was finished. Master Jiutian had made all preparations when he took action. From beginning to end, Zia Hao had no ability to resist. One voice after another was heard by Jiutian and Guard Yun, and then Jiutian and Guard Yun communicated through voice transmission. Then a cold smile flashed across Jiutian's eyes under the mask, and he continued to ask, "So, Commander Zia Hao is fully aware of it. Although he did not take the initiative, the 2 sides have actually colluded, right?" The people in front of him looked at each other and continued to explain through voice transmission. Jiutian's eyes were cold. Finally, he looked at the evil emperor and said, "Senior Evil Emperor, please control this deacon and ask him if what he said just now is true, and whether they communicated with each other to deceive me and Guard Yun." The evil emperor looked at the weakest top-level immortal king deacon with his emerald eyes. Soon, he controlled the other party and questioned him. The other party was honest and everything he said was true. Since this is the case, the evidence is conclusive. I will report what you told me and Guard Yun before. At the beginning, the heads of the 3 major family forces in the central city, the Yan family, the Han family, and the Wei family, visited Commander Zia Hao and then joined forces to deal with my deep pavilion. The city lord's mansion pretended to investigate, but actually did nothing. It even secretly informed the 3 major families, right? If there is something wrong with what I said, please correct me. Jiutian spoke slowly. No one refuted. The others were also shocked. A voice appeared in their hearts. Commander Zia Hao, it's over. This Jiutian was determined to take revenge on him, and now there is conclusive evidence. Here, people from the major commander's mansions are here, including the commander-in-chief who sent people here to testify. Now that the truth of the matter has been found out, what do you think? Jiutian looked at everyone and said, "We need to report this matter to the commander." Guard Yun and the others said. Jiutian nodded and let them report. After a moment, Guard Yun replied, "The commander said that he would report the matter of Commander Zia Hao to the palace master immediately. As for the three great families, the commander meant that from now on, they will be forever prohibited from developing power in Lihoro City, and all the industries they control will be closed down. I have no objection to the commander's opinion. Regarding Commander Zia Hao, I will wait for the palace master's order and see how the palace master will reply to the commander. As for the other three great families, they have violated the laws of the commander's mansion. Not only will their industries be closed down, but they will also be confiscated." Jiutian said with a smile, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Everyone present was terrified. They all understood that Commander Zia Hao was finished, and the three great families were also miserable. Back then, the three great families provoked Master Jiutian, but they wanted to kill the Emperor Pavilion. With Master Jiutian's character, I'm afraid it won't end well. Chapter 1634 The Rise of the Imperial Pavilion. In the Central District Command Mansion, Zia Hao walked back and forth in the hall, feeling restless. There was no news about the people who were taken away. He was now deaf and had no idea what happened in the Emperor's Pavilion. Jiutian. Zia Hao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the past, he had never cared about a weapon refining master. This Central District was his territory. His words were his will. He could play however he wanted. Unexpectedly, he would be retaliated by Jiutian. At this moment, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He turned his gaze and looked into the void in the distance. There, he saw a huge figure coming. It was Jiutian and his group. In addition to Jiutian, there were also the commander-in-chief Jiutian, the guardian of Lihoro Gongjian, and the deputy commanders and deacons of his central command mansion. At this moment, Zia Hao had a bad premonition and his heart was cold. He saw that the line of figures descended directly into the sky, but did not come down. They looked down at him. Zia Hao. Zia Hao, as the commander of the Central City District, you actually acted recklessly and colluded with the forces in Lihoro City to privately deal with the pavilion within your jurisdiction. Do you know your crime? Jiutian asked coldly. I don't know what the commander-in-chief said. Zia Hao denied it flatly. How dare you? Jiutian shouted angrily. Now that the evidence is conclusive, the people from the various commanders' offices have witnessed it together, and your subordinates have unanimously confessed it personally. Why don't you plead guilty? Zia Hao's face was extremely ugly, and his cold eyes swept over the people behind Jiutian. His subordinates all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Zia Hao's eyes. They had no choice. In that situation, who dared not tell the truth? The evil emperor was invited here, and they had to tell the truth even if they didn't want to. If they took the initiative to say that they were not guilty, they would be miserable if they weren't questioned. They had no choice. Do you know your crime? Jiutian asked coldly. Your subordinates will go to the palace master to plead guilty. Zia Hao knew that he could not refute it, and bowed in the direction of Lihoro Palace. The palace master has issued an order to dismiss you from your position as commander. You will never be employed again. Deputy Commander Ji will take over the position and temporarily manage the affairs of the Central Command Office. The details will be arranged by the palace master. Zia Hao, follow me to the Lihoro Palace to confess your crime and wait for the palace master's punishment. Chen said. Zia Hao's face was as pale as paper. From now on, he will never be employed again. This is the end of his road. Commander Jiutian, when you return to Lihoro Palace, the palace master will naturally punish you severely. What do you think? Chen asked Jiutian. Jiutian will naturally respect any decision made by the palace master. Just do as the palace master says. Jiutian smiled. Although he knew that Zia Hao would be fine if he went to Lihoro Palace, at least the palace master of Lihoro Palace did it for him on the surface. If Zia Hao's future was ruined, he couldn't really be aggressive and go against the palace master of Lihoro Palace. Yes. Guardian Chen nodded, and then said, Zia Hao, come with us. Zia Hao said nothing, and followed Guardian Chen to leave. His extremely cold eyes swept towards Jiutian, and his murderous intent was not concealed. Commander Ji, you will temporarily take over the position of commander, and fully cooperate with Commander Jiutian. Jiutian said to the former Deputy Commander Ji Li, and Ji Li nodded, yes, Commander-in-Chief. Jiutian also led his men to follow Guardian Chen. Jiutian looked at Ji Li and said, Commander Ji, immediately gather all the troops in the commander's mansion. I obey your orders. Ji Li bowed and said, Commander Ji, now you are the acting commander, just call me Commander D. Jiutian said with a smile. Ji Li was stunned, nodded, but cursed in his heart, this guy brought Zia Hao down in one go, how dare he be careless? People from the commander's office, assemble immediately. Ji Li shouted, and in an instant, all the deputy commanders and stewards took action, each going to summon their subordinates to reorganize the team. No one dared to neglect it. Now, no one dared to offend Jiutian. Jiutian looked at the mighty strong men in the air below. The army of the Central Commander's office was much stronger than that of the North City District. Commander Ji, you order the 3 deputy commanders to each lead a legion to the 3 major families, the Yan family, the Han family, and the Wei family, to surround the 3 major families. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Cooperate with the commander's office. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Jiutian said lightly. Although the power of the 3 major families is very powerful, they dare not do anything if the commander's office directly besieges them. In fact, Qin Wentian wished that they could do something, so that they would have the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop and eliminate future troubles at once. Since the 3 major families did not intend to leave a way out for his deep pavilion, Jiutian would certainly not be merciful now. Ji Zio ordered the 3 deputy commanders to set off and head straight to the location of the 3 major aristocratic families. At the same time, Jiutian ordered the other commanders to go to the industries of the 3 major aristocratic families and seal them up. Jiutian also went there in person, just like Qin Wentian in the North City District dealt with a Gu auction house that year. The central city of Lihoro City was shaken. Qin Wentian, the commander of the North City District, caused an uproar when he dealt with a Gu auction house. What's more, this time it happened in the Central City District, which directly implicated the 3 major aristocratic families and the commander of the Central City District, Zia Hao. In Lihoro City, powerful aristocratic families all have their own industries. Otherwise, how can they survive and maintain the huge expenses of the aristocratic families? Every member of the family needs to accumulate cultivation resources so that the family can continue to grow stronger. The Yan family, the family of formation, the Han family and the Wei family, the family of trade, their industries are huge, and the auction houses and trading pavilions they control are the leading forces in the central city. When the army of the commander's mansion came to search and confiscate, it was a shocking moment, and the people of the commander's mansion even encountered strong resistance. However, Jiutian not only led the people of the commander's mansion, but also asked the forces that expressed their support for him at the Emperor's Pavilion banquet to send out people, directly suppressing them with iron blood, and tying all the major forces directly to his Emperor's Pavilion on a chariot. Although Jiutian won the first place in the Changsheng City martial arts battle, in fact, the power of the Emperor's Pavilion must have not grown at the beginning. After all, Jiutian had just returned not long ago. If he relied on the power of the Emperor's Pavilion to deal with the 3 major families, it would undoubtedly be like an egg hitting a stone. However, Jiutian has been taking advantage of the situation. With the momentum of being the first in the Changsheng City martial arts battle, he's extremely tough. In an instant, people feel that the Emperor's Pavilion is like a transcendent force from Lihoro City, which is simply invincible. All the forces of resistance were suppressed. Moreover, there were many forces that took advantage of the situation, as well as the enemies of the 3 great families. In one day, the huge industrial chain of the 3 great families collapsed instantly, and all the industrial resources that could be confiscated were confiscated. At this time, the heads of the 3 great families were in great pain and regretted their actions. This time, they had offended the evil spirit. Originally, even if they knew that they had dealt with DJ and used dishonorable means, it was no big deal. In Lihoro City, such things were quite common among the major forces. However, they kicked the iron plate of Jiutian, and he was determined to retaliate against them strongly, so the 3 great families ushered in a disaster. The Yan family was surrounded by water and water. In the void, a mighty army descended from the sky. The leader wore a mask and a black robe. The whole person was as mysterious and sharp as ever. Looking at this figure, Many people of the Yan family remembered the first time he set foot in the Yan family. At that time, Jiutian was just a junior formation master who came to challenge the authority of the Yan family. At that time, no one cared about him. It was not until Jiutian defeated the Yan family in the formation battle that they paid a little more attention to him. But even so, no one could have imagined that this day would come. He directly led people to confiscate the assets of the Yan family. Now, he airborne the Yan family and was high above. Master Yanfeng, how are you? Jiutian looked down at an old acquaintance, Yanfeng. Yanfeng's eyes were extremely sharp. He stared at Jiutian and said, Jiutian, you are using your position as a commander to take revenge on your own. You will definitely suffer retribution in the future. Really? Jiutian said sarcastically, you colluded with a former commander Xiao Hao to deal with my D pavilion and put me to death. Is this a personal revenge? Master Yanfeng, I won't waste my words with you. Back then, when I first set foot in the Yan family, I couldn't even get in through the gate. I was intercepted and had to fight before I could get in. Fortunately, now there is no need for such trouble. Jiutian said sarcastically, from today on, all the properties of the Yan family have been confiscated. The Yan family is not allowed to interfere in any way. In addition, the Yan family will never be allowed to operate any property in the Lihuro Palace. Otherwise, the next time, it will be as simple as a search and seizure. You are bullying too much? Yanfeng said angrily, and the people of the Yan family stared at Jiutian. When you bullied me, were you merciful? Jiutian said coldly, from now on, you will take care of yourself. If you violate the prohibition of the Lihuro Palace again, you will be severely punished. Goodbye. Let's go. Jiutian waved his hand, withdrew the troops, and left with everyone. The Yan family members all looked ashen. In this way, the Yan family would not be able to gain a foothold in Lihuro Palace and would have to move the whole family. A large family without industry and unable to make any transactions was equivalent to being just ordinary casual cultivators. How could they maintain the family expenses? Would they become bandits? Jiutian was clearly trying to force them away. In the central urban area of Lihuro City, Commander Xia Hao was dismissed and would never be employed again. All the industries of the three major families were confiscated and directly confiscated. A few days later, the whole family moved away and left Lihuro City, causing an earthquake. This uproar was all caused by one person, Master Jiutian of D Pavilion. For a while, Jiutian's reputation was at its peak. No one in the entire Lihuro City dared to provoke him anymore. Moreover, he warned his enemies that no matter you are a commander or a family, don't provoke him. After a while, the Emperor Pavilion announced that it would take over the confiscated industries of the three great families, reorganize them, and join hands with some forces that were allied with them to take over these industries. The Emperor Pavilion would borrow people from them and provide compensation. For a time, the central city was boiling again. What a great Emperor Pavilion! Not only did it suppress dissidents, but it also expanded itself. It is believed that in this way, it will not take many years for the Emperor Pavilion to control the largest industry in the central city, and it will not need to pay tribute. As everyone expected, the rise of the Emperor Pavilion was unstoppable, but no one expected it to be so domineering and so fast. Chapter 1635, Unfortunate to enjoy the beauty's grace. In Lihuro City, Xia Hao, the former leader of the central city district, disappeared, and the three great families disappeared. Before, when Jiutian held a banquet, he had already made it clear that he would thoroughly investigate the events of the past and settle old accounts, but at that time, everyone had not expected Jiutian to act so domineeringly and vigorously. Moreover, judging from what happened, Lihuro Palace also let him do what he wanted. In the dispute between Jiutian and Xia Hao, the Lord of Lihuro Palace did not intervene, and Xia Hao was obviously not Jiutian's opponent. The leader Xia Hao, who had been famous in the central city district for many years, had little resistance at all, and was directly taken down from the position of leader by Jiutian. Now, no one knows where he is. Not long after, Lihuro Palace sent a strong man to take over the central commander's mansion. This leader was named Sun Jin, a top-level immortal emperor who had practiced for many years. He was an old man who followed the palace master. He had a smile on his face all day long and looked friendly. On the second day of taking office, he came to visit the pavilion. Now, the leader of Lihuro City seems to have reached a tacit understanding. In order to secure the position of leader, he must have a good relationship with Jiutian. After all, who among the leaders of Lihoro City doesn't have any leverage in his hands? What if Jiutian, the supervisory leader, wants to be serious? Yin Chu regretted it after what happened to Xia Hao. It turned out that his statement was useless. Jiutian had to do what he had to do, and he was very decisive. He had offended Jiutian for no reason. He had to be humble in the future. Otherwise, who knows if Jiutian would be jealous and treat him like Xia Hao one day. After that, the development of Daige was a natural thing. Daige began to expand its recruitment, recruiting strong people from all sides, and providing extremely high treatment. After all, Daige can afford it now. The tribute saved by Daige is enough to support many strong people. As Daige expands, it gradually returns people from other forces to the other party, and its own people slowly take over. As time goes by, Daige gradually controls the huge industrial chain. Moreover, everyone knows that this will only be the beginning. As expected by everyone, with the support of the Realm Lord, exemption from tribute, and the position of the supervisor of Emperor Yan, who dared not go to Lihoro City to make things convenient? Only a few years later, Emperor Pavilion had become a giant, and its industry expanded to all major areas of Lihoro City, including the northern territory where Qin Wentian and Helen were located. The Helen family strongly supported the arrival of Emperor Yan, and they had always maintained a very friendly relationship with Emperor Tian. Emperor Yan was also the same, and had always been quite kind and friendly to the Helen family. Helen Qiyu would often go to Emperor Pavilion to chat with Emperor Yan, and even Helen City would visit in person, and even hinted at the matter between Emperor Yan and Helen Qiyu, and vaguely wanted to get married. However, although Yan and Helen Qiyu were very close, he still played dumb for Helen's hints and never really expressed his opinion, which made Helen Qiyu look at him with resentful eyes every time. A beautiful woman looked at him like that, and Yan felt unbearable every time. His hatred for Helen was not so strong, of course, except for Helen Emperor. He would not forget Yu who was still under house arrest in Changsheng Palace because of Helen Qiyu's friendship. If it weren't for Helen Emperor, many things would not have happened. Every time Helen exchanged glances with Yan, the people of the Mo family were also anxious. They urged Mo Junai to get closer to Yan, so that Helen Qiyu would not get there first. Mo Junai was a rich lady. How could she take the initiative to stick to Jiutian? At most, she would show some closeness. The two beauties were like this, which made Jiutian feel that he was not blessed to enjoy the favor of the beauty. As time went by, the Emperor Pavilion changed day by day. However, for the vast and endless Lihoro Palace area, this change was still insignificant. As long as the Lihoro Palace was still in that position, the Lihoro Palace would always be the Lihoro Palace of the past, and there was not much difference. Compared with the high-profile rise of Emperor Tian and Emperor Pavilion, Qin Wentian, who was also famous in Changsheng City at that time, seemed much more low-key. He was still practicing silently as before, as if he had no interest in anything in the outside world. Helen clan had sent people to invite him several times, hoping to ease the relationship and resolve the conflict, but they didn't even see Qin Wentian. Some people speculated that perhaps Qin Wentian was not on the commander's mansion at all, and had been training outside. After all, no one in the North City district dared to make trouble at will. Qin Wentian was famous, and the example of the Gu auction house was still there. In addition, Helen clan was not prepared to continue fighting with Qin Wentian, so who would make trouble? Of course, Qin Wentian would show up on time every 10 years when meeting with the Lord of Lihoro Palace to pay tribute. Compared with Yan, Qin Wentian was very respectful to the Lord of Lihoro Palace. Just like in the Changsheng Palace, he behaved well. Even if the Lord of Lihoro Palace was suspicious of him, it was difficult for him to do anything to him. Perhaps, the little thoughts between him and Qin Wentian could disappear with time. Whether it was Yan or Qin Wentian, the performance of both of them was very normal in the eyes of the Lord of Lihoro Palace. Yan was successful, praised by the Lord of the Realm, and enjoyed privileges in the Lihoro Palace. It was normal for him to act high profile. Sometimes he was even not given face. He let Yan do what he wanted. Anyway, there was no real conflict between them. Even if Yan really got the attention of the Lord of the Realm and stood at a certain height in the future, it would not affect him. Therefore, he was very tolerant of Yan, and Yan had to admit this. Qin Wentian was also normal. Because of Yukaianayu's relationship, And because he went to Changsheng City against his orders, Qin Wentian knew that he was on guard against him and suspected him, so he kept a low profile and did not have any edge. The long river of time will never stop flowing. Unknowingly, decades have passed. In the past few decades, Lihoro City is still the Lihoro City of the past, but Lihoro City has given birth to an extraordinary force, the Emperor's Pavilion. After decades of development, the Emperor's Pavilion has truly grown into a terrible force. The Emperor's Pavilion's industry is all over Lihoro City, not limited to any one area. In the 5 major areas, there are terrible industrial chains. Today, the Emperor's Pavilion's industry is not only an auction house and a trading pavilion, but has even expanded to restaurants and inns, as well as various industries such as the task of accepting, the task of refining equipment and engraving arrays. The number of strong people in the Emperor's Pavilion has even far exceeded that of a commander's mansion. Such a huge industry requires strong manpower support, and with the strength of the Emperor's Pavilion, they have enough wealth and resources to recruit people. If Jiutian gets married, takes a wife, and has children and grandchildren, after several years, the Emperor's Pavilion will become an extraordinary family. Therefore, Jiutian encountered many speechless things in these years. Many powerful forces sent the daughters of their families to the pavilion, just to have a blind date. They even said that even if Jiutian did not marry them in a formal way, it would be fine if he just took them as concubines. After encountering such things many times, Jiutian simply disappeared when he encountered such a situation again. This made many people a little confused. Master Jiutian had already achieved success and fame, so why did he reject women from thousands of miles away? You know, let alone Helen Qiyu, the top beauty, even Mo Junai, the daughter of the Mo family, is a rare beauty. And the daughters they sent to the pavilion, which one is not talented and beautiful? Would they dare to send ordinary women to the pavilion? It is normal for other people who can achieve such achievements as Jiutian to be surrounded by beautiful women. Master Jiutian is good, and he does not accept any of them. Even if he does not marry a wife or a concubine, he will not have any objections to keeping her by his side and talking to the various forces later. As long as Jiutian accepts her, he will always give her the status of a concubine in the future, right? Could it be that Master Jiutian already has someone in his heart? Otherwise, why didn't he even marry Helen Qiyu, the daughter of the Helen family? On this day, the headquarters of the Emperor Pavilion in the central city has expanded countless times and is extremely glorious. The courtyard where Emperor Jian is located is decorated very delicately, with a scene at every step. It was arranged by Mo Junai himself. Now, this place is no longer accessible to everyone. Even the top immortal emperors have to report. However, at this moment, there is a woman in the courtyard. She is beautiful and noble. It is Helen Qiyu. Qiyu, why do you have time to come to me? Emperor Jian said with a smile. I encountered a little trouble, so I came here for a walk. Helen Qiyu looked at Emperor Jian with a bit of resentment. Over the past few decades, their relationship has become very close. Really? Tell me about it. Emperor Jian sat in front of Helen Qiyu. Do you still remember the Jiutian family you met in Changsheng City decades ago? Helen Qiyu asked. Of course I remember. Jiutian clan is so powerful, and there is a master of Ji Palace. How could I forget it? Jiutian said with a smile. Someone from Jiutian clan proposed marriage to Changsheng City. They want a young genius of Jiutian clan to marry my Helen clan. It's not the son of Jiutian Hao who came last time. He is more outstanding than him. Helen Qiyu looked at Jiutian with her beautiful eyes while speaking. She felt a little uneasy. In fact, there was no such thing. She made it up. Oh, they want to marry you. Jiutian was stunned and asked. Seeing Jiutian's surprise, Helen Qiyu's heart moved slightly, and she nodded seriously, with a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Qiyu, congratulations, such a good thing. Why are you worried? Jiutian suddenly laughed and said very seriously. Helen Qiyu's beautiful eyes froze there on the spot, staring at Jiutian's eyes in a daze. It didn't seem like he was joking. Congratulations? Good thing? The family had hinted at Jiutian many times, but Jiutian had never expressed his opinion for so many years. She finally mustered up the courage to listen to the family's advice, put aside her pride, and lied, just to get a congratulation? At this moment, Helen Qiyu felt extremely wronged, and her proud self-esteem seemed to be trampled on. Jiutian, you bastard. Helen Qiyu cursed for the first time, then turned around and trotted away, her eyes red, leaving Jiutian stunned. Chapter 1636, News from the Ghost Emperor. In the Changsheng Palace, in an ordinary courtyard, Qiyu lay there quietly, with a lazy look, and her sexy body was extremely attractive. For decades, she and some people from the Hongqian Fairy Palace have been under house arrest in the Changsheng Palace, unable to go out. Sometimes, when the Changsheng Realm Master was in the mood, he would call them to dance, and they would come and go at will. Although they did not really do chores, it was better to let them do chores than to treat them as dancers. Sometimes Qiyu also wanted to resist, but she knew what kind of existence the Changsheng Realm Master was. If you resisted his orders in the Changsheng Palace, you would die with just one word. And she wanted to watch someone grow up and see how many years the Changsheng Realm Master could appreciate their dancing. Every once in a while, Qin Wentian's voice would appear in Qiyu's mind. That was her motivation to live. She knew that someone was always concerned about her. Although her communication crystal was confiscated and she had no way to reply, Qin Wentian's communication crystal had her immortal thoughts, knowing that she could hear his voice. Even if she couldn't respond, Qin Wentian would still chat with her from time to time. Of course, it was Qin Wentian who was talking and she was listening. At this time, footsteps were heard. Qiyu's lazy body was still lying there. She opened her eyes and looked at the person who came. She saw a face that was no less beautiful than hers, cold as ice, with black hair falling like a waterfall. "You are here," Qiyu said lazily. "Sit down. Does he know that the Lord of the Changsheng realm treated you like this?" The cold voice of Bei Mingyuang came out. Over the years, she has been in the Changsheng Palace. The Lord of the Changsheng realm personally ordered her to stay here. How could the Lord of Lihao Palace disobey? Since then, she has been in the Changsheng Palace. Many people have heard that she, Bei Mingyuang, has become the confidant of the Lord of the Changsheng realm. Some people also heard that the Lord of the Changsheng realm has ideas about Bei Mingyuang, this iceberg beauty. Of course, such voices will not reach her ears, and no one dares. Bei Mingyuang still does not know the reason. She knows that Qin Wentian showed extraordinary talent at the feast of the Changsheng realm. He challenged the extraordinary rulers of the 8 realms by himself and won all the victories. She didn't understand why the Lord of the Changsheng realm had summoned her since then, and at the same time, he often asked Qiyu to dance. This was disrespectful to Qiyu, and the Lord of the Changsheng realm would know it. Moreover, the reason why Qin Wentian went to the battle was for Qiyu, and the Lord of the Changsheng realm also understood it, but why did he do this? Bei Mingyuang didn't know all this. She couldn't guess the Lord of the Changsheng realm's thoughts. It was difficult to guess what the big shots were thinking. "I don't even have a crystal for communication, how could he know?" Qiyu smiled lightly, her grace was no less than before. "Then do you know why the Lord of the realm did this?" Bei Mingyuang asked again. "You don't even understand why he left you here, how can I know?" Qiyu looked at Bei Mingyuang. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had chatted. "Perhaps it's because your dance is so beautiful that the Realm Master is also fascinated and likes to watch it. However, everyone in the Changsheng realm knows that he went to the battle for you, and the Realm Master must not want to steal your love, so he just asked you to dance for him." Bei Mingyuang said calmly, otherwise, she really couldn't think of any other reason. "You didn't ask him," Qiyu said with a smile. Bei Mingyuang was stunned. She hadn't contacted Qin Wentian for a long time. "Should I tell him what you experienced here?" Bei Mingyuang said. "You didn't ask him, because once you ask, he will inquire about my situation and know what happened to me. He will hate the Changsheng Realm Master, and maybe he will do something impulsive and encounter disasters. So, you'd rather not tell him that you are also in the Changsheng Palace." Qiyu stared at Bei Mingyuang with her beautiful eyes, and smiled and said, "You like him, right?" Bei Mingyuang's beautiful eyes froze, then he stood up and turned to leave. Seeing this, Qiyu smiled lightly and said, "He was impulsive to you once for you, so you dare not say it, you are afraid that he will be impulsive for me again." Bei Mingyuang did not stop and left this place directly. Soon his figure disappeared. Qiyu looked at her back and murmured, "You guys have harmed a lot of women in Lihao City." Qin Wentian was not in Lihao City at this time. He was walking in Jiutian City. Qiyu Palace had become someone else's territory. The trading pavilion was running. Seeing Qin Wentian walk in, the beautiful maid saw his extraordinary temperament and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What do you want, young master? I can recommend." "I'll just walk around," Qin Wentian said with a smile. His handsome face was particularly charming when he smiled. The beautiful maid was a little stunned, and her heart was beating. Now Qin Wentian's temperament is really too attractive. You can tell at a glance that he is an extraordinary person. "Okay, I'll take you around." The woman smiled softly. "No, I can just walk around by myself," Qin Wentian said with a smile and walked away. The woman showed a hint of disappointment and looked at Qin Wentian's back. Qin Wentian came to the inner palace of Qian Palace, but now it has changed. He walked all the way to the high platform in the backyard of the palace and looked at this magnificent city that was like a dragon vein. "Who is it?" someone shouted coldly, and then several immortal emperors came here and stared at Qin Wentian coldly. "Sir, this is private territory, you can't trespass." "Sorry, I lived here before, so I walked around casually," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Those people felt Qin Wentian's extraordinary temperament, but they couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. They were a little hesitant in their hearts, and they heard Qin Wentian say again, "I'll sit down and leave, I won't do anything, sorry to bother you." As he said that, Qin Wentian sat down as if no one was around, took out a pot of wine, and then lay there drinking alone, as if he remembered the lonely look of Yi Qianyu when he drank that year. Now, no one knows how Yi Qianyu is doing. Those people left, but they didn't go far. They stared at Qin Wentian outside. The breeze was gentle, and the wine didn't make people drunk. Qin Wentian, like Yi Qianyu back then, lazily lay there, looking at the majestic city, revealing a bit of loneliness. The ancient fairyland is vast and endless, and he has met many people. However, the person who impressed him the most in the ancient fairyland is of course Yi Qianyu. Perhaps, there is also Yao Huang, but she can't be considered a person from the ancient fairyland. "Are you okay?" At this time, a voice sounded in his mind. Qin Wentian almost thought it was an auditory hallucination. He couldn't help but be stunned, then took out the communication crystal, injected the immortal thoughts into it, found one of the immortal thoughts, and said, "Yao Huang. Well, how are you?" The soft voice sounded again, and Qin Wentian smiled in his eyes and said, "Just thought of you, I didn't expect you to send news. I'm fine. What about you? Where did the master of Lihou Palace arrange you? Every time I go to Lihou Palace, I can't see you." "I'm in the Changsheng Palace," Bei Mingyu Wang said softly. Qin Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly. He put down the wine pot, sat up slowly, and asked, "Why are you in the Changsheng Palace? When did it happen?" "After you showed your talent in Changsheng City, the Changsheng Realm Master transferred me to the Changsheng Palace. Since then, I have been staying in the Changsheng Palace. The Lihou Palace Master also cut off contact with me. It seems that I suddenly became a member of the Changsheng Palace," Bei Mingyu Wang said softly. From her words, it can be heard that she doesn't know the reason. Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently. He remembered a lot in his mind, thinking of the Gemini Palace Master and Emperor Yi. There's only one possibility that the Changsheng Realm Master knows Bei Mingyu Wang, because he investigated himself, and he thought he was the disciple of Emperor Yi. In the past, he and Bei Mingyu Wang appeared in Helen Emperor City as senior and junior sisters. Because of this reason, the Changsheng Realm Master transferred Bei Mingyu Wang to the Changsheng Palace. "Did the Lord of the Changsheng Realm ask you anything? For example, about our relationship and our master?" Qin Wentian asked. Bei Mingyu Wang was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking back, and then said, "Sometimes when we chat, I don't know if it was a hint, but I didn't ask in detail." Qin Wentian was silent for a moment, and then asked again, "Have you seen Yi Qianyu?" "I've been waiting for you to ask." Bei Mingyu Wang immediately responded, "Not long ago, I saw her. I don't know why, the Lord of the Changsheng Realm doesn't respect her. Although he didn't make things difficult for her, but he often asked Yi Qianyu to dance." Qin Wentian's face changed instantly, and it looked a little ugly. In the battle that year, he fought for Yi Qianyu. Everyone knew it, and the Lord of the Realm also knew it. However, the Lord of the Realm did not only disrespect Yi Qianyu, but also showed his indifference to him, Qin Wentian. Of course, the high and mighty Lord of the Realm really didn't need to care about his existence. What if he had outstanding talent? After all, he was just an immortal emperor. The reason why I told you now is because I'm afraid you'll be impulsive. Yuqian Yu said that she believes in you and won't be the same as before. Beaming Yao Huang spoke slowly, and Qin Wentian was stunned again, remembering that he went to Helen Imperial City for beaming Yao Huang and fell into a trap, which directly led to Yuqian Yu's capture. Beaming Yao Huang has been confined to Lihoro Palace since then, and now, he has come to Changsheng Palace again. I'll pay attention. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and sent a message. Well, then I'm leaving, take care. Beaming Yao Huang pondered for a moment, and then a voice came. Yao Huang, you too, if there is anything in Changsheng Palace, tell me immediately. Qin Wentian responded. Beaming Yao Huang did not reply again. Qin Wentian put away the message crystal and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a strong chill spread out from his body, and the pressure enveloped the vast space in an instant. The people who were staring at him outside only felt shocked and depressed. A beam of light appeared, and the figure disappeared. After he disappeared, figures flashed and appeared at the place where Qin Wentian left. They looked at each other and whispered, "That man is so scary." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1637 Death of Emperor Helen. The grudge between Emperor Helen and Qin Wentian in the past caused a terrible storm. Qin Wentian and the evil emperor entered the imperial palace and killed many powerful people in the imperial palace. Emperor Helen's power was damaged and he was no longer valued in the family. Coupled with the pressure from the Lord of Lihoro Palace, he has been very unhappy and depressed over the years. But this does not affect the resources controlled by Emperor Helen. Many mineral veins in the vast area are being mined normally. The three main mineral veins, the quicksand mineral vein, the sky meteorite mineral vein and the purple cloud mineral vein, are guarded the most strictly. There are many powerful people, and the immortal emperors are guarding them personally. The sky meteorite mineral vein ushered in the day of mining. On this day, the sky meteorite mineral vein was even more powerful. A mid-level immortal emperor and two low-level immortal emperors personally guarded it and collected the mines. The sky was blue and clear, and the breeze was blowing, making people feel particularly comfortable. However, the people at the Xianyang mine were all on high alert. The day of opening the mine was always a very important day, and no mistakes could be made. Everyone was on high alert. Although the probability of bandits appearing was extremely small, there was still such a possibility after all, so no one dared to be careless. In the heart of the Xianyang mine, a group of people were handing over the mines one after another. At this time, the middle-level immortal emperor sitting there frowned slightly, and then his eyes suddenly opened, looking into the void. A very cold eye pierced into the void, and said coldly, "There are bandits." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone moved instantly, lined up, and guarded the place where the mines were handed over. They all looked up at the void as if they were facing a great enemy. I saw several figures falling from the sky above the sky. They all wore special masks and their faces could not be seen clearly. Surprisingly, there were 3 immortal emperor-level beings, and the rest were also powerful people at the immortal king level. The middle-level immortal emperor instantly took out the communication crystal, and a thought was directly injected into it, saying, "Emperor, there are bandits stealing the mine." After that, he raised his head, looked at the people in the void and said, "Everyone, this is the Xianyang mine under the jurisdiction of Emperor Helen. If the mine is lost, Emperor Helen will not let it go. Moreover, there is the Lihoro Palace above. You can't afford the cost of stealing this mine. If you leave now, I will treat it as a misunderstanding." The immortal emperor standing in the middle waved his hand, and immediately a group of people went down to kill directly. The terrifying aura was released towards the bottom, and the pressure was extremely terrible. "You are crazy." The middle-level immortal emperor under Emperor Helen cursed angrily. A brilliant light descended on him, and he was arrogant. His figure soared into the air and killed the leader of the bandits directly. The leader of the bandits was shrouded in a mysterious robe, and the whole person exuded an extremely cold temperament, as domineering as a demon. Kill. The middle-level immortal emperor guarding the mine came in an instant, leading the monstrous sword intent and slashing at the leader of the bandits. However, the leader of the bandits slashed out a blade of light, which seemed to split the sky and earth and cut through the void. In an instant, a blood mark appeared between the eyebrows of the middle-level immortal emperor, and then continued to go down. In an instant, the middle-level immortal emperor died. The face of the guardian of the mind below was as pale as paper, but at this moment, a brilliant spatial force permeated, and a shocking breath burst out towards this side. Only a voice came, "Who dares to run wild in the land under my jurisdiction? The emperor is here." The strong men guarding the mine felt extremely excited. They saw that Helen Emperor personally led the strong men to rush here, with great pressure. Helen Emperor was shining with light, and a dragon-like figure hovered in the sky, which was extremely weird. His eyes were also extremely weird, staring directly at the leader of the bandits. Helen Emperor was very angry, really angry. It was because of a group of bandits that he became a laughingstock, his offspring was killed, and his family no longer valued him. Now, bandits dared to appear in the territory under his jurisdiction. However, the bandit leader was not afraid at all. He stared at Helen Emperor with extremely cold eyes, and he had no intention of escaping at all. Helen Emperor frowned slightly, and looking at the other party's reaction, he had a feeling that the other party was clearly waiting for him. "Who are you? Don't you know that bandits will be hunted down endlessly?" Helen Emperor spoke coldly. His eyes directly passed through the void and descended into the eyes of the bandit leader, but he saw that the other party's pupils were terrible, deep and boundless, and he did not react at all. "The one who wants you to die." At this moment, the pupils of the bandit leader seemed to bloom with a terrible lightning magic knife, which rushed directly into the pupils of Helen Emperor and killed his soul. The face of Emperor Helen suddenly became extremely solemn. The strange white snake cut through the sky and instantly descended above the leader of the bandits. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed directly, wanting to swallow the leader of the bandits in one bite. A black lightning flashed, like a devil's sword, splitting the void of heaven and earth and directly cutting the white snake in half. The face of Emperor Helen changed drastically. He sacrificed a magic weapon and swung it forward. Suddenly, thousands of monsters rushed out fiercely and rushed straight to the leader of the bandits. The leader of the bandits seemed not to see it. He took a step forward, and the world roared. The domineering pressure swept across the world. I saw a series of knife lights blooming between heaven and earth, like dark lightning. Those monsters were directly chopped into pieces. It seemed that a white lightning appeared in the darkness and struck Helen Emperor. It seemed that demon scales grew on his arms. He punched out and giant snakes danced wildly. But the bandit leader's knife did not stop. This knife seemed to cross the void. When it was cut out, Helen Emperor felt that his soul was torn and chopped. He groaned. Then, he saw the bandit leader coming and stretched out his hand to grab a void. This grab seemed to seal the space, like the hand of the dark devil. Boom! The void trembled, and Helen Emperor seemed to be caught in the palm of the devil's big handprint. He struggled frantically, his eyes were extremely cold, staring at the bandit leader, and roared, "Who are you?" He felt vaguely that this powerful and arrogant bandit was not coming for the mine, but for him, Helen Emperor, to plunder the mine as a bandit, and then leave him to come and hunt. Otherwise, with the strength of this bandit leader, he would not need to be a bandit at all. Even if he went directly to Lihoro Palace, he could get a good job. You know, as one of the 9 emperors of Lihoro Palace, he is very powerful. Even if Helen Clan used some tricks, if he himself is not strong enough, Helen Clan can't help him to take the throne. How can a weak person guard a vast area? Even a big bandit can't solve it. However, at this moment, Helen Emperor is so fragile in front of the bandit leader, you can imagine how powerful the other party is. The bandit leader did not respond to him, with only terrible killing thoughts on his body. The people below saw that Helen Emperor was controlled by the other party's magic handprint, and their faces turned pale. This person is like a demon god, arrogant. Helen Emperor came in person, but he was not his opponent. They vaguely felt that the end of the world was coming. How terrible is the bandit that Helen Emperor can't deal with? Go to hell. A cold voice came out, and the terrifying dark devil's handprint burst out with endless destructive killing power. Helen Emperor screamed, and his whole body trembled wildly. His body was constantly destroyed. He felt the amazing destructive power of the handprint, and Helen Emperor stared at the bandit leader. "You are..." Helen Emperor roared, but heard a loud bang, and the terrifying dark handprint closed directly, killing everything. Helen Emperor's body trembled violently, blood gushed out, his mouth closed directly, his face was ashen, and he looked at the bandit leader with desperate eyes, with endless fear and anger. At this moment, Helen Emperor seemed to guess who the person was. He shouted wildly in his heart, it was him, he was going to kill him. "Bandit, it must be him. Bastard, he actually dared to be abandoned to kill me. It can be said that he wanted him dead at all costs. At this moment, Emperor Helen wanted to take out the communication crystal and spread the identity of the bandit leader, but it seemed too late. He was in deep despair. Boom. Infinite destructive power descended, and Emperor Helen was about to be completely destroyed. Before he died, he suddenly thought of a lot of things, thinking of the past. He was a genius of the Helen family, and was trained by the family. The family arranged for him to seize the position of the Emperor of the Lihoro Palace. He was high above, a lord of one side, powerful, able to control the life and death of many people, and there were extremely terrible resources flowing from his hands. He could get a lot with just a thought. He was high-spirited and his life was heading towards glory. He wanted to get what he wanted, and there was nothing he couldn't get. However, he never dreamed that life would change so quickly. Just when he was proud, everything took a sharp turn. He met those guys who led him to eternal damnation. There was another loud bang, and the entire body of Helen Emperor almost exploded. He was covered in blood, and only one breath was left. His eyes were still staring viciously at the bandit leader who killed him. You. He seemed to want to say something, but it was too late. The destructive attack fell again, and Helen Emperor was finally completely killed by the destruction, and his body fell weakly towards the sky. At this moment, all the subordinates of Helen Emperor were stunned, and even forgot to fight, and forgot everything. The Emperor is dead? Helen Emperor, one of the 9 emperors sitting in Lihoro Palace, was killed by bandits? They were all horrified, looking at the fallen body and the figure who killed Helen Emperor. Is this man crazy? He dared to kill the Emperor. Doesn't he know the consequences of doing so? This world can no longer accommodate him. Even though the Lord of Lihoro Palace and Helen Emperor were not of the same kind, and they were very at odds, killing an emperor was definitely a taboo. However, the leader of the bandits killed Helen Emperor, one of the 9 emperors, in public. At this moment, many people felt horrified. Is this world really crazy? Bandits are so crazy. Chapter 1638 Suspicion. The leader of the bandits looked at the fallen Helen Emperor. His eyes under the mask were extremely deep, and then he looked in other directions as if nothing had happened, and said, "Everyone, hand over all the mineral veins. Those who don't hand them over will be killed without mercy." Everyone was terrified. How could they dare to resist? Even the Emperor of the Imperial Palace who followed Helen Emperor was stunned at this time. Helen Emperor was killed, and the powerful emperors were killed on the spot. They resisted? What is the difference between resisting and committing suicide? At this time, life was obviously more important. They were all in a state of shock and still felt a little unreal. This world is too crazy. The last time bandits appeared was Jiutian and his group. At that time, the bandits were already powerful and domineering enough to kill Helen Emperor very miserably. In the end, it was Lihoro Palace that intervened to deal with them, imprisoned Jiutian, and took Qin Wentian away. However, 100 years later, the bandits appeared again, and they were even more cruel and domineering, and even more daring and crazy, and directly killed Helen Emperor. No matter what the relationship between Emperor Helen and the Lord of Lihoro Palace is, he is one of the 9 emperors, a subordinate of the Lord of Lihoro Palace, and a subordinate of the Lord of Changsheng Realm. You, a bandit, robbed the Lord of Realm's mineral veins and killed a local emperor. This is absolutely a taboo and will be hunted down endlessly by the Lihoro Palace. If it were just a bandit, the task of tracking down might only be the emperor, but the emperor was killed by you. Can the Lihoro Palace not investigate it to the end? This group of bandits will be prepared to bear the raging anger of the Lihoro Palace. However, these are all things for the future. The subordinates of Emperor Helen, the people who guarded the Xian'an mine veins, handed over the mines one by one in fear. No one dared to resist, and they were all very honest. Those bandits directly confiscated the mines and stopped killing people, as if they were really just a group of ordinary bandits. If Emperor Helen hadn't died. Let's go. After the confiscation, the leader of the bandits waved his hand, and the group flew away directly, and soon disappeared here. The group of strong men in the Xian'an mine had not yet recovered, and they stared at the body of Helen Emperor with dull eyes. Someone said, "Spread the news to Lihoro Palace as quickly as possible, otherwise, we will all be in trouble." As for the group of bandits, they left the Xian'an mine directly and came to the sky above a barren mountain in the distance. They all stared at their leader with unfriendly eyes and said, "Why kill Helen Emperor? Are you crazy?" Obviously, they didn't know that they were going to kill Helen Emperor in advance. I've already killed him, and you have taken the mine. Why are you still talking so much? Just disperse." The leader of the bandits spoke calmly, as if killing Helen Emperor was not a big deal. "We agreed to just rob the mines. Because of your strong strength, we agreed to be bandits. You were the one who resisted Helen Emperor and his men. But, you killed us. You are going to kill us. Who are you?" Another person spoke coldly. The bandit leader's cold eyes fell directly on him. A terrible murderous intent enveloped the world. The pressure was terrible to the extreme. The eyes of those people froze instantly, and they felt a chill all over their bodies. They realized that the other party was someone who dared to kill even Helen Emperor. It was not a casual thing to kill them to silence them. They actually dared to question the other party. Thinking of this, everyone's face turned pale and ugly. "You know, we are also anxious. This is too crazy. We don't understand." Another person spoke, and his tone had begun to ease a lot. Obviously, he was worried that the leader would kill them all in anger. "It's already been done. Why think so much? The resources for cultivation have been divided. It's much better than for you to be independent cultivators. What's more, we'll only do this once. In the future, each of you can go back and do what you should do. You will no longer appear as bandits. Without any clues, who can trace you?" The bandit leader said lightly, "Disperse. You don't know each other's identities. Just leave and have nothing to do with each other in the future." Everyone's eyes flickered. What the bandit leader said was right. It's just that this time, there were no clues left, and it was not so easy to track them down. The reason why they became bandits this time was because being independent cultivators was too hard and the resources for cultivation were scarce. At this time, this terrible leader found them, showed his extraordinary strength, and wanted to take them to do something. They agreed, and so what happened today happened. Goodbye. One after another, figures broke through the air and left without saying much nonsense, or even communicating with each other. It would be best if no one knew each other, so that if someone was traced in the future, it would not implicate them. Stealing mineral veins and killing the emperor, if caught by the Lihoro Palace, it would be a dead end. Lihoro City, Northern Territory, Commander's Mansion. Inside the Commander's Mansion, a figure in white stepped out. This figure was handsome and unparalleled, with an extremely chic temperament and an ethereal appearance. Many people in the Commander's Mansion looked up at the figure in white, with a strong sense of respect in their eyes. This was their commander, a commander of peerless elegance. In the past, he defeated all the commanders and emperors of the Nine Realms Palace with his own strength. What a style! Although their commander has been very low-key over the years, no one dared to disrespect the commander in the slightest. They looked at the figure in white as if they were looking at a god. That was their belief, a godlike existence. The figure in white turned his eyes and glanced at the sky below. Everyone could clearly see his handsome face, which was particularly outstanding. "I am going out for training. It may take a long time. If anyone comes to find me, just say I am not here. Unless it is a big deal, don't disturb me," the figure in white said lightly, and then his figure flashed and disappeared like a flash of light. Everyone looked at the departing figure and felt disappointed. Even they had few opportunities to see this figure in person. "Sir, are you going out for training again? I don't know where you will go this time." The death of Emperor Helen was transmitted back to the Imperial Palace of Helen Imperial City at the fastest speed, and then to Lihoro Palace. Even someone took the body of Emperor Helen to Lihoro Palace through the teleportation formation. In Lihoro Palace, many strong men gathered together and came to the outside of the main hall of Lihoro Palace. The Lord of Lihoro Palace came in person. When he saw the body of Emperor Helen, his face instantly turned extremely cold. Although Helen Emperor was a member of the Helen clan, he did not want Helen Emperor to sit in that position. But no matter what, Helen Emperor was also his subordinate. He did not want Helen Emperor to stay in that position, and he should kick Helen Emperor out. However, someone actually stole the mine and killed someone in the territory of his Lihoro Palace, killing one of the 9 emperors. Stealing the mine and killing the emperor, such a bad thing actually happened in his Lihoro Palace. It is conceivable that the Helen clan will definitely make a big fuss about this matter and report him to the Realm Master. How did he, the Lihoro Palace Master, rule the Lihoro Palace territory? Explain what happened clearly. The Lihoro Palace Master spoke with a gloomy face, and then the people below reported the whole story tremblingly. "You mean, Emperor Helen might know the bandit who killed him, or even guessed who it was? but he didn't have the chance to speak. Lihiro Palace Master heard the other party's report and said coldly. The man bowed and said, "That's what I think." Emperor Helen's tone at the time seemed to have guessed who the person was, but I'm not sure. After all, the emperor was killed before he even said it himself. Although Helen's strength is not too strong, since he is guarding a place, there won't be many people who can deal with him, and there will be even fewer people who can directly wipe him out. In addition, since this person only killed Helen Emperor, it means that he has a grudge. If this is ruled out, who do you think it is? Lihiro Palace Master said coldly. He was not only asking the people in Helen Imperial City, but also asking the people in Lihiro Palace. The people in Lihiro Palace looked at each other, as if they thought of someone, but no one dared to say it. After hearing the hints from Lihiro Palace Master, the people in Helen Imperial Palace seemed to think of someone as well, but they also didn't dare to say it. Whatever you have, just say it. They are all my confidants here. Lihiro Palace Master said coldly. I am worried that I will say something wrong. The subordinates of Helen Emperor bowed. Speak. The Lord of Lihiro Palace shouted coldly. The man's body trembled, and his head almost bared. He bowed and said, there is such a person. He used to be a bandit, and he definitely has the ability and motivation to kill Emperor Helen. Everyone's eyes flashed, and many people's eyes shot out sharpness. This person's words were what they thought. Although that person has always been low-key, he really did such a thing. Back then, when he took office, he killed the 3 deputy commanders, and then kept a low profile for many years. When he took action again, he killed more than 10 immortal emperors, took down the Gu auction house, and shocked the land of the Northern Territory. After doing all this, he seemed to be fine and practiced in a low profile until he appeared again, disobeying the order of the Lord of Lihiro Palace, and went to Changsheng City. He became famous in the Changsheng world with a battle, and everyone knew him. It is very possible for him. With his personality, it is very normal to do such a thing. After keeping a low profile for decades, he took action and struck with thunder again, directly killing Emperor Helen. At this moment, even the eyes of the Lord of Lihiro Palace flashed with an extremely cold light. Could it really be him? How dare he be so bold to provoke him? Over the years, they have a tacit understanding and have lived in peace. He did not cause trouble for the other party, and that person was also very low-key and humble. He quietly served as his leader, not causing trouble or causing trouble. If he continued like this, the Lord of Lihiro Palace would not mind continuing to win him over. However, if he held a grudge against what happened in the past and killed Emperor Helen, this would violate his bottom line. This not only meant a slap in his face, but also had another meaning. If he could kill Emperor Helen today, would he be able to kill the Lord of Lihiro Palace in the same way when he had strength in the future? Chapter 1639, Not Qin Wentian. The face of the Lord of Lihiro Palace darkened. He rarely behaved like this in front of his subordinates, but some people seemed to be challenging his bottom line. If he really did it, then he would have only one outcome. Thinking of this, a flash of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Lihiro Palace. Obviously, the Lord of Lihiro Palace had almost determined that it was him. Apart from him, he could not think of anyone else who would take such a risk to kill an emperor of Lihiro Palace. If it was just a bandit, it would be fine to steal the mine, but is it necessary to kill the emperor? As long as he is controlled, it will only provoke the higher-ups to investigate the matter thoroughly, which will not do any good for the bandits. There are very few people with such strength and such motives. There is only one person who can be thought of, and he is a former bandit, so he should be familiar with it. Lihiro Palace, Northern Territory Commander, Qin Wentian. Don't talk nonsense. I believe that the people under my seat in Lihiro Palace still have a sense of propriety. The Lord of Lihiro Palace spoke with a gloomy face. It seemed that he thought that the words of the person in front of him offended him, which made the man tremble with fear. An immortal emperor was about to crawl on the ground. The invisible pressure made him feel suffocated. I know my crime. The man whispered. It's good to know. The Lord of Lihiro Palace said lightly, and said, come here, send people to the commander's mansions immediately and summon all the commanders to come to Lihiro Palace for a discussion as soon as possible. When everyone heard this, their eyes flashed with a sharpness. The Lord of Lihiro was still powerful. He said not to doubt someone, but in fact, he immediately sent people to notify the major commanders to come for a discussion. Discussion? What to discuss? The Lord of Lihiro Palace wanted to see if the commanders were in the commander's mansion. Yes. Someone immediately took the order and set off. The speed was extremely fast. There was no direct notification using the crystal. Only by going to the commander's mansion in person could one know whether the person was in the commander's mansion. This was what the palace master wanted to know. The people who were doing things below certainly had to know the palace master's thoughts. Some things did not need to be pointed out too clearly. Not long after, news came from outside the Lihuro palace that Qin Wentian, the head of the Helen family, brought some people from the Helen family to visit. The Lihuro palace master naturally would not stop them. After all, Helen Emperor was from the Helen family, and it was natural for them to come. After a while, Qin Wentian came here with a group of people from the Helen family, staring at the corpse on the ground. Qin Wentian walked up to the corpse, clenched his fists, and his veins were exposed, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. Squatting down, Qin Wentian gently stroked the face of Helen Emperor. The eyes of this generation of Helen's heroic leader were actually a little red. Regardless of whether Helen Emperor disappointed him or not, this was his son, and he had always been gifted, otherwise he would not have been asked to take on this important task. However, this son who had shown outstanding talent since childhood, now became a corpse lying here, cold and icy. The eyes of the Helen clan were all red, revealing angry murderous intent. No matter what the relationship between Helen Emperor and them was when he was alive, he was still a member of the Helen clan, and a very important member. Now, he was killed. Palace Master, what's going on? Qin Wentian asked in a trembling voice, trying to control his tone and make himself appear calm. Tell the head of the Helen family what happened. The Lihuro Palace Master looked at the immortal emperor who came to report, and immediately the immortal emperor told him what happened again. After hearing his words, the eyes of the Helen clan showed murderous intent, and some even said directly, "It must be him, except Qin Wentian, there is no one else." That's right, only he has such strength and motivation, and he has also been a bandit. Someone echoed, and the first person everyone thought of after hearing it was Qin Wentian. Shut up! Qin Wentian shouted, his voice was cold, making several people look at Qin Wentian, somewhat puzzled. They, the Helen clan, had repeatedly shown goodwill to the leader Qin Wentian, but the other party ignored them, and even threatened them openly at the beginning, that the Helen Emperor must die. Now, the Helen Emperor is really dead, who else could it be but Qin Wentian? Thinking of this, the people of the Helen clan were even more furious. That bastard, they had done their best for Qin Wentian, never embarrassed him, and always wanted to repair the relationship, but Qin Wentian actually took action. Palace Master, these people are so outspoken, please don't blame them. Qin Wentian bowed to the Lihuro Palace Master. Of course, he also suspected Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian was the leader of the Lihuro Palace. In any case, before there was evidence, it was not their turn to directly say that Qin Wentian was the murderer. What's more, in the Changsheng realm, the Realm Master had personally said that it was not allowed to pursue Qin Wentian's bandit origins. Qin Wentian is the commander of the northern territory of my Lihuro Palace. You should be careful with your words. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you. As for the death of Helen Emperor, I will naturally investigate it to the end. Whoever I find guilty of it will be killed. The Lihuro Palace Master spoke indifferently, with a bit of murderous intent in his tone, which was extremely oppressive, making the people of the Helen family tremble in their hearts and understand what Qin Wentian meant. After all, they and the Lihuro Palace Master were not on good terms, so they couldn't leave any handle for the other party. It is not a trivial matter to wrongly accuse a commander. Although they think it must be, at least it has not been found out yet. I have sent a message to the commanders of Lihuro City to come to discuss and investigate this matter. Don't worry, Master Helen. The Lihuro Palace Master's tone softened a little and said calmly. The eyes of the people of the Helen family flashed. Has the message been sent to the major commanders to come to discuss? So, it will soon be known whether Qin Wentian is in the commander mansion? In this case, they will wait here. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere in the majestic and vast Lihuro Palace was somewhat solemn. The death of an emperor was definitely not a trivial matter, not to mention that he was killed by bandits. Soon, the news spread to Lihuro City. For a time, Lihuro City was shaken, and many people discussed the matter. Helen Emperor was killed. There is a great commander, 5 commanders, and 9 emperors under the seat of Lihuro Palace, but in fact, the emperors are the real princes. They control the mineral resources, have great power, and control many cities. The cultivation resources they can get are far beyond the commanders, even the great commanders. But Helen, Emperor of the Helen family, was killed by bandits. This matter spread like wildfire in an instant, and many people were speculating on the murderer. Many people couldn't help but think of Qin Wentian, the commander of Bichang district. They couldn't help but think that Qin Wentian was the most suspicious. Some even sighed that Commander Qin Wentian was indeed a genius. He dared to disobey the order of the palace master and go to Changsheng City, which was a sensation. Now, he pretended to be a bandit and killed Emperor Helen. It was too crazy. All the major commanders of Lihoro City were summoned to Lihoro Palace. Xiao Miran frowned. She used the communication crystal to contact Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian did not reply to her. She secretly cursed that guy for being impulsive. Killing Emperor Helen at this time was not looking for death. This would completely infuriate the palace master of Lihoro. Once he found out, the palace master of Lihoro would definitely kill him directly and then report it. Killing an emperor, you have nothing to say, and the realm master would not say anything. In Lihoro City, the Grand Commander's huge shrine was the first to arrive, followed by Linba, Sun Jin, the central commander who succeeded Zai Hao, and then Lady Xiao and Yinchu. Only Qin Wentian did not arrive. Seeing this scene, Lady Xiao's smile was a little stiff. This guy really didn't show up. The people of the Helen clan all had gloomy faces, and the expression of the Lord of Lihoro Palace was also a little cold. Is it really Qin Wentian? If so, don't blame him. Finally, the immortal emperor who went to the commander's mansion in the North City district came back, and brought someone with him. When the Lord of Lihoro Palace saw this scene, his face completely sank. He saw the immortal emperor walked in front of him and bowed and said, "Palace Master, Commander Qin is not on the commander's mansion." Boom. Many people of the Helen clan showed terrible murderous intent, and Helen Yunshin's eyes also flashed with sharpness. Is it really him? The Lord of Lihoro Palace was filled with chills. Just as he was about to ask a question, he heard the man continue, "However, according to the people in the commander's mansion, Commander Qin left not long ago, saying that he had important matters to attend to and needed to go out for training. If it's not important, don't disturb him. I deliberately brought a steward with me." Huh? Everyone's eyes flashed when they heard this, and the people of the Helen clan frowned. The Lord of Lihoro Palace looked at the steward and asked, "When did Commander Qin leave?" "Palace Master, about 2 hours ago." The man responded tremblingly. The lineup in front of him was so huge, and the body of Emperor Helen was lying there. He seemed to realize what had happened. "Did he deliberately tell you before he left?" The Lord of Lihoro Palace asked again. "Not only me, but also many people in the commander's mansion." At that time, the Lord Commander walked directly out of the inner mansion, and then left us a message in the void saying that he was leaving. Everyone saw it. The steward did not dare to hesitate at all and responded honestly. The Lord of Lihoro Palace looked at the person who was heading to the commander's mansion in North City, and the person said, "Palace Master, it is true. People in the commander's mansion said so. They all saw Commander Qin leave." The Lord of Lihoro Palace's expression changed continuously. Could it be that he was really wrong? He believed that the people in the commander's mansion were not so bold as to deceive him together. If so, they would be able to find out with a simple check. The people in the commander's mansion were not so stupid. Unexpectedly, it was not Qin Wentian. Thinking of this, the Lord of Lihoro Palace's expression eased a little. If it was not Qin Wentian, it would be fine. At least he did not challenge his bottom line. "Palace Master, although Commander Qin should not be disturbed unless there is something important, if the Lord of Lihoro summons him, I believe Commander Qin will come back to see the Lord of Lihoro." The deacon bowed and said. The Lord of Lihoro Palace pondered for a moment, and then said, "No need. Since Commander Qin has something to do, let him deal with his own affairs first." Chapter 1640, Teo de Mine. Qin Wentian was in the commander's mansion 2 hours ago, and then he left from the commander's mansion. So, the person who killed Helen Emperor could not be Qin Wentian. Without the help of the teleportation array in the Helen Imperial Palace and the Lihoro Palace, Qin Wentian could not have come back in such a short time. Even if he got into the teleportation array of the Helen Imperial Palace, what about the Lihoro Palace? Since many people saw it at the same time, it was basically true. Qin Wentian's suspicion had been ruled out, and the Lihoro Palace Master was a little relieved. Perhaps, it was not a revenge killing, but someone was too arrogant and deliberately provoked the majesty of the Lihoro Palace, so he killed Helen Emperor. The people of the Helen family were also confused. Could it be that it was really not Qin Wentian? Their first thought was, could it be that the Lihoro Palace Master protected Qin Wentian? He deliberately sent someone to say so, but this idea was quickly overturned. If it was really Qin Wentian, given the delicate relationship between the Lord of Lihoro Palace and Qin Wentian, he would not hesitate to put Qin Wentian to death. Killing the Helen Emperor was not only related to the Helen family, but also challenged the bottom line of the Lord of Lihoro Palace, which would do him no good. Forget it if Qin Wentian didn't come. What do you think about this matter? The Lord of Lihoro Palace looked at the other major leaders. Of course, the questioning was just a pretense. He ordered people to summon all the leaders, actually wanting people to see if Qin Wentian was in the leader's mansion. Palace Master, no matter who said it, daring to kill my Lihoro Palace Emperor is extremely arrogant and bold. We must investigate thoroughly. After capturing the bandits, we must behead them and show them to the public to deter the world. Otherwise, the bandits will follow suit in the future. Where is the majesty of my Lihoro Palace? Sun Jin, the new leader of the Central City District, said, and his words were actually as good as nothing. Of course, there is really nothing to say now. Jiutian, what do you think? The Lord of Lihoro Palace looked at Jiutian and asked, did the bandits leave any clues? Jiutian looked at the person who came to report with sharp eyes. No clues were left. We only know the attributes and abilities they are good at. Just based on this, it is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. The man responded. In the ancient fairyland, there are so many strong people, and there are countless people who are good at the same attributes. Unless you happen to meet each other and see the other party's fighting style, you may recognize them, but there will be no such opportunity. Palace Master, they committed such a big crime and robbed many mineral veins. It is very likely that this is the only time. If they don't show up in the future, we want to find someone, which is indeed like looking for a needle in a haystack. There are no clues. If we want to break through, we can only start from the inside of the bandits. Jiutian reported to the Lord of Lihoro Palace. How to do it specifically? The Lord of Lihoro Palace looked at Jiutian. Divide them. The one who killed the Emperor was only the bandit leader. We don't need to kill them all. We can spread the news that as long as it's not the bandit leader, he can come forward and turn himself in. We will promise him a huge profit and not pursue his banditry. In this way, it will be enough if only one person comes forward to surrender, and we can dig out the others. Jiutian said. The Lord of Lihoro Palace frowned slightly and said, do you really not want to pursue if he comes forward to surrender? And we will also promise him a huge profit. Lord, it's just that my Lihoro Palace will not pursue it. Jiutian showed a meaningful look and deliberately glanced at the people of the Helen clan, which made their eyes flash. As expected of Jiutian, he was really ruthless. The Lihoro Palace would not pursue it, but it was too easy for him to want someone to die behind his back. He could let him die silently. But, would they be so stupid to take the risk? Someone from the Helen clan asked. So, we need huge profits, and the news we spread must convince them and make them excited. Jiutian said. Okay, this matter will be handed over to the Commander-in-Chief. All commanders, cooperate in investigating this matter. As for those present today, no one should leak any information. The cold eyes of the Lord of Lihoro Palace swept over the crowd, making the crowd tremble and nod. Not long after, everyone dispersed, but the Lihoro Palace was still shrouded in a depressing atmosphere, and the Helen clan was the same. After they took the body of Helen Emperor back, the entire Helen clan was very depressed. Jiutian was ordered to investigate this matter. He went to Helen Emperor City in person and then released the news that the leader of the bandits was extremely rampant and killed the emperor. Before the leader of the bandits was captured, as long as other bandits came forward to surrender, not only would they not be held accountable for their crimes, but they would be rewarded with 3 top-grade imperial weapons and 3,000 top-grade imperial stones, and they could own a formation court in Lihoro City, practice alone, and be protected by the Lihoro Palace. When this news came out, it caused a huge shock. It was the first time to hear that there were such preferential conditions for turning oneself in as a bandit. This was simply amazing. The crowd immediately thought that this was a conspiracy, but even if it was a conspiracy, the fact that the Lihoro Palace issued such an order showed that the Lihoro Palace was very angry. They didn't care about their face and had to capture the bandits. After all, an emperor was killed. There were also a few people who speculated that it might be true. The order issued by the Lihoro Palace Master himself should not be false. Perhaps it was because the other party wanted to find out abandoned leader and behead him, but there was no clue, so they had to resort to this last resort. As a suspected object, Qin Wentian knew clearly that the Lihoro Palace would certainly not be able to find out, and it was very likely that they would never find out. Even if those bandits really surrendered because of stupidity or greed, so what? Those bandits didn't know who the leader was. Although they had seen the face of the bandit leader, it was just a deliberate disguise for them to see. It was a face that had undergone the true illusion technique. Even the aura was fake and disguised. How could they find out? As for who is the murderer of Helen Emperor? They were right in their suspicion. The murderer was Qin Wentian. When he was in Jiutian city, he received news from Beiming Yaohuang and learned about Jiutian Ayu's experience in Changsheng Palace. Seeing that Beiming Yaohuang was now trapped in Changsheng Palace, the flame of hatred that year instantly burned up. If it weren't for Helen Emperor, everything would not have happened. Yaohuang would not have been deeply involved, from Helen Emperor City to Lihoro Palace, and then to Changsheng Palace. Jiutian Ayu would not have been in prison in Lihoro prison for decades, and was humiliated and used as a dancer under house arrest in Changsheng Palace. In the true sense, Jiutian Ayu danced for him only once, and that was on the cold lake in Helen Emperor City. No matter what the Helen family was like, everything that Helen Emperor did was destined to make him die. In a rage, Qin Wentian gathered some people and took action directly. He killed Helen Emperor in the Xian'an mine and settled the grudge. As for the figure that appeared in the commander's mansion, it was of course to prove that he did not kill Helen Emperor. At that time, he was still in the commander's mansion. Of course, it could not be Qin Wentian himself, but Emperor Tian. It couldn't be easier for Emperor Tian to appear in the commander's mansion. He only needed to change into a white robe, seal his aura, and not expose his aura. What was the difference between him and Qin Wentian after taking off the mask? The reason for his departure was of course very simple. He could not go to Lihoro Palace to confront anything. He could easily hide it from the subordinates of the commander's mansion. Those people did not even dare to spy on his aura with their immortal thoughts. However, if he went to Lihoro Palace, there would be a risk of being exposed. Therefore, he directly said that he had something to leave. If it was not a big deal, don't look for him. He believed that as long as the Lord of Lihoro Palace knew that he had just left the commander's mansion, there were many people to testify, and there was the words he left, he would not look for him. Now the Lord of Lihoro Palace was still very polite to him. Since the death of Helen Emperor had nothing to do with him, was there any meaning in forcibly summoning him to Lihoro Palace? This move was a perfect cover-up. As long as no one knew that Qin Wentian was Emperor Tian, no one would ever know that he had killed Emperor Helen. As long as he hadn't killed Emperor Helen, the Lord of Lihoro Palace would continue to be polite to him and maintain their previous relationship. Therefore, Qin Wentian didn't need to care about the impact of Helen Emperor's death on him. In Lihoro City, Jiutian was still watching. The current D Pavilion was the second largest force in Lihoro City after Helen Clan. In fact, because it was not restricted by Lihoro Palace, it was faintly showing signs of surpassing Helen Clan. In the blink of an eye, it had been several months since Helen Emperor's death. In the Changsheng realm, in addition to the 9 realm palaces, the Changsheng Palace itself also controlled a vast area. This area was centered on Changsheng City and was the core area of the entire Changsheng realm. This area was directly governed by the Changsheng Palace. In this area, there were 8 of the most famous mineral veins in the Changsheng realm. The Teoti mine, one of the 8 mineral veins controlled by the Changsheng Palace, was a real supermine. Terrible treasures often appeared there and it was directly guarded by the Changsheng Palace. Even the 8 major mineral veins have a space transmission array directly connected to the Changsheng Palace. For countless years, no one has dared to come here to steal the mines. If this really happens, it means that someone is going to challenge the supreme status of the Changsheng Realm Master. And the miners of these 8 giant mineral veins are all above the Emperor level, and they are not slaves or prisoners, but real strong people who come voluntarily. Because, although this mineral vein is dangerous, it also contains endless opportunities. As long as there is a little harvest, it is enough for an immortal emperor to squander for many years. Even if they can only take 1/10 of it, this mineral vein will even attract some super strong people to come. Here, there is an opportunity to peek into the realm above the immortal emperor. At this time, Qin Wentian appeared outside the Teodi mineral vein. He looked at the majestic mountains in front of him and walked forward step by step. It is rumored that the TOD mineral vein, one of the 8 major mineral veins of the Changsheng Palace, has unearthed various rare treasures, and even various types of Super Emperor Stone mineral treasures. So he came. In order to practice faster and reach the level of the Palace Master, he needed to take risks. Chapter 1641 Magical Ancient Mountain. TOD mines can be entered at any time. As long as one meets the requirements of the Emperor Realm, one can enter the mines to mine. What is more relaxed is that this TOD mine does not require the full mine to be handed in regularly. Instead, one can come out at any time, hand in the mined mines, and then obtain 10% of them. The 8 most important mines in the Changsheng realm are much more relaxed than other small mines. Coupled with the opportunities hidden in them, this has attracted a steady stream of strong men from all sides to come. This is a strategy in itself. Otherwise, even if there are many opportunities, if the constraints are too tight, it is still difficult to continue to attract strong men to take risks. Some even come here just for experience, and some just for experience. In the vast mine land, there is a huge flat land, which is the entrance to the mine. At this time, people come here one after another, including Qin Wentian. There are many strong men around him, all of whom are immortal emperors, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3, and there are occasional discussions. Brother, with your talent and realm, you may have a chance to break through the realm of emperor and become a saint if you come to the TOD mine again to experience an adventure. At this time, a voice came from the side. It was actually a group of brothers at the level of immortal emperor. The weakest ones were at the intermediate realm of immortal emperor. The strongest ones had a terrible temperament. Obviously, they had already stood at the top of the immortal emperor and came to seek an opportunity to break through the realm. It is worthy of being one of the 8 major mines in the Changsheng realm. Many people who come here are powerful people from super forces. Qin Wentian said in his heart. These super forces are relative to the entire Changsheng realm. Like the Sword Soul sect and the Helen clan, they have the existence of the Palace Master level. The Changsheng realm is too big, so big that it is boundless. There are many extraordinary top forces in just Changsheng City. What's more, there are so many huge monsters hidden in the endless Changsheng realm. Although the realm master who stands at the top is rare, there are probably not too few forces at the level of Palace Master. If you want to enter the mine, when you come out, all the storage rings on your body need to be checked by us with immortal thoughts. If there are inconvenient things, please go back and put them down before coming back. At the registration place of the TOD mine, the guards here reminded everyone. Of course, everyone understood this. Every mine has such rules. If you don't check the storage items on your body, how can you know whether you have hidden the mine privately? Therefore, if there are treasures or secret things, they will not be brought with them. The people who came shook their heads, and then the guard pointed to the front and said, "Go straight ahead, it is the entrance of the TOD mine. I believe you all understand the rules of the TOD mine. You can enter and exit at any time. Please feel free to do so." Okay. The crowd nodded and moved forward, and everyone moved forward. "Please stay." At this time, a figure came, causing everyone to stop and turn around to look at the person who spoke. It was a handsome man who looked quite young. He had an extraordinary temperament. There was also a beautiful fairy standing next to him, who looked a bit similar to him. "My brother and I are disciples of Qin Mountain. Everyone must know the dangers of entering the TOD mine. Not only are there threats from the TOD mine itself, but there are also threats from the powerful people inside. Even if we find the mine, we may not be able to rob others. Therefore, every group of people who enter the mine will form an alliance. There are 9 of us in our group. How about forming an alliance together?" The young man said slowly. What he said was indeed true. Many people who entered the mine in the same group would form an alliance. Although they all have high cultivation, the dangers inside are unknown, but it is certain that there must be a lot of powerful people. Seeing that everyone was a little moved, but they all looked at each other, the young man smiled casually. "This is the TOD mine, one of the 8 major mines. One more friend will eventually give you more confidence. The 4 of you should also be the children of a big force." The 4 people he asked were the group that Qin Wentian heard talking before. "Are you really disciples of Qin Mountain?" The top immortal emperor in the lead asked. "Qin Mountain disciple Yi Qing, this is my sister Jiutian." The young man smiled and nodded. "The Yi family's children. The top immortal emperor in the lead had a flash of light in his eyes, and then nodded gently. In this case, let's form an alliance. We are from the wasteland. The 4 palaces of the wasteland. Yi Qing asked with sharp eyes, and the other party nodded lightly. I didn't expect to meet the Qingyuan Mountain Yi family's children and the 4 palaces of the wasteland here. My name is Muranzaya Oxio. A lone fairy smiled and said, she was bright and gentle, and her smile was like a crescent moon, revealing a bit of pure beauty. However, when she cultivated to such a realm, and she was also a casual cultivator, how could she only look at the surface? Fairy Muran. Yi Qing smiled and nodded at Muranzaya Oxio, and the people of the 4 palaces of the wasteland also nodded to her. Casual cultivator, Shine One. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, without using his true identity. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian calmly, and their attitude towards Qin Wentian was not as friendly as Muranzaya Oxio. Beautiful women always have some advantages. Xiangxing Palace, Shanlengqiu. The last person was dressed in black, and his tone was a little cold. Even the descendants of the Yi family in Qingyuan Mountain and the geniuses of the 4 palaces in the wasteland could not make him too polite. Shanlengqiu, is he the eldest disciple of the palace master of Xiangxing Palace? The grandson of the realm master? Yi Qing's expression suddenly flashed with a sharpness, looking at Shanlengqiu and asked. Shanlengqiu nodded lightly, and suddenly everyone around him had strange eyes. Although they were also figures of top forces, their weight was not as great as Shanlengqiu, the eldest disciple of the palace master of Xiangxing Palace. And who is the palace master of Xiangxing Palace? The lord of the Changsheng realm. I didn't expect to meet Brother Shan here. I still remember that at the last banquet, Brother Shan represented Xiangxing Palace in the battle and won the first place in the Emperor Command battle. Afterwards, he resigned from the position of Emperor of Xiangxing Palace and disappeared since then. It's a great honor to meet you here. The proud strong men headed by the 4 palaces of the wasteland bowed very politely and said, obviously knowing the name of Shanlengqiu. Yes, with Brother Shan's talent and status, how did he come to the Teodi mine? Yi Qing also asked. Why did you come? Don't you understand? Shanlengqiu looked at them, and everyone's eyes flickered. It seems that he came to break through the realm. Shanlengqiu resigned from the position of emperor, and must have gone to the 4 directions to practice and pursue the realm of his master, the palace master of Xiangxing Palace. Brother Shan can give up the status of emperor in order to pursue that realm. It is admirable. Muranzaya Oxio spoke gently with a smile on her face. In front of that realm, what's the meaning of the so-called emperor's identity? Shanlengqiu whispered, let's go. Yes. The group walked towards the mine, with Shanlengqiu as the center. Muranzaya Oxio even walked to Shanlengqiu's side unconsciously. Qin Wentian followed behind. His expression was extremely calm, his heart was as calm as water. He didn't expect that in the Teodi mine, he could easily meet the master of Xiangxing Palace and the disciple of Changshengji. This mine is really a place where dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. The group walked forward and finally stepped into the teleportation space formation. In an instant, across the endless space distance, they came to a mine. This mine was like an extremely huge star, endless. They stood in the sky, still feeling extremely small, and could only see a very small part of this mine. Teodi mine. Muranzaya Oxio murmured, then smiled faintly and said to Shanlengqiu, Brother Shan, my strength is relatively weak, and this mine is full of dangers. If I follow you, you must protect me. A powerful immortal emperor woman, at this moment, is as charming as a little woman, and appears particularly gentle. Shanlengqiu glanced at her, nodded slightly, and said, go down. Is there no one guarding the sky above this mine? Qin Wentian asked. Yi Qing and Yi Lian looked at Qin Wentian. Yi Lian had a trace of contempt in her eyes. Although he was a top-level immortal emperor, a casual cultivator was a casual cultivator. She didn't even know this. She looked at Shanlengqiu again and felt that there was a big gap. It was just that Muranzaya Oxio, this woman, was really shameless. She actually stuck to him. Brother Shinwen, you don't know that the Teodi mine has a terrible Teodi power that devours the world. Above this Teodi mine, an astonishing space storm turbulence has formed, with all kinds of destructive auras, which is extremely terrible. Not to mention the immortal emperor-level figures, even the extraordinary saints can't think of leaving. They can only leave from the exit. Yi Qing introduced with a smile. I am ignorant. Thank you for your advice. Qin Wentian thanked Yi Qing. Indeed, I am ignorant. Jiutian smiled and glanced at Qin Wentian lightly. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded in response, and didn't care. The group walked forward, and sometimes the Emperor light appeared below, but they just glanced at it lightly and continued to move forward without stopping. The ordinary Emperor stone seemed to be completely invisible to everyone. What is that? At this time, Xiaoxiao looked at the distant place, where there seemed to be an ancient golden peak standing there, and the extremely dazzling light fell from the sky and fell on the body, as if it was covered with a layer of sacred glow for the ancient mountain. What a strong power of space rules! Qin Wentian whispered. Let's go and see. Shamlenkiu's figure flashed, like a black lightning, and went straight in that direction. Wait for me. Xiaoxiao said in a delicate voice, and the group accelerated forward. Yulian's beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Xiaoxiao again, as if she didn't like him. Not long after, they came to that place, a dazzling golden mountain range, magnificent and incomparable, spanning the space of heaven and earth. In the distance stood many powerful people, each of them standing with their eyes closed, or sitting cross-legged, as if they were all feeling. This is the power of space, but it doesn't seem to be pure power of space. Qin Wentian stared at the front. The majestic golden mountain was like a transparent ancient peak. Some scattered figures appeared inside. Each of them had a deathly face and was as thin as a stick, as if they had been trapped inside for countless years. Chapter 1642, Hearing the Truth. This is not special power. Qin Wentian's words fell, and Shan Lenqi replied indifferently, looking at the golden mountain in front of him, and said, "This is boundary power." Everyone in the group had sharp eyes. Yes, this is exactly the power that many of them want to find and touch, boundary power. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, staring at the front. Is this the real boundary power? Moreover, it is so substantial here. The mine of Super Emperor Stone appears in front of us. This can even be called boundary stone. The realm of the Emperor, the attribute rules are brought to the extreme, the fusion of different attribute rules, and the creation of a powerful rule field. However, how to evolve the next step? When the rules are understood to the extreme and the origin of the rules is realized, it is the transcendence of the Emperor realm. At that time, the practitioner can integrate his will into the law of rules. The law is my will, and the will of heaven is my will. Thus, the rules are integrated again, and a new power is born. This power is called boundary power. This kind of power transcends the scope of the rule domain. It is the transformation and sublimation of the essence, and it is a real qualitative change. When the new power merges, your law will also be integrated into it. That power is completely a part of you. The martial life cultivators themselves represent the will of heaven and earth, so they are truly transcendent and holy. They are not just immortals who use the rules, but transcend immortals and achieve freedom. Therefore, there are endless immortal emperors in the longevity world, but how many world masters are there? At present, Qin Wentian knows only 2 people, the world master of the longevity world, and Yi in the past. This step of leap must be really difficult to ascend to heaven. There are countless extraordinary people, even if they spend their entire lives until they die, they can't see that level. Not to mention the world master, they can't even reach the level between the immortal emperor and the world master. There are very few people at this level. In the vast and endless longevity world, those who can step into that level can become a palace master or open up a top force. You can imagine how powerful it is. After Qin Wentian entered the ancient fairyland, it was impossible for him not to understand this knowledge. He had read ancient books, which recorded why the 33 heavens where they lived, and even the ancient fairyland, came into being. Why did the world exist? Why was this world so balanced, with various attributes blending together naturally? The master of the realm was already vaguely qualified to contact that level. The more a martial life cultivator grew up, the closer he was to the truth and the essence of the world. Brother Sham can see the boundary power at a glance. He is worthy of being the eldest disciple of the palace master of Xiangxing Palace. I believe that he is not far from that level. Xiaoxiao said with a faint smile, but Shan Lenqiu shook his head lightly and said, "It's still a long way off. I believe that Brother Shan will be able to enter that realm sooner or later. Maybe in this Teoti mine, he will be able to comprehend the level of the palace master." Xiaoxiao said again, "I don't know much about the formation of this boundary stone. Can Brother Shan help me solve my doubts?" "Yes." Sham Lenqiu nodded lightly. "I once had the honor of listening to the master's teachings. The master said that there are 9 galaxies between heaven and earth, and there are countless martial stars on them. In fact, these 9 galaxies correspond to our martial arts realm. The higher the galaxy, the more terrifying power the martial stars contain. But because the perceivers themselves are bound by the realm, coupled with the infinitely long distance, they cannot truly feel the true power of the martial stars. All they can feel is the power they can absorb. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered when he heard Shanlenqiu's words. He had such doubts in his heart. The higher the martial star in the 9th heaven, the more extraordinary it is. But even the martial star in the 1st heaven actually contains endless rules. Otherwise, if some people who have cultivated to the immortal realm have communicated with the lowest martial star before, would the martial star be useless? Of course not. When their realm is higher, the power they can absorb is different. These mineral veins are actually huge stellar meteorites in the starry sky, or small naturally formed martial stars. Although I don't know how this Teoti mineral vein was born, it must have gone through countless years. As the saying goes, water dripping wears away a stone. Over time, everything will change from quantitative change to qualitative change. The rule mineral veins will also be like human martial arts monks. They will gradually give birth to the power of the origin of rules and the meaning of law. When 2 different rule origins have existed together for countless years, the meaning of law will blend. After countless years, they will gradually merge with the meaning of law, thus giving birth to new power and the birth of boundary stone deposits. You mean, these mineral deposits have self-awareness? Murengzaya Oxio asked. The law is not self-consciousness. The law of heaven and earth is what we usually call the will of heaven. But it is illusory in itself, but it really exists. It is not like humans and monsters that can think. Shamlenqiu explained. Murengzaya Oxio's beautiful eyes were full of light, and she smiled and said, Brother Shan, you are really amazing. After listening to your words, I feel like I am about to have an epiphany. Insightful. The Yi brothers and sisters also nodded. Qin Wentian was thoughtful. Although Murengzaya Oxio's words were a bit flattering, Shamlenqiu's words did make people feel enlightened. Humans often say that the will of heaven is hard to predict and the destiny is hard to violate. It is very reasonable to explain it with Shanlenqiu's words. The so-called will of heaven is a kind of law born from this world. It has no power to think. It is illusory in itself and of course unpredictable. And humans are the spirits of all things. When humans realize that kind of power, self-consciousness is integrated into the power, which is the law. You represent the will of heaven and earth. The will of heaven is my will. How powerful and overbearing. These are just relatively simple things. The boundary stone in front of us should be the fusion of space law and earth law, thus giving birth to new law, which has transformed from rule power into boundary power. The people inside are trapped in it and may never get out. Shamlenqiu said as he looked at the line of figures in the giant peak. The eyes of those people became empty and lifeless. They must have experienced painful struggles. This place is not suitable for us. Only the strong people in the realm of realm masters can comprehend this kind of power. We are still a little far away. Shamlenqiu continued. Well, I listen to you. Murengzaya Oxio nodded. Although the group felt that this boundary mountain was magical, they also understood that it was indeed not suitable for comprehending and practicing. It was too far away from them. The group continued to move forward and found another extraordinary place. It is a sword river that falls from the sky, like a waterfall, constantly falling down and flowing into the earth. However, there is an area on the earth where the sword river flows, which has turned into an abyss with no bottom. I don't know if it has reached the center of the Teoti mine. The sword river is too terrible. If you stand below, I'm afraid you will die. The sword intent is still there, but it has not been integrated. This sword intent is close to the origin of the rules. Shamlenqiu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend and practice. Murengzaya Oxio was stunned when she saw this scene, then smiled and sat down next to Shamlenqiu. Qin Wentian also found a good position. He didn't sit down, but just stood there, watching quietly, his white clothes fluttering, and his long hair dancing. The rules of the sword have thousands of shapes, and they can turn into flowing water and flow with it, as if they have become gentle. There are many people here, all of whom come to comprehend, standing in different directions. People who come to the Teoti mine, in addition to war, also practice for comprehending. There are too many opportunities here. A few months later, the group was still gaining insights. Qin Wentian stood alone on one side, while Muringzia occasionally asked Shan Lenqiu about his cultivation methods when he stopped. "Brother Shan, have you gained insights again?" At this time, seeing Shan Lenqiu open his eyes, Muringzia asked. Shan Lenqiu nodded gently, only to hear Muringzia ask, "Brother Shan, I would like to ask, this sword river is like flowing water, gentle and not hard, but the sword is the most hard and strong meaning. Can the sword really become gentle and have no lethality? Of course not. Without the sharpness, can it still be called sword meaning?" Shan Lenqiu said, "A swordsman should be extremely sharp. Although the sword river in front of us is gentle, it is still the most hard and yang. If you enter it, you will die instantly. The so-called gentleness is just an appearance." Qin Wentian, who was not far away, was moved when he heard Shan Lenqiu's words. In fact, he was also thinking about this problem during the process of comprehension these days. However, he and Shan Lenqiu had some different views, so they could use this opportunity to discuss it. So he said, "I have a different opinion. The meaning of rules can have thousands of forms. The attributes of the sword have the meaning of being the most hard and yang, which is given by the rules attributes themselves, but the sword meaning can also be gentle, like flowing water brushing against a body." Muringzia looked up at Qin Wentian with a smile. She didn't expect him to speak at this time. Shan Lenqiu frowned when Qin Wentian refuted him and said indifferently, "Have you seen a sword that can't kill people?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded and said, "When we control this sword intent flowing in our body, why don't we hurt ourselves?" Absurdity. Shan Lenqiu's voice became a little colder, and he said, "How can the power controlled by oneself hurt oneself? What kind of example is this? It's simply nonsense. The so-called law is to integrate one's own will into power. This is what you said before. In this case, when we enter a higher realm, the will of heaven is my will. I can control it easily and not hurt myself, and I can also not hurt others. Now we can't do it, maybe it's just that the realm is not enough." Qin Wentian's tone is still calm. This is his opinion. The same perception, different people will naturally have different perceptions. Have you seen people in a higher realm do this? Shan Lenqiu said sarcastically, with a bit of sarcasm in his eyes. Brother Shan is the eldest disciple of the palace master of Shiangxing Palace and the grandson of the realm master. He has heard the realm master preach. Muringzia beside him chuckled. There are differences in hearing the truth. I am just expressing my own opinion, and I stick to my own opinion. Qin Wentian said with a smile. So, you think that you have obtained it now, although you heard the truth later, you have realized it before me. Shan Lenqiu's words were sharp, and there seemed to be a terrible sword intent emanating from him. In this case, we can know after we have a discussion. Brother Shan, we are just discussing the truth, and Brother Xianwan is just expressing his opinion. Don't hurt the relationship. Yi Qing advised, feeling that what Qin Wentian said seemed to make more sense, but of course he would not say it out loud. Chapter 1643 Someone in the Abyss. Qin Wentian glanced at Shan Lenqiu. Discuss? He smiled. When they formed the alliance, he understood that the so-called alliance was nothing more than a self-protection of the weak relying on the strong. This kind of alliance was extremely fragile in the face of interests. When they formed the alliance, because of Shan Lenqiu's identity, the alliance implicitly respected him, and everyone flattered him. Shan Lenqiu himself was indeed an extraordinary person, and he was naturally very proud of his identity. Therefore, he regarded his different opinions as a provocation and proposed to spar with him. Shaking his head lightly, Qin Wentian looked forward and didn't say much. His pride was not like Shan Lenqiu's, and he could not tolerate other people's different opinions. He had his own understanding and views. If Shan Lenqiu also insisted on his views, what did it have to do with him? Do you have to spar with people who have different opinions to prove that you are right? Of course, Shan Lenqiu was like this because he thought highly of himself. If he knew that Xianwan was Qin Wentian, who became famous in the last battle of the emperor, he might be able to tolerate his different opinions. Now he was angry because he felt that Qin Wentian had no right to question his perception in public, especially in front of a beautiful woman. Even if Shan Lenqiu did not show much enthusiasm for Muringzia, being admired by a beautiful woman could satisfy his vanity after all, so he naturally could not lose face. Brother Shan, how can he compete with you? Why do you care about his opinion? Yulian said at this time. As for the other four people from the four palaces of the wasteland, they were all silent, watching quietly, and thinking about what Qin Wentian and Shan Lenqiu had said before. On the surface, it seemed that Shan Lenqiu was right, but if you think deeply, Qin Wentian's words made sense. Since people can control their own power without hurting themselves, does it mean that power itself is controllable and not absolute? Can the true origin of rules exist in multiple forms? The more they thought about it, the more they felt as if they had some insight, but they just couldn't grasp it. But even so, they still wouldn't express their support for Qin Wentian. The sword river was still flowing, and in the abyss ahead, there was a faint sword intent flowing out, as if it was flowing upstream, which made everyone's eyes focus, and their immortal thoughts peaked at the bottom of the abyss. In an instant, many people's eyes shrank, and someone exclaimed, "There's someone." Someone actually appeared in the abyss. A sharp gaze looked down at the sky, and saw a figure slowly going up. The sword river kept flowing backwards, intersecting with the sword river flowing down, and then madly shot in all directions. Puff! A crisp sound came out, and a man lowered his head and looked at his chest. There were dense holes there, as if a stream of water flowed through the body, leaving these holes, and then blood flowed out, also like flowing water. Ah! The man let out a miserable howl and retreated violently. In an instant, figures retreated rapidly, revealing a look of horror. The sword river that splashed like water seemed soft and invisible, but it had terrible killing power. This seemed to confirm what Shan Lenqiu said before. The form of the sword might be able to change, but its essence was extremely strong and sharp. There was no sword that could not kill people. However, looking at the figure that emerged from the abyss, it seemed to overturn this conclusion. Qin Wentian seemed to be right. The man bathed in the sword river without using any force to resist. The sword river flowed through his body and flowed slowly, like a real drop of water. It was extremely terrifying. Is this the sword intent he released himself? Shan Lenqiu said as he retreated, but it seemed a bit self-deceiving. The sword intent was clearly born naturally, a product of the Teoti mind, and an external force, but when your cultivation is strong enough, it seems that you can really change its form and make the sword gentle. It seems that you can do it after you comprehend the origin of the rules. Qin Wentian murmured, and glanced at Shan Lenqiu. So, the palace master of Xiangxing Palace can also do it, didn't he tell you? Shan Lenqiu's expression froze, and his face became more and more ugly. Yes, sometimes, after all, you have to comprehend it yourself, and it is your own. If I tell you directly, you will fall into a certain dilemma. Although you know it, you can't understand it. It's better to comprehend it directly. I believe that the palace master of Xiangxing Palace must have let you feel his power many times. Qin Wentian sighed. His tone was calm, and he didn't mean to be arrogant, but he was thinking about something in his heart, immersed in his own understanding. Shut up! Shan Lenqiu shouted coldly. Qin Wentian was stunned and said nothing. Xiaoxiao was stunned for a while, then she still smiled lightly and looked at Shan Lenqiu and said, "The truth is not necessarily what we see. I still believe you are right." This was pure flattery, but Shan Lenqiu nodded to Xiaoxiao. His proud and vain heart seemed to feel more comfortable this way. Qin Wentian did not look at him again, but looked at the man who emerged from the abyss. He was squatting there, sharpening the sword, placing the sword on the sword grinding stone, letting the endless sword river flow on it, making the sword's blade smooth and able to reflect light. His long hair was draped there, extremely messy, like a madman. He was wearing a black robe, stained with blood, with countless bloodstains, and his clothes were extremely tattered. He had been sharpening the sword there, with no distractions. Finally, he raised his head, and a terrifying cold light burst out from his eyes, which were extremely bright. That look seemed to contain the strongest sword intent in the world, which could tear everything apart and penetrate everything. It took 1,000 years to sharpen a sword, and now, the sword is finished. A sharp voice came out of his mouth, and then the sword grinding stone fell towards the sky below. He picked up the sword with his palm, and then his palm trembled violently. In an instant, the sword that had been sharpened for 1,000 years was directly destroyed by him. It took 1,000 years to sharpen the sword, and the sword was finished, just to destroy? In these 1,000 years, was he sharpening that sword, or sharpening his own sword? His figure flashed, and his whole body turned into a ray of light, like a sword. He was the sword. With a puff, blood appeared, and the figure was seen without even having time to scream. The body was separated and beheaded on the spot. The sword light continued to fly out, as fast as a meteor and lightning, like a sword beam, with a continuous sound of puffing. One after another, figures were killed and destroyed, falling directly on the spot. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked, their faces changed, and the divine power on their bodies burst out wildly, and they quickly retreated. The origin of rules, the law of swords. Qin Wentian's heart trembled, such a strong power. He saw a top-level immortal emperor, with super-strong defense to protect his body. The rule field was born, and the immortal space was created, but he was directly penetrated, and the strongest sword will destroy him. There was also a strong man who used magic weapons to protect himself and blocked in front of him, but he saw the sword light directly decomposed and flowed along the magic weapon. In an instant, it flowed through his magic weapon and entered the side where his body was, and then killed him, and he couldn't stop it at all. This strong man who came out of the abyss should have truly stood at the invincible level of the Emperor realm, and even may have touched the level of the Palace Master of the Nine Realms Palace. After thousands of years of sharpening a sword, he directly tested it with people. This person's practice was almost crazy. He only had his sword in his eyes. Many strong men seemed to be just things for him to sharpen his sword and test, not lives. He was extremely ruthless. Could it be that this is the so-called ruthlessness of the Great Way? Shanlenqiu and the others were also retreating. Murengzia Oxiao hid behind Shanlenqiu. The group seemed to retreat with Shanlenqiu as the center, and at the same time, terrible imperial light burst out from their bodies. The sword light turned into human again, appeared again, smiled and glanced at everyone, then looked at Shanlenqiu and others, stepped out. Shanlenqiu's expression changed drastically, and a terrible aura was released from his body. The sword light was bright, and the sword was born. There seemed to be endless brilliance between heaven and earth, which could cut the heaven and earth apart and kill the opponent. However, the madman-like figure still stepped forward, as if he didn't care, and continued to move forward. When Shanlenqiu's sword attack fell on the opponent, those sword intentions became extremely soft and flowed on his body. At this moment, Shanlenqiu's face was pale, and at the same time, it seemed to confirm that he was wrong. When the strength is strong enough, the rules can be changed. To attack that madman with the power of the sword is to seek death. Qin Wentian, who was not far away, saw this scene and immediately understood that this sword sharpener who came out of the abyss had comprehended the original rules of the sword. This was a qualitative change. He directly overwhelmed you in comprehension. How could your sword rules attack the opponent? Directly controlled. This is absolute comprehension and suppression. You also know swords. The madman-like figure sneered, and immediately the endless sword power flowed back and fell on Shanlenqiu's body. It was really like flowing water, flowing on Shanlenqiu's body. Shanlenqiu's body kept shaking, and his eyes were full of endless fear. Senior, I am the disciple of the Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace and the grandson of the Lord of Changsheng Realm. I hope you will show mercy. In the face of life-threatening, Shanlenqiu directly gave in and told his background, which made the madman's eyes flash. The grandson of the Lord of Changsheng Realm? This Taodi mine is still under the jurisdiction of the Lord of Changsheng Realm, and it is also in the territory of Changsheng Realm. If he really offends the Lord of Changsheng Realm, even if he has made great progress in his cultivation, he will still die. In that case, I will teach you a lesson for the Realm Master. You should practice cultivation well in the future. The madman spoke indifferently, and the infinite sword power suddenly wrapped around his body and threw him downwards. The sword's will was his will, and he did whatever he wanted. Shanlenqiu was thrown to the ground, his whole body was soaked. If it weren't for his identity protecting him, he would have died in a moment. P.S. I attended the press conference of the TV series The Ancient God-King today and posted a picture on WeChat. If you are interested, search Jing Wuhan on WeChat official account and you can see it in the history record. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1644, Battle of Extraordinary. Are you also disciples of the Master of the Realm? The madman looked at Murengzia Oxiao and the others. These people had been with Shanlenqiu before, so he asked this question. If they were really disciples of the Master of the Realm, he would certainly not move. He spent 1,000 years sharpening his sword. He had been silent and lonely for too long. Now that the sword was completed, he tested it with blood and felt the extraordinary power in his body. He felt very happy. So, he put aside everything and did not suppress his unbridled heart. He started killing. "We are all good friends of Brother Shan," Murangzia and the others said. "Really?" The madman glanced at Shan Lenqiu, only to see Shan Lenqiu shook his head and said, "I am not familiar with him." At this moment, Murangzia and the others were as pale as paper, and they all looked at Shan Lenqiu angrily. This bastard was so heartless that he wanted to kill them. Shan Lenqiu himself almost lost his life, and he didn't want to provoke the other party again. There was no need to plead for these people. Although Murangzia was a beautiful woman, he would never lack women with his status. It didn't matter on weekdays, but at this time, he couldn't care so much. Moreover, he was so ugly today and lost face. It might be better if those who saw it died. "Brother Shan, your behavior is too despicable." A man from the 4 palaces of the wasteland spoke, but as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a terrible stream of swords piercing through him. In an instant, blood marks appeared on his forehead. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell down. At the same time, there was a terrible sword light chasing those who wanted to escape, and blood was constantly shining. His control over the rules of the sword has truly reached a transcendent state. He can do whatever he wants. It is easy to kill people thousands of miles away, and there is no way to escape. Still running away. The sword madman sneered with his hair draped over his head, and his eyes looked extremely scary. "Senior has transcended the Emperor realm, why do you embarrass us so much?" Yiqing looked at the madman and said. "I like it." The madman said with a smile, "I have been sharpening my sword for thousands of years. Now that I have finally obtained the Great Dao, how can I not indulge myself for once?" "Finally obtained the Great Dao." A voice suddenly sounded. "But if you understand the rules and sources of the sword, is that the Great Dao? If this is the Great Dao, then what is the Realm Master?" The voice seemed a little harsh, and everyone was a little surprised. Who is so bold? They turned their eyes one after another. Yiqing and others actually saw Qin Wentian. They couldn't help but be stunned. This guy actually spoke at this time. Is he looking for death? The madman also looked at Qin Wentian with an interested look. He was not afraid of death. He smiled and said, "Then in your opinion, what is the Great Dao? Although it is said that if you comprehend the source of rules and possess extraordinary power, you will have a bright future. However, the Great Dao is ethereal. Can this be called the realization of the Great Dao? Now, Senior has given birth to the will of law, and uses the will of law to control the will of rules. You can do whatever you want, and even call it the will of heaven is my will, but can you really do that?" Qin Wentian said, "Not to mention the realm of Senior, even the master of the realm cannot represent the Great Dao of heaven and earth and represent the will of heaven with his own will. I think that the Great Dao will always be supreme, unless one day, the will of heaven is my will is the will of heaven, my thoughts can make the heaven and earth tremble, and my thoughts can control the fate of all living beings. If you really get the Great Dao, why do you need to use such brutal means to deal with everyone here? At that time, you will truly have a bright future and control the fate of heaven and earth. How can you use cruel killing methods to prove your achievements? This is just a small Dao." The madman's smile became more intense. He looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Your comprehension is indeed good. You have understood the invisible rules before. Now, I admit that what you said is somewhat reasonable. I killed people just to satisfy my achievement of sharpening a sword for 1,000 years, but so what, as long as I like it, so even if you are right, I will still kill you. Please teach me, Senior," Qin Wentian said. The madman's eyes froze and looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. "Please teach me? Does he think he can fight with him?" Seeing the rules bursting out of Qin Wentian, the madman laughed. His hair-covered head smiled and showed a mouthful of white teeth, revealing a bit of evil charm. His mind moved slightly, and suddenly a river of swords appeared, rushing towards Qin Wentian. The terrible river of swords seemed to completely submerge and destroy Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not have the rules of the sword. The Buddhist rules cast an indestructible golden body, which turned into a diamond body, protecting his body and being invulnerable to all kinds of methods. The terrifying sword river came and instantly became extremely sharp, making a terrifying sharp sound. However, when it hit the Buddha's Dharma body, it encountered a strong resistance. Although the sword intent continued to erode, it could not directly destroy the Dharma body. This was the first time that the sword madman encountered such a situation after sharpening the sword. Killing the rest of the people was effortless. However, at this moment, The surging sword river was blocked. Muringzia and others were also stunned, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. The Buddha's Dharma body was solemn and could actually block the madman's attack. This Shinwen was so powerful. Before, the madman attacked Shanlenkyu, but he easily took Shanlenkyu down. The strength of Shanlenkyu and Qin Wentian could be seen at a glance. However, not long ago, when the two were discussing the Dao, they had different opinions. Shanlenkyu was extremely strong and proposed a fight, but Qin Wentian avoided it. At that time, they thought Qin Wentian didn't dare to fight. Now it seems a bit ironic. Shanlenkyu was obviously wrong, and his strength was not as good as others, but he was still so strong. Qin Wentian was stronger than Shanlenkyu in both strength and understanding, but others seemed particularly low-key. Thinking of this, the gap between the two was immediately obvious. Yiqing and the others looked at Shanlenkyu coldly, revealing a bit of irony. It was indeed ironic. They followed Shanlenkyu, but were abandoned by the other party without hesitation. Instead, Qin Wentian spoke at this time and temporarily resolved their crisis. Shanlenkyu's face was also very ugly. He had always been noble and proud before, but at this moment he seemed extremely small and humble. Feeling the contemptuous eyes of Yiqing and others, his face was a little distorted. The madman was surprised when he saw Qin Wentian's defense. He swung his sword and in an instant, infinite sword power was born between heaven and earth, killing and madly hitting the Buddha's body. These swords were either terrible heavy swords, powerful, or sharp swords, sharp to the extreme. Qin Wentian's Buddha's body continued to expand, with endless runes shining inside, crisscrossing, like a large formation, blocking with many forces, but the body was still broken, and cracks continued to appear. The attack of the origin sword was too terrible, even the diamond body was still difficult to withstand. You know, after decades of practice, Qin Wentian has entered the realm of the top immortal emperor. Back then, he could defeat many extraordinary top immortal emperors when he was a mid-level immortal emperor. With his current realm and strength, the extraordinary top immortal emperors are still vulnerable in front of him. They are all star souls in the 8th heaven. You can imagine how strong his rules are. At this moment, many arms emerged from Qin Wentian's huge body, and they suddenly expanded at the same time, actively launching an attack instead of passive defense. Many people were trembling. Facing a strong man who had comprehended the power of the source of rules and laws, Qin Wentian actually had the strength to fight back. The madman's eyes also froze, his hair flying. He raised his hand and made a sword gesture. Between heaven and earth, there appeared terrible lotus sword intense. Born from the sword river, sword-shaped lotus flowers continued to grow and spread, covering everything, engulfing all the arms that came to kill, and crushing them into pieces bit by bit. The lotus sword that strangled everything opened and closed and went towards Qin Wentian's Dharma body, constantly expanding, turning into a huge lotus of destruction that swallowed everything, trying to wrap Qin Wentian's Dharma body in it and crush it. Space doors shone in all directions. A pair of terrifying true and false eyes appeared in the void and fell directly on the madman, instantly sealing him into the domain space. He himself stepped into the space door and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the madman and crossed the lotus sword. The madman broke free from the true and false eye space domain in an instant, but what greeted him was an extremely bright light. Boom! The sword will instantly wrapped around his body, like a sword body. The fist of light blasted and repelled him, and flew directly under the sword river. He was seen to bend his body slightly, and then stand straight again. Under his messy long hair, his eyes became more terrifying. He was actually repelled by Qin Wentian. The people around him were all trembling, staring at Qin Wentian in shock. The madman who sharpened his sword for thousands of years and sharpened it with blood after coming out killed people like crazy, but he was actually blocked by the extraordinary immortal emperor in front of him. You are not Shinwen, you are Qin Wentian, the leader of Lihoro City. Decades ago, at the feast of the Changsheng realm, he challenged the 8 palace masters of the realm palaces with the realm of a mid-level immortal emperor, and was admired by the realm lords. Yiqing suddenly spoke up. Although he was not at the scene, he had heard of that battle. Qin Wentian and Jiutian were too famous. Someone had described that battle. Yiqing thought of Shinwen's name, and a flash of inspiration came to him, and he thought of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian. The people of the 4 palaces of the wasteland and Muringzia all stared at each other. They had also heard of this name. This person was praised as one of the most promising extraordinary young immortal emperors in the Changsheng realm. Compared with him, Shan Lenqiu's first place in the previous session seemed less important. Qin Wentian was a mid-level immortal emperor at that time, and now he is the top immortal emperor. However, Qin Wentian is different from Shan Lenqiu. He is really low-key. When the madman heard that Qin Wentian was admired by the realm master, he frowned again and said, "Your rules are very strong, but they may not be able to stop my understanding of the source of rules. Senior, except for the sword rules, I am not inferior to other rules. It will be difficult for you to defeat me," Qin Wentian said. "Even if that is true, how can you stop me if I want to kill someone?" The madman sneered. "I can't stop you, but in the future, I will definitely kill you." Qin Wentian looked at the other party and said. Chapter 1645 Enlightenment. Qin Wentian has now reached the top level of the Immortal Emperor, but the opponent has already transcended the ordinary and entered the Holy Realm, comprehending the source of rules and laws, transcending the mundane world, and undergoing a qualitative change. Even though Qin Wentian has a very strong combat power, he obviously cannot cross the realm and kill the extraordinary person now. After fighting with the opponent, Qin Wentian also deeply felt the fear of this level of people. Moreover, this is only the power of comprehending one system of rule sources. If he achieves multiple systems of rule sources, how terrible it will be. The qualitative change will overwhelm his transcendent combat power. Even if his star soul is tyrannical, it will still be difficult to resist. Of course, if Qin Wentian himself also comprehends the source of rules and laws, it will be different. He can easily kill the madman in front of him. Qin Wentian's threatening voice made the madman stare at him. He smiled evilly and said, "It's rare to meet such an interesting person. In that case, I will spare their lives. However, if you think that the rules and laws are so easy to comprehend, you are wrong. I have been sharpening my sword for 1,000 years. Killing people is just to test the sword. It doesn't matter if I don't kill them. I am very curious about how many years it will take you to comprehend it. You don't have to worry about that, senior." Qin Wentian still smiled. The madman smiled evilly, and then his figure flashed and turned into a sword and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. After he left, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They saw a group of figures coming over and bowing to Qin Wentian, saying, "Thank you for saving my life. Senior, you are so powerful that you can fight extraordinary people. I admire you so much. I asked about Brother Qin's reputation a long time ago. Today, I see that you are more than worthy of your reputation. It is really an eye-opener." Yi Qing came over and bowed to Qin Wentian, saying, "If I was disrespectful in the past, please forgive me, Brother Qin. If it weren't for Brother Qin's rescue today, I'm afraid we would all die. It's just a small effort," Qin Wentian said with a smile, still looking easygoing. "Brother Qin, you are really well hidden. If we had known that you were so powerful, we would have held on to you tightly." Murungzia Oxiao walked up and smiled gently. Yulian glanced at Murungzia Oxiao and felt a little disgusted. This woman was really shameless. I don't know how she cultivated to her current level. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian, and she felt a little disappointed. She had never noticed before that he was so handsome, with a very outstanding temperament, and the whole person looked radiant. Compared with Shan Lenqiu standing below, the two of them were no longer comparable. Shan Lenqiu was not qualified to be compared with Qin Wentian. Although Yulian hated Murungzia Oxiao's thick skin, she also had the urge to step forward. At this time, she heard Qin Wentian say to Murungzia Oxiao, "I have never hidden anything, but Brother Shan is too outstanding, so Fairy Murun wants to make friends with him." This is also human nature. Although Qin Wentian smiled, he had a sense of keeping people at a distance. Hearing this, Yulian also gave up the idea of stepping forward. Yes, before, they all approached Shan Lenqiu and ignored Qin Wentian. She even made sarcastic remarks. Now they approached others when they saw that they were powerful. What kind of thing is this? Qin Wentian was able to help before, which was considered to be a great kindness and a great heart. If it were someone with a narrow mind, they would probably have died. You all don't need to be polite. Cultivation is not easy. Coming to the Teoti mine to take risks is all for cultivation. I hope you can gain something. Qin Wentian bowed to the crowd, then stepped forward and walked out of the crowd. Everyone made way, and their eyes still showed gratitude. Murungzia Oxiao's face was slightly embarrassed. She certainly understood that the so-called alliance between them naturally did not exist. What is he going to do? At this moment, everyone's eyes flashed, and they all stared at Qin Wentian. They saw that Qin Wentian actually walked into the sword river that fell from the void. The flowing sword river contained surging sword intent, which was endless. On Qin Wentian's body, a Dharma body appeared to resist the erosion of the sword river. He's going to learn from that madman, sharpen himself with the sword river, and comprehend the rules and sources of the sword. Everyone was trembling. Before, Qin Wentian and Shen Lenqiu discussed the Dao with the sword as the topic. From this point, we can know that Qin Wentian is good at sword, and his understanding of the power of the sword rules will only be more profound than Shen Lenqiu. Since he is good at sword, the sword madman was able to enter the Dao in the abyss, so why can Qin Wentian not? The crowd saw Qin Wentian's body sinking down, entering the abyss little by little, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. To dare to sharpen the sword in the abyss, in addition to having a high enough understanding of the sword, you also need to have extraordinary power. Otherwise, you can't stop the erosion of the sword river at all, and you will be destroyed directly under the sword river. Someone said. They can only comprehend by the sword river and dare not enter it. One after another, the figures flashed, and the strong men took their own sides and continued to comprehend the power of the source of law contained in the sword river. With a previous killing battle with the sword madman, they had a stronger desire in their hearts. Of course, some cautious people left, worried that the madman would go crazy again and kill them again, and then they would be miserable. Shen Lenqiu did not leave either. He walked to the side of the sword river and sat down. His eyes were filled with a terrifyingly sharp light. He wanted to regain his lost face. To do so, he had to comprehend that realm earlier than Qin Wentian and become a saint. Murong Xiaoxiao and the others had been abandoned by Shen Lenqiu once and almost killed. Naturally, they would not bother Shen Lenqiu again. The group was like strangers, as if they did not know each other. Murong Xiaoxiao and the others did not dare to retaliate against Shen Lenqiu. No matter how despicable Shen Lenqiu was, his strength was still there. Moreover, with his status as the grandson of the master of the realm, no one would really deal with him. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. During these years, Shen Lenqiu had been sitting there, comprehending the sword intent, as if he would not give up until he got the sword path. Many people who were saved by Qin Wentian that day were there. Some of them were there for cultivation, and some wanted to leave, but they stayed to continue comprehending in order to take another look at Qin Wentian and see when he would come out. Sometimes, curiosity is also a powerful driving force. In the abyss, a figure was surrounded by light, like a curtain of light. The falling sword river fell on the curtain of light, and then the sword river turned into a drop of sword intent and penetrated into Qin Wentian's body, just like a drop of water falling into the body. However, Qin Wentian felt a terrifying sharp intention, as if to destroy everything in his body. Qin Wentian finally understood why the madman's clothes were tattered and there were many bloodstains on his body. Obviously, the madman also suffered this inhuman suffering like him. He was not only feeling, but also sharpening the sword with his flesh and blood. Could it be that after achieving the sword, he would indulge himself in wanton killing? It must be that this process was too painful and suppressed for too long, so he wanted to be crazy. Blood appeared at the corner of Qin Wentian's mouth, and his face showed a painful look, but he still endured it. Only by experiencing the powerful power of the sword's rules and sources of power can you feel it more clearly. Repeating this process, Qin Wentian gradually realized the sharpness, dominance, and gentleness of the sword. The source of rules and laws contains various forms of rules. As long as you are strong enough, you can control them all. The sword's will is my will. However, knowing is one thing, and wanting to truly understand and comprehend is another. Time continued to pass. Qin Wentian's understanding of the rules became more and more profound, his realm continued to stabilize, and he truly reached the peak level of the immortal emperor, as if he was only one step away from the source of the rules. On this day, still in the cliff of the sword river, Qin Wentian stood there, and the sword river continued to flow through his body. Now, he no longer resisted and was completely bathed in the sword river. His white clothes were already stained with blood, but now, when the sword river flowed through his body, he did not move at all, and no longer felt the pain of the past. He just closed his eyes, extremely peaceful, as if he was trapped in some kind of wonderful state. Why did the sword river flow through his body but did not hurt him? The sword source contains many forms of the sword. If he really felt the gentleness of the sword would naturally not hurt him. More importantly, this even means that he can already fatally control the form of the sword. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to be unaware of it, still immersed in his own world, as if he was in an epiphany. It has been more than 10 years since Qin Wentian stepped into the Teoti mine. On this day, the sword river still fell down as before, flowing out through Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian, who had been closing his eyes, finally opened his eyes. A faint smile flashed in his eyes that were as bright as stars. He raised his head and saw that the sword river was flowing backwards, rising against a trend and flowing towards the sky. At this time, there were still many strong men around the sword river above. One group left and another group came. Shamlenqiu and Murengzaya and their group were still there. Shamlenqiu was unwilling to leave until he understood the way of the sword. At this moment, everyone's eyes froze. They stared at the sky in horror, only to see an extremely terrifying aura descending. The next moment, they all retreated backwards. They saw a rolling river of Taoism appear in the abyss. The sword river went upstream, rolling towards the sky like a prehistoric beast, turning into a terrifying storm. As long as a ray of storm spread out, it might kill an immortal emperor. The people who retreated to the distance stared at the storm in front of them. The next moment, their eyes froze there again. In the center of the sword river storm, there was a figure standing. He was dressed in white and blood-stained. He stood in the center of the sword storm, like a real god, and would be worshipped by all living beings. Chapter 1646 Approaching the Truth. This scene is somewhat similar to the Magman who appeared that year. Those who have seen the Magman's breakthrough understand. Qin Wentian has entered that level, transcending the ordinary and becoming a saint, transcending the immortal emperor. So scary. Some people were trembling with fear. Murengzaya and the others looked at Qin Wentian in shock. He was only a mid-level immortal emperor at the feast of the Changsheng realm decades ago. In just a few decades, he has broken through the realms one after another, breaking through the shackles of the top-level immortal emperor and entering the realm that countless people yearn for. And that madman, who is known for sharpening the sword for 1,000 years, it is conceivable how terrible the gap is. This is the comprehension. Perhaps, although he is at the realm of the mid-level immortal emperor, his comprehension has surpassed many top-level immortal emperors, and even transcends the top-level immortal emperors, such as Shanlanqiu. When the two discussed the way of swordsmanship, Qin Wentian obviously had a deeper understanding of the sword than Shanlanqiu. Congratulations, senior. Yi Qing spoke up. Now, he didn't even call him Brother Qin anymore, but senior. The cultivation world has always respected the strong and divided people by strength. As for age, it cannot be seen with the naked eye. Moreover, it doesn't mean that I have to respect you just because you live longer. For example, in the world of longevity, there may be some old guys who have lived longer than the Lord of the world of longevity, but doesn't the Lord have to treat them with the courtesy of a junior? This would only be the case for family elders, or perhaps for some respected people. For example, if Qin Wentian met some elders with low cultivation, he would still call them seniors. This is respect. But for strangers, of course, age is not used to judge the hierarchy, but strength. There are differences in the order of hearing the truth, but only those who can ultimately become extraordinary are truly extraordinary. Someone sighed softly. I've heard before that when one reaches the peak realm of the immortal emperor, the realm is already perfect and the rules are full. To take that step, it is no longer possible to rely on the improvement of the realm, but purely on comprehension. Some people can achieve enlightenment in one move, while some people may never achieve it in their entire life. Now that the senior has entered the extraordinary realm, it has indeed proved this point. Yes, Senior Qin had already achieved the great perfection of the rules and reached the peak of the immortal emperor. Now, relying on his extraordinary comprehension, he has taken this step in just over 10 years. We admire him very much. The attitude of the people has changed again. More than 10 years ago, they were grateful for Qin Wentian's life-saving grace and were in awe of his powerful fighting ability. However, now, they regard Qin Wentian as a person of another level. In their eyes, some of them respect him for extraordinary people. After Qin Wentian took this step, it meant that there was a real gap between them and him. He was a person from another world. Although Qin Wentian had only comprehended one attribute, with his talent and comprehension, since he was able to comprehend one of the abilities in more than 10 years, then the other attributes would surely be comprehended sooner or later. By then, he would be a person who could sit on an equal footing with the palace master of the Nine Realms Palace. People of that level were already high and mighty people, so their respect for Qin Wentian seemed particularly natural. Only Shanlenqiu had a gloomy face, feeling painful and tormented in his heart. He had been practicing here, hoping to break through one day. However, it had only been more than 10 years, which was extremely short for practitioners of their level. He still had no enlightenment, but Qin Wentian had already broken through. Thinking of this, he was extremely depressed. However, this was just Shanlenqiu's personal feeling. Qin Wentian didn't even look at him. Standing in the storm, he nodded gently to everyone, and then his figure flashed, and he disappeared like a sword light, and left here directly. Seeing Qin Wentian leave, everyone felt a sense of loss, and their hearts were still not calm. It took more than 10 years to realize the extraordinary. This was too terrible. If Qin Wentian had realized it for many years before, he could understand it. However, they all heard that at the Feast of the Immortal World decades ago, Qin Wentian was only at the middle-level Immortal Emperor realm. However, Qin Wentian naturally ignored everyone's thoughts. He shuttled through the air like a sword light. Not long after, he came to a mountain of flames. This mountain of flames had a terrible scorching temperature. In the center of the mountain of flames, there seemed to be an astonishing red color, like blood, so red that it made people tremble. Qin Wentian wrapped his body with sword intent. The sword rules on his body were like pieces of armor, wrapping his body inside. He stepped out step by step, walked into the mountain of flames, and came to the center of it. Here, there were stones that looked like blood, and there was a blood-red gas around. There was no other power here, only flames. Qin Wentian picked it up with his sword and threw it down. He knew that this kind of terrible or with destructive power could not be taken away with a storage ring. It could directly burn the storage ring. Unless it was a super emperor storage magic weapon refined by an equally extraordinary person, it could be stored. Qin Wentian walked here for several days, then turned into a sword and left, continuing to walk in the Teoti mine. He did not come here for the mine, but for the realm. Time still passed. Qin Wentian did not ask about external affairs, and temporarily put everything behind his mind. The news of the former beaming Yao Huang had a great stimulation to him. Without strength, he could do nothing about all this. In the years that Qin Wentian disappeared, things happened every day in Lihoro City, but the biggest thing that happened in these years was still the death of Emperor Helen. This matter has not been found out until now. It is said that the Lord of Lihoro Palace was furious about this, and continued to declare that Lihoro Palace governed the area, luring the bandits to surrender themselves with great benefits. Moreover, a few years ago, there was actually a greedy person who came to Lihoro Palace. He was one of the bandits of that year. He was from Jiutian City. Moreover, he used his immortal thoughts to draw the appearance of the bandit leader, but no one recognized him. Jiutian suspected that this person was disguised by someone. Moreover, if it was a bandit, the other party's defense was extremely strict. The bandits did not know each other, and it was watertight. There was no clue to check. Jiutian knew that it was hopeless to start the investigation from the bandits. So, when the immortal king who got the reward was still fantasizing about the future, he enjoyed a few years of good life in Lihoro City and finally decided to go out of the city to other places. However, on the first day he left the city, he was wiped out, and all the cultivation resources he got were taken back except for those that had been consumed. Fortunately, the other bandits did not lose their minds due to greed, so they did not destroy themselves. In Lihoro Palace, Jiutian reported the news to the master of Lihoro Palace. After so many years, there is still no news about Helen's death? The tone of the palace master of Lihoro was somewhat displeased. Palace master, the other party only appeared once, and all the bandits did not know each other. I guess the leader who killed Helen may have used this guise. There is no clue to trace at all. There is only one piece of news, which is rather suspicious. Jiutian said. What news? Asked the palace master of Lihoro. The Helen family made a big fuss about this matter. Now, everyone in the Changsheng Palace knows the news. Someone came to question him, which made him very unhappy. The gathering of bandits seems to have started from Jiutian City, and Jiutian City is the location of your Qian Palace. Jiutian said. The palace master of Lihoro's eyes flashed with a terrible edge, and said, Do you still suspect Qin Wentian? Without evidence, I dare not suspect anyone. Jiutian lowered his head and said, Qin Wentian is no longer the same as before. He is no longer the Qin Wentian of the past. Jiutian, you have been following me all these years. You have been in charge of the affairs of Lihoro City. I have always trusted your wisdom. You can say whatever you want, no matter who it involves. Lihuro Palace Master said. Jiutian has always been very smart. He is his think tank and has won his trust. Therefore, he has always served as the commander-in-chief. Palace Master, since that is the case, I will speak directly. According to our investigation of everything about Commander Qin, we know that Commander Qin is good at disguise. When he was in Jiutian City, he appeared with other faces. Jiutian analyzed. Moreover, after the death of Emperor Helen, all of us suspected him at the first time, and in fact, Commander Qin is indeed the most suspicious. But, at that time, many people in the commander's mansion saw Qin Wentian leave from the commander's mansion with their own eyes. This matter cannot be wrong. Lihuro Palace Master said affirmatively. This is exactly what I want to say. Who is Commander Qin? Does he need to explain to everyone before he goes out? Who dares to disturb him in the commander's mansion? Although he seemed to be very casual that day and didn't seem to be doing it deliberately, I still think it was a bit deliberate. The timing was too coincidental. Jiutian frowned. Besides, there is another very important point. Since Qin Wentian is good at disguise, then, are there no other practitioners who are good at disguise who can disguise themselves as Qin Wentian? Jiutian said. The Lihuro Palace Master's eyes flashed when he heard this. After a little hesitation, he shook his head and said, it's too risky to walk out of the commander's mansion and cooperate with others. Who else has the courage to cooperate with Qin Wentian? I don't think it's reliable. The Palace Master is really powerful. I also think this is indeed unreliable. Jiutian said. The Lihuro Palace Master stared at him and said, since you say it's unreliable, why are you telling me this? Because I have a bolder guess. Jiutian said. What guess? Lihuro Palace Master asked. Qin Wentian has practiced some kind of incarnation technique. This incarnation technique is very powerful and can temporarily possess his aura. Jiutian uttered a voice, and in an instant, a brilliant lightning flashed in the eyes of the Lihuro Palace Master. Jiutian's words seemed to give him a flash of inspiration, as if everything was about to become clear. He felt that this might be the truth. Thinking of this, the Lihuro Palace Master narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 1647 The Palace Master's Decision. Jiutian's words are entirely possible. There are many powerful incarnation techniques in the ancient fairyland. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, they can appear at the same time and exist for a long time. There are even some incarnation techniques that are against the will of heaven and can fight like the original body. The reason why they didn't think of this before is that this is a blind spot. When Emperor Helen died, Qin Wentian appeared in the commander's mansion. Naturally, they would not suspect him. But Jiutian is very smart. He has always been a think tank figure of the Lihuro Palace and is highly valued by the Lord of Lihuro Palace. After his investigation, he found that the death of Emperor Helen could not be investigated at all. This will be an unsolved case. Moreover, the only clue to the unsolved case was in Jiutian City, so Jiutian had to reanalyze and suspect the person who was most likely to kill Helen Emperor to see if Qin Wentian's suspicion could be completely eliminated. Later, he found that Qin Wentian was likely to kill Helen Emperor, as long as he had an external incarnation. Qin Wentian was the biggest suspect in an unsolved case that could not be investigated, so today's conversation occurred. The Lord of Lihuro Palace seemed to be awakened by Jiutian's reminder. He felt that the fact was like this. Immediately summon all the commanders except Qin Wentian to come to discuss the matter. The Lord of Lihuro Palace said coldly. Yes. Jiutian nodded, then took out the communication crystal and summoned the major commanders. After receiving Jiutian's order, the commanders of all parties appeared in Lihuro Palace one after another and were taken to the main hall where the Lord of Lihuro Palace lived. This area was full of the absolute confidence of the Lord of Lihuro Palace. Palace Master, Grand Commander, what happened? Central Commander Sun Jin asked. He felt that the atmosphere seemed a little different. The Palace Master and the Grand Commander seemed to have something important to announce. Zhuge, these people are all old men. Tell them what you just said to me. Palace Master Lihuro said. Jiutian nodded and told everyone about his suspicions. After hearing his words, all the commanders' eyes flickered. The smile that Lady Xiao habitually had on her face also disappeared, and she looked a little solemn. It must be said that Jiutian's suspicion was still very likely. Even they believed it faintly. You know, when Emperor Helen died, almost everyone suspected that it was Qin Wentian who did it. But because Qin Wentian appeared in the commander's mansion, everyone gave up this idea. But if, as Jiutian guessed, Qin Wentian had cultivated the art of incarnation, then there was no need to doubt this matter at all. What do you think? Palace Master Lihu asked. It's not certain that Commander Qin has an avatar, but you're guessing that he did it. Palace Master, I think this is a little inappropriate. Lady Zio said. Lady Zio, just because Commander Qin is handsome, you speak for him like this. Yinchu said in a gloomy tone, by the way, when Commander Qin was in Changsheng City, he also helped you resolve the humiliation of the Sword Soul Sex Zio family. I'm just talking about the facts. What do you mean by this? Lady Zio stared at Yinchu. Yinchu has given up on Lady Zio now. This woman has always looked down on him. Since that's the case, there's no need to be polite. Everyone knows that Qin Wentian is the most likely culprit for the death of Emperor Helen. With the strength he showed in Changsheng City and his attacking magic, it's not surprising even if he has hidden his avatar. I won't be surprised. Helen Emperor was most likely killed by him. You're the first one to stand up and speak for him. Could it be that you've already hooked up with him? Yinchu said sarcastically. He and Qin Wentian have always been at odds. Okay. Seeing the two people arguing with each other, Lihu Palace couldn't help but interrupt and said, speak your opinions truthfully and don't argue. Linba, Sunjin, what do you think? What does the Palace Master think? Your subordinates fully respect the Palace Master's wishes. Sunjin spoke up, purely flattering, but this flattery was very appropriate, because he knew that since the Palace Master of Lihu had summoned them to discuss this matter, it must not be just to ask for their opinions and ideas. Jiutian had already said that this matter could not be investigated, so everything was just a matter of thought. Sun Jin was able to sit in the position of the central commander after Xia Hao, so he was naturally a very smart person. On the surface, he always looked friendly, but in fact he was very shrewd. It is not ruled out. Lin Ba's answer was conventional. He dared not be sure, nor did he deny. The opinions of the major commanders were different, and their eyes fell on the Palace Master of Lihu. There was no evidence. In the end, what the Palace Master thought was the fact. Since it has become an unsolved case, if the Palace Master of Lihu said that Qin Wentian was the murderer, then he was, and if he said he was not, then he was not. Everything was decided in a moment. Lady Zio's eyes were a little nervous. Qin Wentian was still young, and if the Lord of Lihu Palace wanted to deal with him, it would be terrible. No one is allowed to reveal this matter. Qin Wentian did not come back during the previous tribute payment period, but sent people. Now, it is almost 10 years. Jiutian, tell him that he will come to Lihu Palace in person on the day of paying tribute this time. I have something to summon him. The Lord of Lihu Palace spoke slowly, and everyone's eyes flickered. They all understood that the Lord of Lihu's words were equivalent to announcing his attitude and his decision. Qin Wentian was going to be miserable. The Lord of Lihu Palace wanted to deal with him and strangle the thread in the cradle. They all understood that if Emperor Helen was killed by Qin Wentian, this person was so impulsive, then sooner or later, when he had the strength, he would kill the Lord of Lihu Palace. The matter was carried out by Emperor Helen, but the order was issued by Lihu Palace, and strong men were sent to cooperate. Palace Master, Qin Wentian is different now. In the Battle of the Longevity Realm Feast, the Realm Master thought highly of him. Is it not appropriate and will affect the Realm Master's opinion of the Palace Master? Yinchu seemed very loyal and considered the Palace Master, but concubine Zio glanced at him coldly. She was trying to provoke Lihu Palace Master. Lihu Palace Master glanced at Yinchu coldly, which made Lingqiu shudder, as if he was seen through by Lihu Palace Master. On the day of paying tribute, you will also come together. At that time, I will ask Qin Wentian about this matter. You are witnesses. The leader of a party pretended to be a bandit and killed my Lihu Palace Emperor. It is a rebellion, betraying Lihu Palace and the Longevity Realm. You should be killed on the spot. Lihu Palace Master said coldly. Yes, Palace Master. Yinchu bowed to express his attitude. I obey the orders of the Palace Master. Lin Ba and Sun Jin also bowed. This was the Lihu Palace. If anyone dared to disobey the orders of the Palace Master, he would deal with Qin Wentian. Then, no matter how outstanding Qin Wentian was, he would be powerless to save the situation. If it weren't for the incident with Helen Emperor, it would be fine. The Palace Master couldn't find an excuse to deal with him, and he couldn't explain to the Changsheng Palace. But the death of Helen Emperor was undoubtedly a perfect excuse. Yes, Palace Master. Concubine Xiao also nodded. Jiutian looked at them and said, if anyone leaks what happened today, you know the consequences. The Palace Master of Lihoro Palace glanced at them indifferently. He was confident that no one dared to leak his orders. He had controlled the Lihoro Palace for many years, so he still had some prestige. What's more, these people didn't have to betray him for a mere Qin Wentian. This was an act of seeking death. Go. The Palace Master of Lihoro waved his hand, and everyone bowed and left immediately. After leaving Lihoro Palace, concubine Xiao sped all the way, took out a communication crystal, injected her immortal thoughts into it, and said, reply quickly. What's the matter? A voice came back to concubine Xiao's mind. She injected another thought into the communication crystal and said, if Jiutian looks for you, don't go back. He and the Palace Master guessed that you may have practiced the art of incarnation. It was you who killed Emperor Helen, and the Palace Master wants to deal with you. After these words were heard, there was silence for a moment, and then an echo came, saying, I know, you be careful. Yes. Concubine Xiao responded, then put away the communication crystal and continued to move forward. After a moment, she heard another voice, thank you. Hearing this voice, concubine Xiao smiled brightly, and her sexy red lips seemed to outline a hint of ambiguity. Sure enough, not long after Lady Xiao passed a message to Qin Wentian, Jiutian sent a message to him. Qin Wentian did not respond. He knew that Lady Xiao was racing against time with Jiutian. If Jiutian sent the message first and he responded, but did not return by then, it would mean that he knew. But now, as long as he did not respond, the Lord of Lihoro Palace and Jiutian could only doubt. There are many reasons for not responding, such as being in a crisis or losing the message crystal. Qin Wentian knew about it, and Jiutian naturally knew about it. At this moment, he was not in Lihoro City, but in Changsheng City. Today, Jiutian clan held a banquet to entertain Jiutian. D Pavilion was already prosperous in Lihoro City. Now, he has developed the power of Changsheng City and Changsheng City. Needless to say, Helen clan also wanted to make friends with him, so it was easy to establish a relationship with him. Nowadays, Jiutian rarely deals with the affairs of Lihoro City D Pavilion, and has handed them over to his subordinates. In addition to practicing, he occasionally appears in various top forces. Master Jiutian, what are you thinking about? At this time, a strong man from the Jiutian clan next to him asked. Jiutian's eyes flickered under the mask and smiled, nothing. However, in fact, he was slightly moved in his heart. He didn't expect that Jiutian actually guessed the incarnation. Although he believed that there was no evidence for this matter, if the Lord of Lihoro Palace was determined to kill him, there would be no need for real evidence. He could just put the crime on him. It seems that I have to make arrangements in advance. Jiutian thought to himself. Chapter 1648. Do you know your sin? Jiutian was unable to contact Qin Wentian. No matter what he said, Qin Wentian did not respond. He also personally came to the commander's mansion in the North City district and asked the evil emperor to contact Qin Wentian. However, the evil emperor tried in front of him, but still could not contact him. Moreover, looking at the evil emperor's expression at that time, he seemed to be a little worried, afraid that Qin Wentian would get into trouble. It didn't seem to be fake. So, this became a mystery again. Now, what happened to Qin Wentian? Did he deliberately not reply to the message, or did he lose the crystal for the communication? The planned things were directly ruined because of Qin Wentian's non-response, and they had no way to do anything. This time, the commanders paid tribute, but Qin Wentian still did not come. It was the evil emperor who brought people to pay tribute in full, without any less. Now, no force in the North City district dared to reduce the tribute of the commander's mansion. Although Qin Wentian was not there, the deterrent power of the commander's mansion was still incomparable. Not only did this plan fail, but Qin Wentian did not come to the next several tributes. In other words, Qin Wentian has been away for decades, and there is no news. It seems that he has completely disappeared. Whenever the Lord of Lihoro Palace thinks of this, he is very unhappy and feels a little worried. Could it be that someone betrayed him? According to common sense, those commanders should not have the courage to do so. After all, he still has the final say in Lihoro Palace. No one can compete with him. Those commanders know the consequences of betraying him. Moreover, Qin Wentian is notorious for not getting along with people in Lihoro City. Even if Lady Xiao wants to get close to him, she can't. Even if there is something, with Lady Xiao's shrewd character who changes her mind according to the situation, if Qin Wentian gets into trouble, she will abandon him without hesitation and stand on the side of the Lord of Lihoro Palace. Now, the Lord of Lihoro Palace is not only a little worried about Qin Wentian, but also a little worried about another person, Jiutian, who is rewarded by the Lord of the Realm and appointed as the supervisor of Lihoro Palace. This Emperor Jian has been developing too fast in recent years. Unlike Qin Wentian, who keeps a low profile and forbearance, he is striding forward. The development of Emperor Pavilion is very fast. Because of the words of the Lord of the Immortal Realm, all forces are willing to help it develop. Now, the power of Emperor Pavilion in Lihoro City has even surpassed the power controlled by the Helen family. However, it is not as deep as the Helen family. Moreover, there is no existence beyond the Emperor Realm. But Emperor Pavilion still makes the Lihoro Palace Master feel a little uncomfortable. In his territory, one Helen family is enough. Now there is Emperor Pavilion, and he cannot intervene. What makes him even more unhappy is that Emperor Pavilion and Helen family have a very close relationship, closer than with him, the Palace Master. Lihoro City, Jiutian District. Emperor Pavilion has now developed here and has a very large influence in Jiutian District. On this day, Emperor Jian personally came to Jiutian District and summoned many large and small forces in Jiutian District to prepare a banquet to entertain many leaders of major forces in Jiutian District. During the banquet, it was very lively. Jian sat at the first seat. He still wore a mask and smiled as he looked at the people below. He said, "The D Pavilion has been developing in Jiutian District for many years. This time I invited you to the banquet because I want to find several major forces to cooperate with, so that my D Pavilion can develop faster." Jian's words instantly made many powerful people excited. Now, as long as the districts have a relationship with the D Pavilion, they can immediately take off. All the forces that cooperate with the D Pavilion have developed very rapidly, especially the Mo family, which had a good relationship with Master Jian at the beginning. Now it has become the top force in the central city. The Yan family, which was as famous as the Mo family, no longer exists, and some other formation family industries have also been annexed. However, the forces that cooperate with my D Pavilion need to be first-class forces. I wonder which forces have such a willingness. Jian asked. My Nai family is willing to cooperate with D Pavilion. My Zilai Pavilion is also willing to develop together with Master Jiutian. Many first-class forces spoke up one after another, and Jian nodded with a smile. I didn't expect you all to be so supportive. It makes it difficult for me to choose. Master Jiutian. At this time, only one person spoke up. Although my family is not a first-class force, in fact, our strength and industry are not inferior to those of first-class forces. I hope Master Jiutian will consider it. Oh? Really? Jiutian smiled and said, I have also heard of the He family. I heard that the He family in West City is rich in beauties. I don't know if the rumor is true or not. If Master Jiutian is interested, you can visit my He family at any time. The elder of the He family said with a smile, revealing a meaningful smile. It was heard that Master Jiutian had many beautiful women pursuing him, but he had never married. It must be that this person was too proud. Even the daughters of various families, he thought they were not qualified to marry him. However, those women, I am afraid they all had relationships with him. Otherwise, why would he be so close to the Helen family, and why would he help the Mo family grow into transcendent force? In this case, if there is a woman in his family who can have something with Jiutian, he will not mind. Sacrificing one person to make the He family successful is a good thing. Moreover, being the woman of Master Jiutian is not a grievance. Helen Qiu of the Helen family has always been sticking to Master Jiutian, with an ambiguous relationship. Okay, I must go there when I have a chance. Jiutian showed a meaningful smile to the strong man of the He family, and then asked with some doubts, but, does the He family really have such a strong power and industry? Why is it not a first-class power? Master Jiutian, do I need to ask this? Someone from another power said with a smile. Master Jiutian, you said that the He family is rich in beauties. Our commander often goes to the He family. Several people smiled and said, and the strong man of the He family smiled but said nothing. Oh, no wonder. If that's the case, I will also consider the He family. But, isn't Commander Yin worried about being blamed by the palace master? Jiutian showed a look of sudden enlightenment, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Haha, Master Jiutian is naive? Someone laughed. What do you mean? Jiutian asked. No more, no more. Anyway, they are all rules that stick to the rules. The man smiled and waved his hand. I understand. Jiutian nodded. I just don't know how good the relationship between the He family and Commander Yin is. If my deep pavilion can get the support of the commander's mansion to develop here, it will definitely be smoother. Master Jiutian, don't worry. The relationship between my He family and Commander Yin is very good. The strong man of the He family said with a smile. In that case, let me ask one more question. Does the He family really have the power of a first-class force? Jiutian said. Well, I am sure that everyone present here can also testify. The strong man of the He family said with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiutian smiled and nodded, and said, Come here. Someone flashed and came to Jiutian's side, respectfully saying, Pavilion Master. Go to the commander's mansion for me and invite Commander Yin Chu to the banquet. Jiutian said, and the man nodded, bowed and left. Master Jiutian, why do you want to invite Commander Yin? The strong man of the He family asked in confusion. You will know when he comes. Jiutian smiled meaningfully and said, Come, let's continue drinking. The group drank and chatted happily. After 3 rounds of drinking, they felt more familiar with each other, and their words became more casual and free to speak. After some time, Yin Chu brought people here. He saw the lively banquet and couldn't help but frown. This was his Jiutian district. Jiutian, who had summoned all the major forces, seemed to be very familiar with him. However, there had always been a gap between him and Jiutian. When Jiutian wanted to move Xiahao, he opposed it. Commander Jiutian came to my Jiutian. Why didn't you tell me so that I could entertain him? Yin Chu said with a smile, but Jiutian just sat there indifferently, glanced at him sideways, and smiled. Just now, I was chatting with everyone present, and I happened to talk about Commander Yin, so I asked Commander Yin to come over. What did you talk about me? Yin Chu smiled and glanced at everyone. We talked about how Commander Yin Chu often visits the He family and they have a very good relationship. Moreover, the He family said that they have the strength and industrial scale of a first-class force, but they are only defined as a third-class force. This really opened my eyes. Jiutian said with a smile. Yin Chu's face changed instantly. He looked at the strong man of the He family and scolded, What nonsense are you talking about here? The He family has the strength of a first-class force? You are so arrogant in front of Commander Jiutian. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The strong man of the He family changed his face slightly. He seemed to feel that the atmosphere suddenly changed and was a little unusual. In the crowd, a strong man lowered his head, and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. He had participated in the banquet of the Emperor Pavilion before, which was the one that decided the fate of Commander Xiahao. At that time, Commander Yin Chu refuted the opinion of Commander Jiutian, and Jiutian was the law enforcement commander. Today's conversation was very meaningful. Just now, he had intentionally or unintentionally encouraged a few words. It was ridiculous that the strong man of the He family was still complacent. Yes, it was he who boasted arrogantly. I hope Master Jiutian will not blame me. The elder of the He family reacted very quickly and changed his words immediately. So, the He family is indeed only a third-class force, so it is listed as a third-class force by the commander's office. Jiutian asked. That's right. Yin Chu replied. Jiutian smiled and looked behind him. He saw several figures flashing and bowed, saying, Commander, we have just investigated clearly that the He family's assets are definitely beyond the first-class forces. Yes. Jiutian nodded. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. A sharp look flashed in his dark eyes. He looked at Yin Chu and said, Commander Yin, do you know your crime? Yin Chu's heart sank. Jiutian, this person came with ill intentions. It was obvious that he was here to deal with him. This bastard, it was not enough to deal with Xiahao, and he wanted to use him again? Don't you know that the commanders of the various command offices are appointed by the Lord of Lihiro Palace himself, which means they are all the Lord's men? Is it really just because of personal grudges that Jiutian touches them one by one? Or is it a provocation to the authority of the Lord of Lihiro Palace? Chapter 1649, Moving Yin Chu. Commander Jiutian is joking. What crime have I committed? Yin Chu's face was slightly embarrassed. He glanced at the strong men of the He family with a cold look. The banquet instantly became quiet. They didn't understand what was happening at this moment. Commander Jiutian came here to entertain guests, but his real purpose was not to drink. Before, Jiutian was still chatting and laughing with the strong men of various forces. In the blink of an eye, he invited Commander Yin Chu and directly questioned him. It felt like a conspiracy. The He family was plunged into it. Of course, there were also people who gloated over the misfortune. They had long realized what Jiutian wanted to do here, but the strong men of the He family couldn't understand it. Just now, the people of the He family told me personally that their He family has the strength of a first-class force and the industrial scale of a first-class force, but it is only recognized as a third-class force. Moreover, they also said that Commander Yin Chu often goes to their He family and has a very good relationship with them. Everyone present can testify to this. Jiutian stared at Yin Chu and said, "I just spoke carelessly and boasted nonsense. Master Jiutian, please don't take it seriously." The strong man of the He family stood up, picked up the wine glass and said, "Master Jiutian, please don't blame me for speaking carelessly after drinking." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Jiutian looked at him coldly and said, "After you finished speaking, I sent people to investigate. The report we got now is that it is indeed as you said. I believe that if the Palace Lord wants to investigate this matter, it will be easily found out. There is no point in continuing to lie." The strong man of the He family broke out in cold sweat. Jiutian slowly stood up, looked at Yin Chu and said, "Commander Yin, what else do you have to say?" "Commander Jiutian, even if this is true, it may be my fault for negligence. I will investigate the matter thoroughly," Yin Chu said. "Commander Yin often goes to the He family, what else do you need to investigate?" Jiutian sneered, "As the commander of the West District of Lihoro Palace, Yin Chu, you disregard the rules of Lihoro City and violate the rules privately. Because of your relationship with the He family, you exempted the He family from tribute. There is such a big difference between the third-class forces and the first-class forces. How can you let other forces in Lihoro City obey you with such behavior? I am the Lord of the Realm and serve as the supervisory commander. Since I have found out about this, I will definitely not tolerate it. Asshole." Yin Chu cursed in his heart. This bastard started to use the tiger skin again, and sacrificed a banner of the Lord of the Changsheng realm. He actually wanted to deal with him. "Commander Jiutian, there was a little friction back then. There is no need to take revenge like this, right?" Yin Chu's voice became gloomy. This matter was nothing to the commander of a party. As everyone said before, it was just an unspoken rule of sticking to the rules. If you want to investigate, none of the 5 commanders of the entire Lihoro City will be fine. They will definitely be in trouble. This Emperor Yan was obviously seeking revenge on himself because he had sided with Xiaohao. Yin Chu certainly didn't expect Emperor Yan to deal with him, not because of the little conflict that day, but because when the Lord of Lihoro Palace summoned the major commanders, Yin Chu wanted to kill Qin Wentian. At that time, he was determined to believe his huge Shuang's words. In this case, the commanders of Lihoro City should be properly rectified. Today, let's start with Yin Chu from Jiutian district. I act impartially. This is my duty as the supervisory commander. How dare you slander me like this? Come on, Commander Yin disregards the rules of my Lihoro Palace and arrest him. Emperor Yan shouted coldly. As soon as the words fell, 2 immortal emperors stepped forward and walked towards Yin Chu. How dare you? Someone also walked out from behind Yin Chu. It was the deputy commander of the commander's mansion, Yin Chu's man. I am exercising the power of supervision under the order of the Realm Lord. Those who block me will be regarded as disobeying the Realm Lord and disrespecting the Realm Lord. They will be killed without mercy. Emperor Yan said coldly. The 2 deputy commanders stiffened suddenly and felt cold sweat on their bodies. Emperor Yan was determined to deal with their commander Yin. He kept bringing up the Realm Lord and even said the 3 words kill without mercy. If they were really killed by Emperor Yan, it would be really unjust. This bastard is really a bastard. Emperor Yan, if you want to retaliate, just say it. You don't have to keep talking about the Realm Lord. If the Realm Lord knew that you were using his reputation like this, I'm afraid he would be unhappy. Yin Chu glanced coldly at the 2 people who came forward. I am the commander of the West City of Lihoro Palace, appointed by the Palace Lord himself. Who of you dares to touch me? Catch him. If he resists, it will be a crime of disobedience. I will do it myself. Emperor Yan picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine. In an instant, the atmosphere of the banquet almost solidified. It was too depressing. Everyone stared at Jiutian and Yinchu in fear. The two of them were directly at loggerheads. The two immortal emperors continued to walk towards Yinchu, the power of rules gleaming and entangled Yinchu. You are so presumptuous. Yinchu's face was extremely gloomy, the rules on his body burst out, and the extremely cold and gloomy aura of rules spread. In an instant, the two immortal emperors shuddered, and frost began to condense on their bodies. Yinchu, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He couldn't imagine how Jiutian would deal with him after taking him away. Therefore, he had to resist even if he didn't want to. He had no choice at all. How presumptuous. After hearing Jiutian's words, he stood up and took a step forward. His eyes flashed with a terrible sealing light, like the eye of seal. In just a moment, those eyes shot out extremely dazzling rules, which fell madly on Yinchu's body, trying to seal all the rules in Yinchu's body. Get out of here! Yinchu shouted coldly, and blasted out a fist of light. There was a cracking sound, and the seal cracked. Jiutian's eyes became even more terrifying. The light of the seal was endless and kept rushing into Yinchu's body. Yinchu felt that he could not suppress this sealing power. Jiutian stretched out his hand to Yinchu and clenched it suddenly. In an instant, the endless sealing rule seemed to turn into an invisible sealing force in Yinchu's body. Yinchu groaned, and felt that the rules in his body were not running smoothly. He looked at Jiutian with a vicious look in his eyes and said, "You actually stepped into the top level of the Immortal Emperor." Jiutian ignored Yinchu at all. The sealing rules in his pupils seemed endless. His palms clenched again suddenly, and the invisible seal raged in Yinchu's body. Jiutian walked to his side step by step and said, "Yinchu, the commander of Jiutian, violated the rules of Lihuro Palace, abused his power for personal gain, and dared to resist the exercise of my supervisory duties. His crime is unforgivable." After Jiutian finished speaking, he slapped Yinchu with his palm. Yinchu screamed in pain. It seemed that some terrible changes had occurred in his body. Yinchu was sweating profusely. His originally fair face turned pale as paper without a trace of blood. He looked at Jiutian in horror, and even cursed him. Jiutian actually dared to be cruel to him. "If you do this, the palace master will not let you go." Yinchu's voice was low and hoarse. The people around him were terrified and crazy. Since Jiutian appointed the supervisory commander, he alone abolished the two commanders of the Lihuro Palace. At the beginning, Commander Xia Hao and Jiutian had a deep hatred, but now he was going to abolish Yinchu. You know, these two people were appointed by the Lihuro Palace Master. It would have been fine if the Lihuro Palace Master Xia Hao did not say anything, but now he was going to abolish Yinchu. How could the Lihuro Palace Master not react? What exactly did Jiutian want to do? The face of the strong man of the He family was already as pale as paper, and his body was trembling slightly. This time, he got into trouble, a big trouble. "I am ashamed of what happened here today. I will not keep you here. Please do as you please." Jiutian bowed to everyone, and the crowd naturally understood that this was an order to expel them. They said goodbye and left one after another, but they could not calm down for a long time. This matter was reported to Lihuro Palace in the shortest time. Yinchu's two deputy commanders left. They were not vegetarians, so they naturally knew what to do at this time. But almost at the same time, Jiutian also sent someone to Lihuro Palace to pass on the message and report the matter. Jiutian was not feeling well after hearing this. He looked grim and said to the person who came to report, "Commander Jiutian is just making a fuss." After that, he took out the communication crystal, injected a fairy thought into it, and said to Jiutian, "Commander Jiutian, how did Commander Yinchu offend you?" "Great Commander, Yinchu did not offend me, but he abused his power for personal gain and arbitrarily determined the level of power, which caused many forces in West City to complain and report this to me. I came here to find out, and it was indeed the case, so I took action. Now I have sent people to Lihuro Palace to report to the Palace Master." Jiutian sent back a voice of justice. Jiutian sneered in his heart. "To send back the message, do you need to send someone? Isn't it enough to use the communication crystal directly? This Jiutian is obviously perfunctory, he is just to deal with Yinchu. Commander Jiutian, Yinchu, after all, is also the Palace Master's man. Can you listen to me and investigate this matter clearly? Maybe you are wrong." Jiutian pleaded for Yinchu. "Great Commander, I will send someone to investigate this matter to see if there are other such cases, but it is impossible to make a mistake." Jiutian responded. He was determined to deal with Yinchu. Jiutian had brought out the Lord of Lihero Palace, but Jiutian still didn't give him face. Commander Jiutian, it's hard to explain here. I'll go find you. Jiutian put away the communication crystal. He turned around and went into Lihero Palace. Without saying much, he came to the place where the Lord of Lihero Palace was, outside a super formation. What did he say? The Lord of Lihero Palace sat inside to practice and asked, "Palace Master, I'm going to go find him myself," Jiutian said. Hearing this, a terrible flame flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Lihero Palace, which made Jiutian feel a suffocating pressure. It was extremely terrible. He understood that the Lord of Lihero was angry. "Okay, you go there in person and find out what Jiutian wants to do. Does he also want my position as Palace Master?" Lihero Palace Master said gloomily. Touching two of his commanders in a row was already very disrespectful to him. It could even be said to be a provocation to his authority. Could it be that Jiutian really wanted to challenge him for this position? Maybe he really had such an ambition. Thinking of this, Lihero Palace Master's eyes became even more terrifying. Chapter 1650, each has his own agenda. Jiutian, the commander-in-chief, came to the Deep Pavilion in Jiutian district, which was also the place where Jiutian took down Yinchu. Jiutian saw Jiutian coming and bowed, saying, "Why are you here, Commander-in-Chief?" "Commander Jiutian, I came here for the matter of Commander Yinchu." "How did Yinchu offend Commander Jiutian?" "You have to deal with him. If there's anything wrong, I will ask him to apologize to you," Jiutian said. "Commander Yinchu did not offend me. Did I say that he did not abide by the rules of Lihero Palace, abused his power for personal gain, and arbitrarily set the power level in private? This is disrespectful to the Palace Master and a betrayal to the Realm Master. I naturally want to take him down, not because he has offended me." Did the Commander-in-Chief misunderstand something? Jiutian said seriously. "Commander Jiutian, the Palace Master knew about the grudge between you and Xiahao, so he allowed you to deal with Xiahao, and the Palace Master did not say much? Now, although Yinchu made some mistakes, it is also human nature. There are countless commanders in the immortal realm, and everyone has some small problems. Therefore, I hope Commander Jiutian will consider it from the perspective of the Palace Master." Jiutian said seriously, and the hint was very obvious. "What do you mean, Commander Jiutian? According to you, the Palace Master condoned the major commanders to break the rules," Jiutian said. Jiutian raised his eyebrows. This Jiutian was still playing dumb, and seemed to be a little stubborn. "Brother Jiutian, you should know how the Palace Master treats you. Over the years, he has never interfered with the development and growth of the Deep Pavilion. Even when you and the Palace Master's enemy, the Helen family, were very close, the Palace Master did not say a word. Can't you see these?" Jiutian said. "Jiutian naturally understands what the Palace Master means, but I am only exercising my supervisory duties and do not understand what Commander Jiutian means by saying this." Jiutian's voice was also somewhat cold. In fact, he was very unhappy with Jiutian now. This man even guessed his incarnation. He was a dangerous person. Moreover, Jiutian guessed it himself, but he even went to ask for credit and report it to the Palace Master Lihero, wanting to put him to death. If the original body had returned without knowing it, it would be extremely dangerous and it would be very likely that there would be no return. "Commander Jiutian, do you really not understand or are you pretending not to understand?" Jiutian's voice was a little louder. "Please give me some advice, Commander," Jiutian said indifferently. The Palace Master asked Commander Jiutian to release the people. "I want to take Yinchu away." Jiutian stopped talking nonsense and spoke directly. He wanted to see how Jiutian would respond, so that he could also find out what Jiutian's bottom line was. "Okay." To Jiutian's surprise, Jiutian nodded very painfully and said loudly, "Bring the person here." Hearing this, Jiutian smiled and seemed to be relieved in his heart. He smiled and said, "Brother Jiutian, that's right. We are all colleagues. Why make such unpleasantness?" Jiutian was stunned and looked at Jiutian strangely. Seeing Jiutian's eyes, Jiutian was a little confused. However, when someone brought Yinchu up, Jiutian understood. His face turned ashen in an instant, extremely ugly. Looking at Yinchu, whose body was weak and unable to stand up straight, he said coldly, "Commander Jiutian, what did you do to Commander Yinchu?" "I exercised the power of supervision and command, and Commander Yinchu refused to cooperate and hurt my subordinates. I had no choice but to take action to cripple him to prevent him from hurting others. Commander, the Palace Master will not blame me for being too heavy, right? Jiutian asked knowingly. Zhuge Shuang's face was as ugly as it could be at this moment. Feelings, he had been wasting his breath before? Yinchu had been abolished. He thought that Jiutian had compromised just now, but he never thought that Jiutian had never thought of compromising from the beginning. Instead, he had already taken ruthless action, cut off the retreat, and abolished Yinchu. Jiutian, you are too presumptuous. Zhuge Shuang's face was full of anger. Jiutian was too ruthless in this matter. He abolished Yinchu before notifying the Palace Master. What did he mean? General Zhuge, I respect you as the Commander-in-Chief, so I have been polite to you. I exercise the power of supervision in accordance with the will of the Realm Master. You actually protect a commander who abuses his power for personal gain. Is this the intention of the Palace Master or your own decision? I believe that the Palace Master is the commander of my Lihiro Palace, so he naturally understands my intentions. If you continue to use the name of the Palace Master to suppress me, don't blame me for being rude. Jiutian shouted coldly, and suddenly became extremely strong. Zhuge Shuang was stunned, staring at Jiutian motionlessly. With a click, he clenched his fists. With his endurance, he still wanted to kill Jiutian with one punch, but he knew that this was impossible, because he was no match for Jiutian. If he really took action here, Jiutian might dare to destroy him, the Commander-in-Chief, as he did with Yinchu. Jiutian, this was clearly a challenge to the supreme authority of the Palace Master. How could Zhuge Shuang, who was such a person, not be able to see it? Yinchu, it was just an excuse, unlucky guy. Take care of yourself. Zhuge Shuang said angrily, and took Yinchu away. After listening to the words of the Grand Commander, I realized that the commanders of the Lihiro Palace have become so corrupt. It seems that I, the supervisory commander, have failed in my duty. Zhuge Shuang had just taken off when he heard Jiutian's voice coming from behind him. His body shook unsteadily and he almost vomited blood out of anger. From what Jiutian said, was he going to investigate other commanders? Jiutian, have you teamed up with the Helen family? A voice suddenly appeared in Zhuge Shuang's mind, and then he almost confirmed his guess. Apart from that, he really couldn't think of the reason why Jiutian did this. Although the Deep Pavilion has grown rapidly over the years, there has not been a figure of the level of the Palace Master after all, and Jiutian himself has not reached that level. At this time, there is only one possibility to challenge the authority of the Lihiro Palace Master, and to join forces with the Helen family. But what Zhuge Shuang didn't understand was that Jiutian already had a bright future. Why would he take the risk of joining forces with the Helen family? He couldn't figure it out. After receiving Zhuge Shuang's report, the Lord of Lihiro Palace saw the abandoned Yinchu kneeling and crying for revenge, and his face became extremely gloomy. Do Jiutian and Helen Qiyu have that kind of relationship? The Lord of Lihiro Palace asked Zhuge Shuang. He also thought of Jiutian and Helen clan teaming up, otherwise, there would be no need to do this. I don't know, but as far as I know, Helen Qiyu has always maintained an ambiguous relationship with Jiutian, and even really likes Jiutian. Helen clan also hopes that she can become Jiutian's legitimate wife. Therefore, as long as Jiutian nods, he will have both the beauty and the power and friendship of Helen clan at his fingertips. Zhuge Shuang analyzed, and the Lord of Lihiro Palace gloomy. Back then, at the Feast of the Immortal World, the Lord of the Immortal World personally opened a door for Jiutian, destined that no one in Lihiro City dared to touch Jiutian, as long as he did not violate the rules of Lihiro City. Therefore, as long as Jiutian was more cautious and teamed up with Helen clan, he would be in great trouble. For example, today, Jiutian wanted to move the leader of his Lihiro Palace, and he did it directly. Even if he was angry, he could only endure it, because Yinchu did have problems, and Jiutian had found out. Now, unless he removed all the current leaders, Jiutian would have nowhere to find out. Otherwise, if he found out, all the leaders under him would be in trouble. Qin Wentian's matter has not been resolved yet, and now Jiutian has appeared again. The Lihiro Palace Master has been in a bad mood for these years. How do you think the matter of Jiutian should be resolved? The Lihiro Palace Master asked Zhuge Shuang. It's very troublesome. Yinchu said that Jiutian has now broken through to the top level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Unless the Palace Master takes action personally, no one can deal with him. Zhuge Shuang said. The palace master of Lihiro also felt that it was difficult. He didn't expect that he would be threatened by a figure in the immortal emperor realm today, and there was no solution. For now, we can only temporarily not touch him, and order the major commanders to self-examine, and confess their guilt. The palace master will personally deal with them, so that Jiutian has nowhere to start. Jiutian said again. The palace master of Lihiro's eyes flashed. Now it can only be done this way temporarily. You go and do this. Since Jiutian wants to take this path, I will help him. Okay. Jiutian left. On the other hand, Jiutian returned to the headquarters of the D Pavilion in the central city, but the news that he had taken action against Commander Yin Qiu soon spread like wildfire and spread throughout Lihiro City. Jiutian is now the focus of Lihiro City. How can such a big thing as him abolishing Yin Qiu not shock Lihiro City? Yin Qiu is already the second commander killed by Master Jiutian. Those who attended the banquet that year still remember Yin Qiu's opposition when Jiutian proposed to deal with Xiahao. Unexpectedly, Master Jiutian now took action against Yin Qiu again. This master is now becoming more and more sharp. In D Pavilion, Helen Qiuyu came here and found Jiutian. Jiutian knew that someone from the Helen family would come, and he also guessed that it might be Helen Qiuyu. What do you want to do? Helen Qiuyu asked directly when he saw Jiutian. Jiutian smiled and said, What do you mean? Helen Qiuyu rolled her eyes and said, What else can it be? If you deal with Yin Qiu, you will definitely anger the Lord of Lihiro Palace. For so many years, you have never expressed anything. Isn't it to avoid falling out with the Lord of Lihiro Palace? What is the reason for doing this now? Oh, Jiutian was ashamed. This woman thought that he didn't marry her because of the Lord of Lihiro Palace? You are so narcissistic. Jiutian looked at Helen Qiuyu and said, Huh, isn't it? A glimmer of confidence flashed in Helen Qiuyu's beautiful eyes. She sat opposite Jiutian and smiled faintly. You haven't answered me yet. Did you finally figure it out? Then I'll wait for you to speak. Ahem. Jiutian looked at the pair of smiling and charming eyes and felt overwhelmed. This woman was getting bolder and bolder, flirting with him blatantly. I just think that the position of the Lord of Lihiro Palace should be moved. Jiutian looked at Helen Qiuyu and spoke slowly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.